It's Friday. Jump in the ride. It's Friday night. Yeah. Live it up, oh yeah. Friday night. Live it up, that last. Live it up, oh yeah. Friday night. Live it up, that last. Only on a Friday. Never on a Sunday. Never on a Monday. Same situation every day. Some kind of voodoo. Same complications stand in the way. Nowhere to run to. My mind is dreaming I'm somewhere else. Can't seem to shake it. I miss the feeling, having fun. No way to fake it. Jump in the ride. It's Friday night. Living it up, oh yeah. Friday night. Living it up, that last. Living it up, oh yeah. Friday night. Living it up, that last. Living it up, oh yeah. Living it up, that last. Living it up, oh yeah. Living it up, that last. Living it up, oh yeah. Friday night. Living it up, that last. Living it up, oh yeah. Friday night. Living it up, that last. Living it up, oh yeah.
How y'all doing? Sorry for the late entry. There was a mighty debate on the Angry Man's channel. So, we got Joe, we got Electrician. Who else is in the building? We're starting out with 4, but that's all we get. We're going to grow some more. See, I've always wondered, why do other people who benefit off of our struggles always got to put their 2 cents into our fucking business, man? It's very interesting, I tell you. It's very interesting. You're going to tell us about being experience of being black and how there's a lot of shit that's going on in our community that is very original, as they say. What's up, Donnie Mac in the building? You know, just in case anybody didn't know, I'm taking over for the art man for both the arts or the art beats. You know, I'm taking over for Art New Style tonight, and I'm taking over for Art of It More and Rage tomorrow night. So we're going to have fun. We're going to enjoy this conversation. You know, I might even play some jazzy music for you, you know, like Art does, you know, get the mood, you know. Let's see. And what's up? I'm listening. We're gonna get into it, you know. I gotta play my little jazz in the background. Let me see if I can find it. Oh man, this is beautiful. So I gotta do the Art New Style thing. How y'all feeling tonight? How y'all feeling? Gotta love that jazz. I'll be right back. I gotta check on do some supervisor shit. Woo! Shout out. Just seen you on AM's channel. What's up, brother? Thanks for the support coming in. Listen to that jazzy stuff, man. So we're gonna do it for my boy Art New style tonight. Shout out to Jim Rat 08. Ross, Broken Dog Spirit. QRF is no joke. Once again, man, respect. Thank you. Thank you for that respect. It's TGIF. Smooth. Hopefully y'all love this shit because I love the jazz, man. Oh, man, bless you. You know, Joe's and Jim Rat coming in here with the blessings. If y'all want to hear a song, please donate a super chat, donate a cash app, and I'll play it for you. Man, we're gonna have some fun talking tonight. Oh man, we're gonna have fun. How y'all doing today? Yeah, just like I said, like Jim Rat said, you know, for Jim Rat, for your support, I gotta do this for you. You know what we gotta do? I gotta increase my my video clips too.
By the power of Grayskull.
And for my man Joe, who's been waiting patiently. Thank you, Joe, for waiting patiently.
Now for a lesson. You may have heard these words before, but I'll teach you what they really mean. Go beyond! Plus!
Oh man, thank you both for your support already. And if you heard me on there, you know, with the debate over at Angry Man's channel, it was a mighty debate about this guy named Adam. Adam really need to explain his dumbass self, because you're not going to come over there and tell me about the issues of the black community and say we're just making this shit up when we were born in the darkness. And by the time we got married, we were already a man. All right, what's good, good brother? What's good? We waiting for a little bit to get everybody in here. We're gonna play a little music. If anybody got any requests, hey, Cash App, Super Chat, whatever you feel that's in your heart. But the least you can do, definitely put a like on, man. Definitely put a like. Likes are free, man. Sharing is free. Oh man, Afro National. Oh, we gotta give you the salute, man. What's up, good bro? Salute. We just here chilling until we put the link out there. We had a nice little debate over an Angry Man's channel, and you know what? Everybody puts a salute up for Angry Man. Finally getting his due, putting on all those years of work, and he's getting substantial growth. Beautiful shit, man. I always love to see the brothers in the manosphere grow, man. Beautiful shit, man. It's a beautiful thing to see that growth. Come on over, don't worry. This is what we call club. We call this the Charles's Boom Boom Room, aka Club Butts and Guts. Thighs and breasts. Like your favorite stuff. Come get a cigar. Come get some cognac. It's all included with the price of admission. Yeah, salute to Angry Man. What y'all sipping on tonight? Because we got nothing but thinkers and drinkers over here. You're my angel. Sing it, Anita. Oh, angel. These are dreams. But the real dreams. Maybe I want you. Yes, I am, girl. I'm so strong and tender. Hey, everybody put your glass in the air. It's two-step. Clap your fingers. Hey. Shout out to Dar. You're welcome to come up and talk your piece up here. Oh man, that clown was not ready. Oh, sing it, girl. I keep on giving. Baby, cause you know I will. I know I changed slightly the lyrics. Yes, you can, girl. Cause I'm your what? I'm your angel. My man Jim Rat said, Charles, that Adam dude was trying to deflect from everything you and AM was trying to explain to him. Y'all kept him back to the core of the conversation. Salute to you and Angry Man. Much respect. Salute to you. Real recognize real. Dari said, I got you, Charles. I need drinks. After that madness, I might go live and destroy that clown after your stream. Come through. Hey, facts. Put your channel in the chat, Dari. So everybody know where to subscribe. I know I'm not the greatest singer. I better not quit my day job or my side hustle. Oh, girl, you know I will. I'm gonna hold on to you, girl. Oh yeah. Oh man. They never gonna make another Nita Baker, boy. That woman, man. That woman. And don't forget to subscribe to Dari. He's gonna talk his shit tonight on this channel. Then he's gonna go to his after we finish. Man, that was some shit, boy. AM be having these fire channels, man, and these screens. Oh man, that growth, man. He mastered the algorithm.
Pretty good.
Come on, two-step. What y'all having a drink tonight, man? Some good old Vince vodka, huh? What else are everybody sipping on tonight? Anytime, man, anytime. Each one teach one. We're supposed to be the water that everybody's seed to grow. Oh, we're going to talk about a lot of stuff, man. I told you. I told you, baby, I own the girl. So my man Mike in the building. Come on, sing it. Yeah, it's been a rough week for DC fans. I'm going to tell you that, man. I'm about to start a petition. We want Henry Cavill back, man. That's my generation's, even though Christopher Reeves as well, but he's my new generation Superman. I want him back. In my heart of hearts, he should not only be Superman, but in between Superman, he should be James Bond. Sherilyn being featured with Toto. Man, we would have seen Brainiac. That would have been cool. Oh, got small batch, huh? And Man of Steel 2 would have had Brainiac. I read that. Bah. Oh man, how you gonna tell? See, this is the funniest thing I think of, like people from other races. They're coming over to black sectors to tell us about shit that we grew up with. Sing it. I hold you. I hold you. $17.92 small batch. Hey. So I grew up with Christopher Reeves. I grew up with the Adventures of Superboy. I grew up with the animations. I remember the 1980s on CBS animation of Superman, which was very beautifully done. The New Adventures of Superman, which was done in the same universe as Justice League and Batman, the animated series. We had Henry Cavill. The Young Bucks are going to be looking out for that Superman. Dean Cain Superman was excellent. That's actually the Superman that gave Clark a lot of personality. Oh, come on. Superman 1 and 2 was crazy, man. Just the girls that make them cry. Oh yeah, we forgot about Smallville, man. Smallville's another classic. And people say Superman was born. I'm like, do you know how much media that you could get? Do you know how much media Superman has? Superman at one time had one of the best shows on television with Lois and Clark and Smallville. He had a #1 comic with Superman #1 with New 52. He had another #1 comic with Superman and Son when they came out with his son before they did that homosexual shit. Their first movie. James Gunn is retelling Smallville. Guess he forgot it. Oh boy. After 9 seasons, you forget that, huh? Even Superman and Lois is good. The Danger Room is now open. What's up, Beastly Nerd? We try to make it smooth, like our new style does. Sing it, girl. Oh, don't you want a girl to sing this shit to you? Yeah, we're supposed to hear the announcement this week coming up. Adam's a dumbass, man. We're going to talk about that in a second after we rock out. Mike said, I bet my paycheck they're going to try to make Superman part of the Rainbow Club. Well, that's what they did to his son when his son was playing Superman. So you already won that bet. We're going to talk about all that shit today. Are you in bed? Hell no. I can't drink till 12:35. Maybe it's tomorrow. Just Curly in her ascendancy affirms the total righteousness of the black manosphere, especially when she drops the term sign language against those feminists. White boys can't touch that. See, this is sometimes you gotta know how to use people without paying them, man. Sing it, Teddy. Speaking of Teddy, shit, let's rock out real quick. Did you see that the Joker gets pregnant and get the fuck out of here? No, don't fucking ruin my collection of my. Oh, God. I think DC and Marvel better let it go. Oh, man. We're going to talk about Dumbass Adam. We're going to talk about comics. We're going to talk about a lot of the Andrew Tate and Cardi B. Lord. We got to let this shit go. Oh, man. Adam's the dad. Oh, fuck. My faith is gone, bro. Man. Fuck the Baxter Building. Fuck the Avengers Mansion and Tower. Fuck the Watchtower. Fuck Gotham. Fuck Metropolis right now. Y'all pissing me off, comic book creators. Oh, man. Adam said he's going to tell all the black women that he's going to try to take control of love while love took control of him. I'm so confused. That's y'all's fault to ask my subscribers to come over here after my screen. So I appreciate it, man. I gotta do double duty today and tomorrow. This one for New Style and the other one's for Itmore. Just like another love, TK. You know what? If you're a comic book creator, if you can draw, you can write, you can color, you can do lettering, you will make money right now. Shout out to Young Ripper because he said, fuck it. Oh, no, I can't stand that thing. God damn it. If they do it right, they can make $500 million. But you know, we wanted a good Fantastic Four movie, man, for a long time, bro. And they're the first family of comics too. That's one of the first times you see a family interact the way a real family would interact. Especially the relationship between Ben Grimm and Johnny Storm. It's like the big brother, little brother, nephew, uncle dynamic. They could. Oh, man. I think that guys like him need to let it go. Adam needs to let it go. All they keep saying that I'm going to simp around the second time around. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have Maze featuring Frankie Beverly. I want to play Victor Von Doom. I mean, this state of affairs. Why can't we get serious Thor? Ass kicking Thor. Oh, don't say that, man. Don't say that bullshit. What y'all know about Frankie? Two-step. I got something I want to tell you, baby. Got something.
So good to me, and I feel that you need.
Hey, and so plain to see. I hope they have the thing with some pants on. You don't want to give another meaning of rock hard either. Pause. Whoa.
You just do everything like nobody else.
Oh man.
And I need you beside me. I want to give you myself. If I hurt you and you feel bad, your love never ways makes me sad. I feel,
The best Thor has ever been was the last 30 minutes of Infinity War and the first 30 minutes of Endgame. After that, everything else, they pretty much made it into a joke. Hit that note. Come on. Oh, you know they're going to try to do some bullshit. Yeah, the last one was a joke. Ant-Man's daughter is grown, so you know what that means. We're going to kill off Ant-Man. Ant-Man is dead, man. I promise you. Yeah, my man Mike said when he chopped off Thanos' head without hesitation and walked away like a boss, that's the Thor I want. Hell, that's the Thor we need. Hey, anybody ready for some Blue-Eyed Soul? How many times? What? Oh yeah. Trying to keep it strictly PG-13 here, but why all the small hats so obsessed with rainbow and other effeminacy ideas? We'll talk about it in a minute.
I searched to find the love within.
Come on, sing it in the chat, folks. I came back to let you know Oh man, my friends be wondering.
My friends wonder what is wrong with me. But I'm in the days from your love, you see.
They always got to kill off the best characters, don't they?
I came back to let you know. Got a thing for you, and I can't let it go.
Oh yeah, y'all didn't know this is Adam singing to the Strags. Yeah, this is Adam singing to the Strags.
What you won't do for love. You tried everything, but you don't give up. In my world, only you.
Yeah, that is a bad like.
What I will not do. My friends wonder what is wrong with me.
Oh, what the hell's going on with this?
But I'm in the days from your love, you see.
Come on, what do you say?
I came back to let you know. Got a thing for you, and I can't let it go.
His friends wonder what is wrong with him, boy. Yeah.
What you want to do for love. You've tried everything, but you won't give up. In my world, only you made me do for love.
Not trying to blow up the spot. I'm just curious. I know how hypersensitive the algorithm is when it comes to protecting the quote-unquote sacred tribe.
Make me do for love what I would not do.
Oh yeah, you know, we get into that. We get into that in a minute. See, you gotta realize something when it comes to stuff like the algorithm. They purposely do it to try to stomp people's growth, but you know, like in the case of Angry Man, the people desire and the people call for him. So he's too much to say that Spain Man said, "Oh snap! I'm embarrassed to say that I'm today years old when I realized this is a white guy." Oh my God, y'all funny. You got to realize something. It's the fact that when you put yourself in positions of power, you're going to bring out effeminate things to make sure those men aren't strong enough and bold enough to take it from you. It's a military strategy. How to win war without one bullet. You're not going to raise an army if you're too effeminate to do so. Shout out to my guy, MS Delta guy. $20. They don't make music like they used to. Hell no, they don't. Jones Girls. Knights of Legion. Oh yeah, we'll talk about Take Two as well. Yeah, you know how long we've been doing investigations, Mike. You know, some things just sound a foul play. You know, in the black community, they always try to, you know, do character assassination with our heroes, and if that doesn't work, they'll try the actual thing. Oh, that's keyboard. Oh, man. Whatever happened to music like this, folks? Which that's a great point. Rock the empire from the inside out. Classic Trojan horse strategy. I'm supremely surprised that the Wasp haven't caught to what exactly is going on, because the ones up top really will sacrifice. How can I say this? They're willing to sacrifice their pawns and their bishops and their rooks to stay king and queen. Life must begin. Oh yeah, just to let you know, the link is in the chat room. We're going to talk about a few things. We're going to talk about number one, the arrest of Andrew Tate and the investigation. It's mighty funny that now you have Cardi B who said, well, on a Twitter post, but I have to ask you this question. If you're accusing and alleging Andrew Tate of human trafficking, why hasn't anybody ever charged or tried to convict Cardi B for admitting on a live about her drugging men and robbing them, and sometimes having transgenders rape them while they're under the influence of a drug? See the world that we live in? But yet, when Tate says something that would actually benefit women, for men to become masculine, get their jobs up, get their muscles up, get their mind up, something that myself and Mike have spoken about for years in the police department. What's wrong with that? Because there's an agenda to keep men weak. Shout out to MS Delta. LOL. I grew up on a farm, though I was soft because as a kid I couldn't load a whole trailer with wood. But if our young men don't know what hard work is, they don't take punishing masculinity. I mean, you gotta realize this, man. When you look at the guys who's trying to benefit men and tell men, hey, yo, stop the pussy shit. Let's get our act together. It becomes mighty strange that why would you be on the side that wants to condemn that behavior unless you're part of the system that wants men to be subservient to women. But yet, once again, we must realize this. Women are biologically not attracted to those type of men. So it's either one, you're trying to implode the system from within, or two, you're trying to actually fuck us over and keep your power regardless of what's going to happen to anyone else in any jurisdiction. But yet, I can be a female rapper and talk all the shit that I want, all the slutty, all the violent, all the nasty things I want. I'm looking at you, Cardi, Megan, and Gorilla. They can say the most ridiculous shit, how much she likes eating sperm, how much she has to wear dark colored clothes because of her boo-boo stains, how much a chick can lie about somebody shooting them, And you wonder why men are leaving? Does this make it look like an environment where men can thrive anymore? Does it look like something that men want to stay and raise families? No. A lot of the careers now, if you have a computer, you have a job. When did we nominate people like Glorilla or Girlrilla, whatever the fuck her name is, Glorilla? She's like the mental short bus kid, man. And that would be actually an insult to, kids with disabilities on the short bus. It's okay. Yeah, you're right, Mike. He's looking at years based on a lie. See, this is the difference that I had to tell somebody like Adam. How many times are white girls lying on white boys about sexual misconduct? Chicks in our community will take a motherfucker to the child support office knowing that she never slept with him just to get some benefits. She doesn't care what it may do to that guy. She doesn't care what it may do to that his family. And she will lie and say he's the father. If y'all need the link to come up, here's the link. But people like Adam, who are not even smart enough to know their cultural differences, but he wanted to believe the bullshit. You gotta fully, like Willa said, stuff like this is exactly why Russia and China are winning. They know the future is fully embracing masculinity. That's how they will beat the Western nations, of course. When you have a weak populace of men afraid to fight and protect, you're doomed. You're doomed. Here's the link for anybody who wants to join. The Glorilla looked like she was the snot-nosed girl that ate crayons and spit on the boy she liked. Oh God. And farted on the guy oh my God. She just looks nasty. Shout out to MS Delta guy again. They want men and America weak. It's an inside op job. The call is coming from inside the house, of course. See, this is what happens when you don't have men who are smart enough, brave enough, cunning enough, and logical enough to see there's some shit that's going on. Shout out to Detroit 313. Oh yeah. You know how much we love work, man. I'm still confused on people not understanding their cultural differences in the Black community. When we were saying, do majority of the women in our community abuse the child support and social service system? We say yes. How many women abuse the system so much that they will have a guy who's a good father? They will have a guy who's a good provider, and they live in their separate homes. They will not, don't remind me of that Joker pregnant shit. I think the weirdos are in charge of DC and Marvel now. Like, just super weird. What the fuck do you get out of that? I mean, but I'm gonna continue. This is what happens when you see this. The Joker's a dude. Why is he pregnant? It's not funny. It's sad. So you're telling me that It's a lot of these women do not get child support, will go to child support just to spite the man and just to make money. And they know they're going to do it because the court's on their side. Where are you, Adam? Where are you? And then people in his generation too damn dumb to actually know what it means to be exploited. But he says he's got somebody pregnant. Adam, you better pray to God that motherfucker you got pregnant, even though I doubt that you ever had sex a day in your life. If that person doesn't take your stupid ass to child support off of the means because they can. I'm just saying. So oh no, Marvel got weirdos too. Did y'all see what the fuck they put out with the what's the team called back in the day? Shit, I can't even think about it. It's trust me, they both got weirdos in both Marvel and DC. The New Warriors, that's what it was called, the New Warriors. I love the 90s New Warriors. That was very diverse and interesting. But the New Warriors, oh my God. They made non-binary twins. They had, let me tell you how bad it was for Marvel. They literally tried to come out with a superhero named Safe Space. Safe Space. They literally made a superhero named Safe Space. What the fuck? Shout out to LAPD SWAT. What's up, Commander? They are married to the government husband. Also, all black males must learn to master the game of chess and strategy for strategic thinking. God damn. And they were black, by the way. Shout out, Namer. I'll say Amazon was smart when they signed Henry Cavill to star in the War Master 40,000 show, even signed him on as an executive producer. See, this is the reason why everybody loves Henry Cavill. Henry Cavill is a true geek in every sense of the word. He builds his gaming computers. He loves Warhammer. He actually liked playing Superman. He said he wanted to do more Superman. And the way they did him dirty was ridiculous because you know James Gunn is going to do some wacky shit. Why not keep Cavill and do a soft reboot? You got the Flash. You could do a soft reboot. Well, we don't want nothing of the Snyderverse. There's a lot of people who actually like it. So it is what it is. And yes, Safe Space and his twin, they were black. I forget what the other one. Safe Space and Snowflake. We can't make this shit up. They destroyed one of my favorite 90s teams, which was the New Warriors, and brought up Safe Space. And then they had like a fucking heavyweight Native American girl or some shit. An overweight. Like, oh man. And here's the fucked up part. Safe Space couldn't use his powers unless he was defending somebody. That makes you really useless against a supervillain attacking you. Oh, I can't make this shit up. Yeah, I mean, not only are they doing the Henry bad, they're doing The Rock bad as well. Like one of the most manly fucking movies that you came out with was Black Adam, and you came out with this Emancipation movie and the Top Gun movie. Notice all these movies came out with strong male leads without all the feminist shit. Yeah, Henry Cavill's a true gamer. You know, you could tell when somebody's in a role and they're just playing the role. No, he lives it. Cavill actually liked The Witcher. He played The Witcher. He played the game. He read the books. And he was upset that they were not following the story. And they try to make it into this girl power shit. Oh, the New Warriors were you had Nighthawk, you had Night Thrash, I forget who else. Man, that 90s that 90s joint was really good, man. I don't think Marvel had a good series out. Northman, oh my god. He's amateur, Charles, at building PCs. Geeks had to help him out here and there. I mean, shit. Who hasn't been helped out building a game system or a gaming PC? Everybody had to get help. Shout out to MS Delta. Nature will reassert masculinity. 200,000 years of Homo sapien, and this is modern anti-man time. A short period. Don't play with nature, of course. Dari said he's coming up in a few. I mean, the creators of Marvel say Space is Snowflake was some guy named Kibble Smith. Dude is named after dog food. Total cuck, if I ever saw one. Yeah, like, remember Thundercats Roar? And you had that little man bun guy saying he was a fan of Thundercats. I'm like, dude, you're not even 30. So you don't remember the original Thundercats unless you were watching Toonami. And then you don't even really totally get the concept of how it was basically the story of Lion-O, you know, coming of age and becoming the king. You took it away and you put all this other fuzzy stuff. See, this is the reason why I hate Cartoon Network. You'll cancel Young Justice. You'll cancel the 2002 He-Man, which was a great show. You'll even cancel the 2012 Thundercats, which was a great show. But then you give us Thundercat Roar. You'll give us Teen Titans Go. Get the fuck out of here. Kibbles. Like, oh my goodness. The black manosphere is nature's response. Well, that's true. He said, I build systems that last decades. Well, hey, put your email out there because, hey, there's a lot of brothers who might need it. Kibble Smith was on a dating show simping hard for a chick. Yeah, I would think he would. I think he is. Give me 1 second, Namer. I saw you there. I'm just doing the little spiel. So, what's up, Namer?
What's good, everybody? How am I coming in?
Let me turn you up because I can barely hear you.
All right. Just trying out this new headset. Okay.
Speak. Yep, now I can hear you.
All right, good. Let's start with this whole Henry Cavill debacle. It was inevitable. It was an inevitability, first of all. Netflix just had to take a great IP and fucking ruin it. And it wasn't just Cavill who walked away. There was a former writer who, like Cavill, who's big into the whole Witcher's universe and everything. And he even mentioned that one of the problems he had as part of the writing staff was most of the people on it had never read the source material, never even bothered to learn the game. And highly unlikely that the creator, Andrei Sapkowski, was even consulted. But he mentioned, Andrei Sapkowski is a Pole. He doesn't give a fuck. He just likes writing. He's collecting checks, but he's like, let it destroy themselves. I'll keep putting out the books and everything. I mean, of course, now they're saying they're going to be remaking one of the games, Witcher's Wild Hunt, I think it is. Even though I don't play those games myself, it's not my forte. And you can't blame me for that. I have my preferences, I
mean, everybody got their preferences, man.
Yeah. I mean, I used to play PC gaming. I used to do some PC gaming in my youth, but I was more of a console guy myself. I've met PC gamers, and I've always asked them this one question: Wolfenstein, Doom, or Duke Nukem? And there's no wrong answer to that.
Well, Duke Nukem, if you wanted the bad language.
It's like asking somebody, Coke, Fanta, or Sprite, or in some people's case, Pepsi, Mirinda, 7-Up. You see where I'm going with this? I mean, I never really got a chance to play a certain couple games, but I did get a chance to play the demos of them, availability being what it is. But I remember through a friend, I was able to get a hold on the demo of Age of Empires, if you ever remember that game. Or Age of Empires 2, the sequel. I only had the demos for that.
Yeah. You got to realize is that it's going to be hard nowadays to get another Duke Nukem the way it should be, even though now it should be easier. Oh my God, they're excluding women. Oh my God. I mean, let's be realistic, people. What made
that's what the thing is. Adapting for a modern audience. That's code word for that's a code term for we're gonna make it woke. What you expect?
And we're tired of woke shit. Look, I'm gonna say this as a proud black man. I'm okay with having some white superheroes. I'm okay. Like, look, we all love Wrigley from fucking Aliens. We love fucking Sarah Connors. We love fucking Lindsay Carter, Wonder Woman. Hell, we love Gal Gadot, fucking Wonder Woman as well.
Yeah.
But give us a fucking female character that goes through some fucking struggle. We respect it.
She has to be relatable. Keyword, relatable. That's the problem. Here's the problem I've noticed with this woke shit. And I can sum it up in this. It's all female projection. It's women projecting their misconceptions of what a true heroine is. And by the way,
I'll break it down.
If women, hold on, Charles, if I may, please.
Yeah, you got some sound in the back. You got some sound moving.
Oh no, sorry. I was just adjusting my pants. I was just adjusting some stuff. I'm sleeping. I was kind of woke up and what? Excuse me. Still a little parent. Yeah. Anyway, just need to get my charger because I'm on my tablet. I don't want a battery to go dead on me. But anyway, like I said, if women were so about empowerment, first of all, there's a word for y'all. It's heroine. So stop trying to co-opt the word hero. And there's nothing wrong with that term, heroine, unless you just want to get that mistaken for you know what. But the whole concept of certain characters, trying to make them unrelatable. And there's a podcaster I listen to who does some interesting, who does like stories of the past and whatnot, especially World War II. Can you hear me okay, Charles?
Mm-hmm.
All right. He was talking about he was like following the story of a guy, I forgot his name. He was a biracial German growing up in Nazi Germany, who understood what it's like to be penalized being biracial and whatnot, being mixed race and everything. And in this documentary, they talked in this episode of that particular podcast, they talk of an incident that took place between. Yeah, you're right, Willer. Linda Hamilton was awesome. She was awesome.
Right. Very much so.
She was convincing because she was relatable. She showed she was human. That's the problem with a lot of these heroines, you know, that you see in modern day films. They have to be almost automatons or something like that.
What happens is this. Women are trying to emulate masculinity without any of the nuances, if that makes sense.
Without the nuances, without the context. First of all, you need context. Without context, there's no nuance. Secondly, without any humanity, because they see men as inhuman. Ask a woman, when's the last time you see him? What do you know about a man's humanity? Do you see a man as an actual human being?
No, they don't.
Exactly.
They don't.
Of course not. I mean, the only film I can say that was really good as a female lead, or say as a heroine, was Gal Gadot as Wonder Woman.
Yeah,
because she had a sense of humanity in her. You saw the humanity of her. I'm glad I haven't watched any of the Star Wars movies, but I remember watching the reviews on the Ghostbuster movie back in 2016. And they talked about, and you know, there's other couple of YouTube channels, they talk about the reviews, and they talk about and their assessments from an anthropological standpoint is that in order to make these female heroines even better, they think is they have to bring the men down. They have to make all the male characters look like bumbling idiots or weak or pathetic or something like that. That is female thought process as well, because women operate on the MO of everything being a zero-sum game. I mean, think about it. When Obama wanted to initiate the My Brother's Keepers program, who were the first people to shut it down?
White men and black feminists.
Black women especially. Why did black women do it? What was their mindset? What was their misconception?
Well, you got to remember, they always had this thing about black men where if black men actually got some education and got some backing, they would leave and they would leave us alone because they know the fuckery. They always try to say, well, what if the girls get it? They know the reason why they're pissed off of passport bros is this and this alone. They know that if black men go out into the greater world and travel like they should, like every man should, they wouldn't accept the behavior that black women are giving in the modern day in the Western world.
Absolutely not. And this is in America, in the Western Hemisphere in general. But what I'm also trying to say is the whole concept of everything being a zero-sum game, because most women think that if a man benefits or is given something, they always feel, not think, but they always feel that it's at their expense. And look at the emotional thinking you see in many parts of the world. Whenever like a white man hears that a black man's getting something, even if they had nothing to do with it, they always think that you're gaining something at their expense. That's how populism works. If anybody's ever studies political science, you realize this is what populism is all about. They try to get you to think emotionally. They have to get you, and that's why the populist leaders usually try to, what they call, rile up their supporters.
Yeah, and you got to
get them riled up, get emotional thinking. I've seen this too many times. Go ahead.
You got to remember that, you know, when they come up with these concepts to tamp down men, which is basically what it is, they want to assert power themselves, and when they get power, they fuck it all up, and then they want to blame men or say, why aren't the men doing this? Why aren't they building? Because you took the tools out of their hand and gave them Barbie dolls.
Frederick Douglass.
It's better to build strong boys than repair broken men.
No, not that quote. There's another quote. He said, "You deny us the right of education, and then you ask us why we don't learn. You cut our tongues out and shut our mouths, and then you ask us why we do not speak."
Yeah, I mean, you got to realize this effeminate male like Adam that was over at Angry Man's channel. He's asking questions that why are you concerned of a community which you fucking benefited from? Why are you trying to? Why did you come over there to tell us about a community you knew nothing about? Shout out to Enigma Inc. You know, you came over trying to speak to us saying, you really think all these black women? Yes. And guess what's going to happen to you? Your women are getting their notes from our women.
Enigma Inc., you got a good point right there.
It's the white
liberal.
I'm sorry, bro. It's the white bleeding heart liberal that I tell these motherfuckers that they need to watch out about. It goes back when my first go around in college, when I remember when we were in English 2 talking about, you know, this is right after the Trayvon Martin situation, and you know, we always black men, you know, we get told you got to be careful to walk out because you might get stopped by the police and this and that. And I was like, and I remember this one white girl caught up with me after class. She's like, I didn't know what I just want to know what I could do. I said, you really honestly want to help? I said, yeah. I said, okay, just simply stay out the way. Well, what do you mean? I said, listen, black people don't need no help with a lot of this stuff. A lot of this stuff actually is to a point to where it's hindering progress. You actually just need to just step aside and just let us figure this out. Don't help. Just get the fuck out of the way. Oh, but you got guys like Adam that want to co-sign bullshit, and no one. Well, what do you believe? He's looking, like he said, he's not going to believe it because he's looking for a smoking gun. He's agreeing and disagreeing with the information at the same time. I was like, dude, conversation is going nowhere at this point.
Salute to the panel. This is DR. What's good, everybody?
What's good, Dari? What's up?
Good.
It's been a while, man. Where you been?
Hey, I've been on my grind, man, stacking this money and plotting. Got the channel up and you know,
that's what's up. That's what's up.
That's what's up. What did you hear that? Did you hear that panel that AM had? And what the hell?
I think that's a Padawan's phone.
No,
What
somebody.
panel? You talking about the one we just left?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
That guy was
First
a
off,
nutcase.
Hey, we all hear this every day from Strags and B-Dubs in this space and in our daily lives. The only difference is it was a white boy with khakis. Well, no difference between him and the shit we hear every day with our women. No different.
Mm-hmm.
And I get it. AM was making a point of letting him rock out like that, right? To just show, hey, you know, he's gonna play that role, and you know, that particular person. I'm even gonna call him a man. That person, Adam, if you would. That's what they think of us.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, trying to talk to us like trying to talk condescending and gaslighting, you know, and then like every day we see out in these streets. Well, not all women. Are you sure? I need the data. How many times we done heard that for years?
Well, he was giving them data. You wasn't believe, and see, this is like I tell people, this is my problem. Not trying to make it political, but this guy identified was a fucking liberal. Good call, Charles. I said this is where I got to give at least white conservatives more credit. At least when you give them information, they'll think about it and like, yeah, you know what? You might actually have a point. He was not conceding a point with you guys at any question. At any point in the conversation.
Did you hear what he said though? When he said this is fun to me.
Yes.
Wait,
That's
wait,
what I
wait, wait,
said.
what? Wait, can you repeat that, Dr? He said
He
what?
said this is fun to him. The fact that he came in a space, right, being somebody that knows nothing, and the fact that everybody was trying to get him to see a point of view, throwing statistics, throwing data, then throwing
Okay.
our reality. He
Okay.
said, "Well, this is just fun to me."
Well, you got
Oh, okay. I get it. It
you got
It
to
seems like
realize.
what we have here was this individual apparently outed himself as a troll, and he could be just an NPD.
It's not about him being a troll. It's a matter of look. We have people in this
No,
society.
you don't hear what I'm saying, man. You don't understand what I'm saying.
Okay.
What I mean is, this motherfucker was just here to just antagonize and do some sick shit like that. This is like one of those. This is a fucking narcissist you're dealing with, most likely. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And the problem was, and here's where y'all messed up. Narcissists are like emotional vampires or energy vampires. They live off people giving them that energy, that attention and shit.
Sound
What
like
should have
anybody we
been
know?
done was shut the shit down and have him removed from the concept, from the
Oh
conversation.
no, AM was smart with that. I saluted him for that because he let him just go off. Because as we know, the more you let somebody talk, the more they tell you about themselves.
Fair
Yeah.
point.
And I called him out on it because you were just. I said you're not here to even learn. I even told him that you're not here to learn. You're here trying to argue with the experts with your little arrogant little motherfucking ass. Oh,
Run interference.
Just like I told him, I said black people can't be racist. We could be prejudiced as hell. We don't have an institution to exert institutional racism. And he was like, well, black people can be racist. And what if I go to a black community and get my ass beat? How many white boys go through the black community every day and nobody bothered them?
A lot.
I said, but guess what? If I go through your fucking neighborhood and you think you could get away with it and you got enough white people, you're going to try to attack me.
Or you're going to have a bunch of Karens just come out of nowhere, just putting their phones out, calling the cops and whatnot.
Show me the numbers. Show me the data.
I said, first of all,
He was there to just run interference.
You want to
That's what
talk
it was.
about data and numbers. First of all, when I said any woman that decides to have a child outside of marriage, she chose to be a single mother. And you have 70 to 80% of children born out of wedlock. Those are the numbers, you idiot. Those are the fucking numbers.
Well, even when the white chick got up there telling them, like, yo, this is the numbers. I do this work. This is a profession. I'm like, goddamn, you got a chick who's a former police operator and she worked with welfare telling you this shit too, like a translator. I'm like, dude, at what point do you not just say, all right, I concede the point?
Oh, he wasn't going to go see the point to her.
But first and foremost, that's the problem of that generation and the problem with his culture. They have a very ethnocentristic bias against people who are actually intelligent.
Could you please repeat that for the motherfuckers in the back, Charles? Please.
They have a very ethnocentristic bias against people who are actually intelligent and can check them. You really think you know more than me? Nigga. Like I had to ask him, well, the military, nigga, have you been in the military? Well, no, then don't speak on it. Because it's not a brainwashing.
Yeah.
The military wants somebody who could think on their feet and not just a mission.
Yeah. And see, and also adding not just the racial component, but the generational thing. He's of the millennial kind. You can't tell these fucking millennials shit. And speaking as one.
It's funny.
Second half millennials. We're all millennials here, dude.
If you got to think about it, those lower millennials that are closer to A's, it's hard to go through their thick ass skulls because those are the little marshmallow kids.
They were the ones who got.
He wouldn't get in a MEPS. They would have locked him out and laughed at him through the window.
Yeah.
I think the problem is like I'm sure a lot of people got irate just hearing him talk and everything because they got frustrated, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was anybody frustrated when they were trying to make this guy see the point?
Yeah.
Were they? See, that was the point. That was the thing.
See,
Like
that's
Chris
why
Rock says about. It's like Chris Rock said about don't argue with a woman. She's in it for what? DNI, distance and irritation.
Yeah,
I'm fucking gonna push this motherfucker until they snap.
You got to realize, you look at his generation, and he's rude.
Mm-hmm.
He's always cutting people off, and I'm like, motherfucker, you know you wouldn't be doing this if we were in person.
You wouldn't even be talking to us in person. You know how that go.
Exactly.
Keyboard warrior.
Well, he was brought up there by the Peter Green, the brother that was his friend. That's what it was, and that's how the whole thing started. It started because Peter Green said, "Look, my white friend saying that the stuff we talk about," and he was talking about the red pill shit as a whole. Is we talk basically misogynistic and the hate group shit, the usual talking points. And that's what happened. That's how this conversation took place. And he was in the chat, and Peter said, "Hey, Angry Man, Peter's in the chat. You drop the link if you want him. He'll come up."
You know, it's funny. Most people who talk about the red pill have been or currently in long-lasting relationships, or they have no problems getting women, or they're married.
Mm-hmm.
Like Art Newstyle, who I'm filling in for today, he's married. He's been married twice and currently married. So what are you talking about? Oh, we're misogynistic. No. So when is it when a woman talks all this shit about men? And then he couldn't believe that all these black women were on child support using the system. And then he tried to bring up, well, in the trailer park, I said, don't bring up no fucking trailer park shit. Because a white boy with a GED is better off than a fucking black man with a doctorate or a master's sometimes.
Ooh. And
I said it. It was some racial bias in his voice. Well, you can't tell me nothing. I got experience, because you always know this new age white boy want to tell you how much struggle they went through, and you're like, okay, whatever. talk that shit to somebody who cares.
I'll tell you the one thing: he would probably not survive in certain parts of the world.
Barely can survive in this one.
There are certain countries he would not survive it in this part. I mean, take me for example. I lived in 3 different, governmental systems in 3 different countries on 3 different continents. All right. I mean, how many of y'all? Well, except for Charles. Charles. You did have a couple of stints in Iraq. How many of y'all understand what it's like to be in a predominantly Arab nation ruled by Sharia law? As a black Christian, as a black African Christian. I'm sorry, what was that?
Me and Charles in the same boat. I've been over there a few times.
You served? You served?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Well, the United States owes you a debt of gratitude and then some. You know what I'm saying?
I appreciate it.
You gotta salute for your service, and you gotta realize is that the problem with this ethnocentristic mindset that most white males have, especially this effeminate white male, and I call them one, is that you argue like a goddamn woman, and you wonder why your woman is not choosing you anymore. Well, you telling me all these black women are going here to talk? Yes, women lie. Get over it, man. They do. I said women are the ultimate survivors. They will do anything for their survival. Anything. You think your woman wouldn't
Here's a question. I'm sorry.
I was like, you think a woman wouldn't fuck over her husband if it meant getting money? It's called. I mean, there's unless you have a really, really good woman, that woman should always be judged. Especially if she has not proven her loyalty. What's up, Truth Over Emotions? You got to understand that a lot of these guys never ever understood the raw emotion, the raw emotional and nature of women. It's shocking, but go ahead, fellas.
What I wanted to say was, at the end of the day, a woman is always going to be looking out first and foremost for number one. What do you think? And just to And just to channel my inner Mr. Z, there's a reason why Beyonce had a song called "Me, Myself, and I." Me, myself, and I. That's the three most important people in a woman's life: her, herself, and she. So you have to understand, women's thought process involves a certain level of solipsism. They are adaptive when they need to be. They have to have. I believe it was Professor Black Truth who said it best, because when he talks about white supremacy, he always says that white supremacy has two aspects of it that allows it to be completely fluid in its acting. It's moral relativism and situational ethics. Morality is only applicable when it's relevant. Ethics are only applied in accordance with that situation. Basically, it's an ends justify the means type of thought process. And
Thank you for the compliment. But
oh, it's Christmas for me today, by the way. January 7th, Orthodox Christmas for all us Orthodox folks.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
That's facts.
Merry Christmas.
On that
I
right
appreciate
there, that's
that.
facts.
Oh, happy Epiphany, by the way. Forgot to mention to y'all. You know, Catholics and Protestants, y'all have Epiphany on the 6th yesterday. So, got to remember the religious holidays. You wouldn't believe, even if you go to extreme, Kenya is 85% Christian African, and they put men in coffins quickly. They recently ghosted an alphabet activist. But worse in Uganda. In Uganda, it's worse because they tried to put out a law. Of course, that got struck down, but people are outing people. But the problem, I think, is that what's going on over there is, one, the alphabet folks are being used as a pawn in a bigger political game. And the anti-LGBT thing is more of a way for politicians to garner votes, or as a distraction. Secondly, this what's going on in Uganda in the past few decades when we talk about like outing people and whatnot, trying to identify somebody as alphabet and whatnot. You can look at it like the 1950s with McCarthyism. It's the fucking witch hunt. It's all meant to be a distraction to something else. And unfortunately, most people being sheep are not paying attention. I mean, y'all understand what I'm talking about, right?
Yep.
You know?
I'm saying, like, what's going on with all this shit with like the global economy and shit's collapsing. And you know, like I just looking, they really, I said this, and like, you know, I'm talking about over here with that Green New Deal shit that I'm sorry, 45 told y'all that's what old buddy in office right now was gonna push. He said that during that debate. He said he's pushing the Green New Deal. Okay, I'm looking at another car company about to release another electric vehicle. I'm like, okay, so we really doing this shit. We really finna try to stop all this nonsense. I'm like, because that's why I keep saying, what the hell is going on? Everybody got to pay attention to the bigger picture and stop looking at this surface level BS that the media and the knuckleheads on social media keep telling you to look at. I be like, that is not relevant.
Who's paying attention? There's a podcaster I listen to, comedian named Alonzo Bowden. He had a comedy album back in 2011, and a podcast he's been running since 2012 called "Who's Paying Attention?" And that's the theme of it. Who's paying attention to what? I've been seeing up in Norway, they've been like trying to make everything greener, but they've been doing that for the past 30 years, but they've been doing it in a way that's way more efficient. Same thing in Sweden. But at least what they're trying to do is practical, pragmatic, but I don't know what the hell y'all doing over there. Well, not y'all per se, but what the hell is going on over there on your end?
Trying to shut everything down.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, dude. And then, like I tell people, it's like, man, if you actually talk to the people in the oil industry, I'm from Tech. I live in Texas. We are sitting on a huge oil deposit that can supply the country and other parts of the country, both us and Alaska. And they keep trying to tell y'all we're running out. I'm like, dude, do you not actually talk to the people that's in the industry, or do you just listen to the talking heads?
So this is artificial scarcity.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
We can't, because you got the EPA got all these damn regulations. I said, I know this because my grandfather used to teach safety stuff for for people that work on the oil rigs. Like, for instance, my grandpa was on that BP oil rig before that shit exploded. He was telling them,
Event Horizon?
Yes, my grandpa.
Oh my God.
He caught the copter and he told them when he was out there, he said, yo, what y'all doing out here? This is about to blow. So I'm gonna get off of this thing before it happens, and sometime later when it happened, he was not surprised. He said, I remember him talking about it. He's much older because he's already an old man. He said, I remember telling them, he said, but they didn't want to listen to me. They didn't want to listen to the safety guy.
Man,
because I forget what he said specifically, what they were doing with that drill. He said that I forgot what he said specifically. He said they were putting like too much pressure or someone. I forget what he said specifically, but he said he was on there doing safety exercise, teaching them safety drills and stuff for that.
Safety protocols and such.
Yeah, specifically because he had his own little business, but he retired because he got too old.
Happy retirement to him. How is your grandfather doing, by the way?
I need to talk to him because he thinks his wife's trying to kill him.
Is this not your grandmother he's talking about, or is this another woman?
No, this woman is not my goddamn grandmother. I cannot stand this heifer.
Okay, Beasley, understand this one question that Dave Chappelle always asks. First of all, what is a black man without his paranoia intact?
Well, it's not even that. It's just like me and my aunt, because that's due to the fact that all of his children, with the exception of 2, have all passed on, including my mom, before his time. And so I got to talk to him, unlike my other damn siblings, because, you got to make sure he's in his right frame of mind, especially after the last funeral that I saw him at, which was his second oldest son, my uncle. And so
that broke his heart, huh?
Oh yeah, he said, man, like the conversation, and this is what I said on Artisan. The conversation about me kind of at some point kind of taking the reins and kind of keeping the fucking family together, but that's kind of hard to do because everybody's a goddamn stubborn ass and fighting over simple shit. But
so you better contact him you better be on the phone with him as much as possible.
Yeah, that's what my aunt said. He said you need to call him. She said you need to give him something to talk to because she said you're talking to her and you know how she is. And I'm like,
every freaking day would be helpful. Put a smile on that man's face. But I will ask this question. The thing about it is in Texas, in Alaska, and some other places, you got you got oil, of course. But the question is, how is it being extracted? And what are the cost effects? What are the costs, cost to benefit ratio regarding that? Those specific processes. Beasley?
Yeah.
I was asking you a question.
Yeah, I don't know the specifics in it because I haven't looked into it as of lately what they've done. Because I try to keep up with it, especially because I live, in Houston. We got a lot of chemical plants, so I try to keep up with a lot of that stuff in case something goes wrong or any of that other stuff. But I haven't looked into it as what they're doing lately.
Speaking of electric cars and whatnot, one place I know is just probably going to suffer even more so at the hands of this Green Deal. It's the Congo. Because, especially in the eastern part, that's that same region that was also where Lumumba, back during the time of Lumumba, was trying to secede. Eastern Congo, formerly known as the Katanga region. If anybody knows their history, you cannot talk about Patrice Lumumba, without also mentioning Moise Chamba. Moise is French for Moses, by the way. Moise Chamba was his rival, was his political rival. He was from Katanga. He was leading the secessionists, but somehow he ended up succeeding Lumumba as head of state, although he would not live to see the 70s. He died sometime in the 60s afterwards. 1969 is when he died, I believe. But that region has always been underdeveloped, full of rebels, because the size of it, the topography being what it is.
Well, that was purposely done.
Excuse me?
That was purposely kept that way because if you develop it and develop a strong nation.
Mm-hmm. You've had even. I'm sorry, Charles. You're kind of distant. You sound distant. Charles?
Go ahead, continue.
Okay. All right, you sound a little distant. Anyway, the reason I'm saying this because, like, you know, like when Beasley talked about, you know, oil extraction and whatnot, I'm just saying, like, yeah, but there's a lot more to it than you think because, one, you need to have a bunch of geologists down there because they can tell you, like, you know, what is the like, you know, what is the layout underneath. You also need to have engineers who know how to do it, and then you have to decide what's the most effective, you know, form of extraction. Is it going to be fracking? Is it going to be straight drilling? Is it going to be some other way? Not to mention, you're going to need also natural biologists and everything because you don't want to affect certain areas when it comes to extraction. I mean, look at Nigeria. Certain areas have been polluted, especially in the Niger Delta area, which is like the main source of their other oil fields and whatnot. It's in the eastern part, that same region that tried to secede in the early 60s. If anybody's ever heard of the Biafra War or the Nigerian Civil War. But like I said about the same thing about Eastern Congo. And we're talking DRC Congo, folks. How much of that region has been the focal point for getting the important minerals needed for every electronic device. The cobalt there is being mined cheaply. People are under, you know, are there for under forced labor. Most of these things are usually controlled by certain entities, and corruption is rife. The same thing could be said like back what happened in Sierra Leone regarding diamonds. Anybody else alive? Anybody else alive here? Beasley? Diari? Y'all there?
I'm listening.
Well, we're here.
I don't know. Yeah,
It's just
yeah, but it can't be just one dude chopping it up, man.
It was like
We let you talk.
No, it was like I said earlier about the Congo. That region is always kept underdeveloped because if they could develop it for themselves, guess what? The Congo literally controls the price of diamonds and coltan.
The Congo becomes the real life Wakanda. Yeah, we was on the same track. It becomes the real life Wakanda.
Yeah, it becomes Wakanda. Because guess what? You can't find that shit outside of anywhere else.
Mm-hmm. I mean, look what's going on in Ethiopia right now.
Everything okay?
Just near the border. Huh? No, Charles, you sound a little distant. I don't know. There's something going on with your mic.
I was asking y'all.
Huh?
You might be talking to somebody.
Oh, okay. Let him handle his. But DR, you served in the military, right?
Yeah.
Which branch? And have you done any tours outside?
Army, and yeah, I was over in the sandbox for a little bit, and then I was over at Kosovo before that.
Oh, okay. Oh, Kosovo. That's cool. I met some Kosovo Albanians out up here. There's a lot of them up here.
Yeah, they're good people. That whole situation, all that went down. I was ignorant to it, until I had boots on ground, and then, just seeing the history and the story behind all that,
Mhm.
between the Serbians and the Albanians, it was pretty messed up.
Serbs are a lot of people don't know. Demographically speaking, in that entire Baltic region, Serbs are like the largest ethnicity of all the Slavic nations there.
Yep.
And they're like the only, almost you could say, only nation in there, except for the Macedonians and Montenegrins, who are predominantly Orthodox Christians. Everybody else, like the Croats, Slovenes, are Catholics. In fact, most Slavs, including the Czechs, Slovaks, and Polish, are all Catholics.
Mm-hmm.
It's intriguing. It's an intriguing place, But all these places are intriguing. I mean, if you've ever been to Albania proper, I've been told like it's an interesting place to visit, to check out, but still you gotta keep your head on the swivel. You gotta do your research. You gotta do your recon before you come to certain places.
No doubt.
But I myself, from the motherland, I did my service. I will say this, like, when you go to certain places, you understand, and if you do study the culture, you also study the topography of that region, you understand why people are the way they are. It's like BGS mentions, like, the environment determines the culture. And to like bring it back to a certain the Witcher series, this whole I haven't seen the show, Witcher's Blood Origin and whatnot, but I'm thinking it was a good idea on paper, but the execution was just so wrong. You tried to do the what?
To be honest, anything in this day and age, the execution is going to be wrong because the mindset hasn't caught up with these people that this shit does not work. It does not sell, and they don't want to accept it because they just want to keep force feeding it to you with the hopes that no, you're wrong. It will say. I'm like, no, it's not. I didn't even waste my time with that shit.
There have been those who've been actually do it, and at first people didn't get it, but you're like, hold on, just give it a minute, they'll come around. But they knew what the fuck they were doing. There wasn't no agenda. They just wanted to try, tweak it a bit. But they try to stay true to the source as much as possible. These guys, this is just an original story. They claim that, Andrei Sapkowski, the creator of the whole Witcher universe, the author from whose books it's all based on, was consulted, but he's like, I wasn't consulted about anything. You think I care what they think? Even Sapkowski had said it himself that he thought he was kind of adamant his objection to the games until he saw the success of them, which is natural because you want to protect your IP.
Yeah.
You're going to be hesitant about certain things. There's some people who don't want to. I remember it was his name, Sir Mix-a-Lot. He owns the masters to his entire catalog, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he knows how to manage it. Most people, when they get their masters, they try to hold on to it. They don't know when to like lease it out to other people for like certain projects or for certain ads or certain what. Oh, by the way, thank you, D. Scott, for the $5 donation. Much appreciated, brother. You can power a small house with solar, but not first world industry. Fossil
This is
fuels,
what
nuclear.
happens when you've been. This is what happens when you've been in public safety as long as I've been. Everything. I won't say it becomes routine, but you know how to handle shit before it breaks out of hand.
Oh. You learn to assess the. You cannot shut that off, can you?
You
You're always
gotta,
gonna be keeping an eye on everything, huh?
you gotta. Even when we're leaving, the
Uh-huh.
Padawan was like, "I hear something," so we drove around. It was this big argument, and I'm like, "Whatever happened to arguing quietly?"
No, that ain't gonna happen.
And but hey, the one thing you learn in law enforcement, the more you do what I say, the more I'm winning.
Mm.
And it's funny because people be like, "You a bitch," but you leaving now. Who's the bitch? But you still a bitch. I'll be that.
Hey,
I'll
Charles,
be
I
the
gotta,
bitch today.
I said, you know what you're not? Huh?
I gotta bounce, man. I'll get at you on the next
No.
one. Soon to everybody else on the panel, I got some stuff I
All
gotta
right.
take care
All
of.
right,
All
man.
right, man.
Y'all have a good one.
Stay safe, fam.
Stay safe.
No doubt. Salute.
Salute. Thorium-based nuclear power is a good option. Here's my question. Oh, thank you, Big Kev 9539 for the $2 ad for $2 donation. But my question is, what about safety precautions and safety measures, and also protocols in case you have a meltdown or some shit like that? Has anybody learned from Chernobyl?
Well, here's the problem. It's because of It's because of Chernobyl that they won't even explore it. How can we learn from it if nobody even wants to take the time to actually go through what nuclear energy was supposed to be created for? It was supposed to be a new renewable energy source. But because they weaponize the shit like we always do, we don't ever get a chance to explore those options.
And you see what's going on in certain places in the world where they're doing it, but the question is, everybody's always fearful of its application. Is it just for peaceful just for peaceful purposes, or do you have an ulterior motive?
Because I actually started, I was actually trying to look into more to it myself by trying to figure out what books to read. Okay, because people kept saying it, I was like, well, let me look at it, because I myself kind of had the same viewpoint. Well, nah, man, they didn't explosions, and like I said, me in Texas dealing with damn chemical plants, and
oh my god,
that's always, every time it's always one going kaboom. And that's when and everybody that I know that work, they said OSHA finna be in everybody's ass now for like the next year because this plant then blew up. So I had to start I've been looking at, got books on my reading list that I want to check out so I can actually get a better understanding of it.
There's always going to be those questions, you know what I'm saying? Basically, because regarding energy, safety measures, and everything. Because what is it like? Sometimes they give you the false impression everything's under control, and sometimes they neglect safety precautions, like you mentioned what happened on the Event Horizon platform BP.
Yeah,
they did a movie about that with Mark Wahlberg. I remember asking the same questions regarding I remember there was like a show on National Geographic where they tried to piece together what was the cause of plane crashes and such. And that just lets you realize, okay, you see people cutting corners just to reduce costs on everything. It's all progress at the expense of public safety. People gotta come from. You gotta have a way that where you can have. I don't know. People just go. I don't know. Groups like that always have to give you an impression everything is a zero sum game. There's no such thing as mutual benefit. I mean, can you find a way where it's mutually beneficial to everybody? And usually, when you have all those chemical plants you said you have in Texas, they're usually near small towns, right? Or major cities.
What was that again?
These chemical plants, are they usually in Texas? Are they usually near small towns or in major cities?
Well, here in Houston, due to the fact that this a big city and it's in
Uh-huh.
counties, they're usually more towards the rural areas where there's not a lot of people. But as people expand and build stuff, that kind of changes.
And there's a reason I say that. I asked this question because you always have like one of those small towns that's like always a single economy based, where the town's economy is surrounded around. Hang on. As I was saying, the economy is centered around one major industry, and everybody builds their economy around it. I mean, Brock Lesnar talked about like when he was young, before he went to college, he wanted to be like everybody else in his hometown, a Webster. He wanted to work on a dairy farm or work at the local plant. It wasn't until a recruiter from Minnesota and a couple other schools tried to convince him that, he had an opportunity to be something bigger. And NCAA heavyweight division amateur wrestling opened the door for him. I mean, what else is there? I mean, I live in there's a city I know. They have like a couple of chemical plants. Not near the city center, but just far enough. They also have a neighborhood built nearby, but there's a lot of safety precautions there, and that whole area has become like an industrial park. I always ask questions about the safety there because I had an ex whose father works it there. Interesting stuff, though. Oh, Beasley, I have one question.
Yeah.
Your avatar. What book is the Beast reading here? Is it astrophysics? Chemical engineering?
I always thought Beast was more of a geneticist. Since he was always tampering around with his biology, and that's why he ended up with the blue fur. But I've heard they retcon that and try to say it's because he's an Inhuman too. So that's how he got the blue fur.
I remember, what was it? The original X-Men's anime series. Watching a couple episodes of that. I remember it was like one scene where they're trying to infiltrate a place, and everybody was talking about their first when their powers first came out. Like Rogue talked about what happened when she kissed a guy and he went in his coma for 3 weeks. And the Beast just looked at her and said, "Consider yourself fortunate. I had to deal with dandruff."
Yeah, that was like episode 1. Now to think about it, that was episode 1 when they had to. That's where Morph got killed supposedly, and Beast got captured, and they was putting him on trial.
I remember he was like hanging upside down from the ceiling. Okay, I was thinking, when I saw that scene, I don't know, for some reason, because I grew up listening to 80s music like everybody else. I was born in the early 80s. And I was thinking maybe he was a fan of Lionel Richie because hanging on the ceiling like that, I was thinking maybe one of his favorite songs growing up was Dancing on the Ceiling. But hang on a second.
I have a question about this, right, fellas?
Okay.
Go ahead, Charles.
Well, not even a question, just a comment.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny because of what Padawan was talking about. Now you're experiencing what I've done for almost 2 decades. And it's funny how much we talked about for years now, almost a decade in itself, about the importance of men in the Black community. And you understand how much it holds weight when you're not there. You see, I tell everybody, You're not valuable when you're there. You're valuable when you're not there. That's when it all counts. You get what I'm saying? So when you're not there, that's when people should pay you, because they know if you're not here and I get somebody else to do it, it's not going to be done properly. Am I making sense?
Mm-hmm. Completely.
And see, this is the fact of the matter when black women as a whole had a chance to come at the table and say, hey, we need you black men. We're looking at you. What's the chick who broke down on the show?
Taraji P. Henson.
Taraji P. Henson?
Yeah. So if you really wanted us and you think we're valuable, what do you do to something that you hold sacred and valuable? What do you do to it?
You cherish it, you protect it.
Exactly. Are black men cherished and protected?
No.
Are they valued for that matter, except outside of their usefulness?
Over $1 billion now.
I say, wasn't she engaged to be married? I was like, what happened to that dude?
I mean, it's funny because they scared. You know what? I'll say this: black women have this innate ability to do something called nigga way. You know, what do you mean nigga way? Nigga be gone. That's what it's called. Nigga be gone. And you know, black men have the same thing called bitch be gone. But anyway. It's funny how these uber pretty women are like fucking single, and it's mind blowing to my logical ass. Well, she can get any man she wants. Obviously not. Tell me one big girl that got a successful man. I'll wait.
Don't know.
Well. I mean, can anybody think of one?
I really think about this. It's like, I really think about this. You know, Precious had to get the bottom of the barrel bread, and she's showing them off like, you couldn't get me anyway, black man. Trust me, we peacefully.
Nobody wanted you.
Bread.
We don't care.
Nobody wanted you. We never
All
cared.
I would have said was like, good for you. Now live on with the rest of your life.
The only thing we were checking out for was to see if those lights in the back of you were blowing up because you were backing up. Nobody gave a fuck.
You know what the fucked up part is, Charles?
Every time you hear it back up, it goes beep, beep.
Charles, you know what's so
You ever
fucked up
seen
about
the
that
chick
situation?
So big, when she backs up, it goes beep, beep, beep. If she was any bigger, she would need a rear view camera. I mean, nobody checking for her. Look at Taraji. And the one thing my sister, you know, God bless my sister who turned 50 last month, she said the most profound shit that I think she ever said in her life. A woman's her most honest is when she's too old to lie anymore or when she's broken.
Ooh.
True.
And it's funny because Taraji, she became both at the same time. Too old to lie anymore, and she's broken. You cannot tell me when you were at the peak of your beauty, you couldn't get a man. But no, that fucking feminist chip is the equal opposite to the Winter Soldier chip in a lot of black dudes. Excuse me.
You okay?
Yeah, something in the throat.
You got a caught a frog, or is it a toad?
Pause. But
Must be the bullfrog.
Shit, cough the right way, it might be the whole damn swamp.
Here's what I realized.
And it's funny because I see so much wasted potential in these ultra beautiful women. And the fucked up thing about it is, how long are you gonna blame men for your fucking failures? You know, any bitch can find a man. That's what she can't do. She can't keep the motherfucker.
A skill that is conveniently lacking in this day and age.
Oh yeah. Why should I cook for you? Okay. See, women don't understand. Every man has a checklist. I don't care who he is. That man got a motherfucking checklist. And he gonna be checking out and be like, yo, this bitch is not worth it. What happens when that man's all checked out?
He's gonna go find somebody better.
See,
You gotta leave
men
because
Get his
look at the
passport and go.
remember this one factoid. When it's women look at the price of something, it takes men to see the value.
Mm.
And a lot of them have left themselves valueless. And that's the one thing we try to tell that fucking idiot, Adam. Don't come over here with your ethnocentristic stupidity. This is the reason why you heard me on many panels, mine and others. We don't have any fucking allies. This liberal white boy will smile in your face and be like, "It's okay. I understand your struggle, even though
no,
I
you
benefit
don't.
of it." Oh, I benefit from your struggle.
Yes, you do.
That's why he tried to come up with that. Well, what about the what about the trailer park? The fuck out of here with that trailer park. Nobody gives a fuck about no goddamn trailer park, nigga.
It was terrible.
Was it
on that
Mrs. Z?
one, by the way.
I remember Mrs. Z mentioned this in one of his live streams. He said like when we were as young boys, we learned that if you try to use the what about us this, what about that, you would get checked hard. Because it doesn't matter what they did, it's about you and what you did. But what about what he did? It doesn't matter. What about what you did?
Like her shit was beat
I
up.
remember doing that with my dad when I was young. Every time I got into a fight with somebody, I said, "Buddy, I don't care. What did you do?"
Mhm.
Who the fuck is crying?
No, he's laughing. Because we saw this one chick, she looked like she had an ass, but then she turned around, it was an optical illusion.
I think the Padawan should be listening to some of the greatest. What was it?
Charles Fort, the greatest hits.
No, not Charles Faulkner, the greatest hits. Def Comedy Jam, greatest hits. Because if you remember Pierre,
Oh,
he
yeah.
said he had that joke about like ladies, y'all can't wear biker pants because remember when biker shorts were on the rise in the early '90s. He said like ladies, if your stomach is big in your ass, you should not be wearing biker pants. Like remember you try to approach a chick, it's like, yo girl, you got a fat ass stomach. Shit, I thought that was your ass.
That's why in Baltimore we have a saying called butts and guts.
Y'all motherfuckers ain't shit.
No, we never claimed to be.
Good. Thank God bless y'all for it.
We call them butts and guts. That's what we used to call club choices. Called butts and guts because you've seen all the biggest big girls go there.
Yeah, tire. Well, they got spare tires. They say.
Spare
The
tire.
white
They
girls
got,
say.
they got a whole spare car.
Ooh.
Like you ever seen a bitch? You ever seen two big bitches go into a club and you already have wall-to-wall action? Like, god damn. Chick want to dance on you. You sitting down and she just flopping her ass, and her ass so big that she got some ass meat on the other two motherfuckers sitting next to me. Like, what the fuck? Feel like those old 90 commercials. Fall into the gap.
Oh my God. Don't get me started on that shit.
I wonder why. I always wonder why there's some guys in our community who like big girls. And it took me a while to be like, no matter what crease you put it in, it's always wet.
Mm-hmm.
How
Hey,
big
you
are we
gonna stop
talking about
talking.
here?
You gonna stop talking about? What's up, Artisan? You gonna stop talking about
Respucia.
our big, beautiful girls?
Respucia big.
Okay.
I mean,
Because if we were talking about like somebody who was like kind of thick,
see,
it's
thick is
that's
like,
cool.
okay, let me show you. Thick is somebody who's very hippie. You know, they built like an hourglass.
Mhm.
Okay? Then we have the skinny fat. This is the Baltimore Hood Encyclopedia, so I'm getting it from the source.
Mm-hmm.
So I have my reality check and my data, and just for you, Adam, I got my statistics checked. So skinny fat.
Let's just disregard this fool because he's irrelevant. First of all, because no, I'm not sorry to say this. I mean, motherfuckers like that come dime a dozen.
You
And
know,
yes,
when he
they
said
they
you got
talk like
somebody
they're very
pregnant,
passive
I'm like, yo,
aggressive.
your blow dog don't count, nigga.
Hmm.
And Adam, just to let you know, once again, if your blow up doll has a runny nose, it's not sick, it's full. Stop it.
Last week it was Hammer. Now it's Adam. This week. What's next week?
Then you got to realize the epidemic of skinny fat. Okay, skinny fat is that petite girl that turns around and you're like, God damn, where did all that ass come from? We've seen it, and it's natural. Like you know, she's like 115 pounds and 100 pounds in her ass. That's skinny fat. Then you have, you know, you have what they call curvy, meaning she's not big, but she got more curves than a beltway.
Mm-hmm.
Typically, right after she has kids.
And she probably doesn't have kids.
Now, there's some chicks out there I know who's never had kids who's still curvy.
You can tell because her fucking navel doesn't look like a brain and shit.
Oh.
Shut up, you know I'm ignorant. You know I'm ignorant. And then two, you don't want the girls who think they got a nice ass, but they got the arms and the triceps way back at you when they waving goodbye. No.
They got the wings. You got the cankles.
They look like they drunk a whole bunch of Red Bulls.
Oof.
Gives me wings.
That's messed up.
It's like, you ever see the chick who got so much loose skin and fat around her ass that you know you could do like your favorite tailor or the dry cleaners when they hem your pants and you go like this and you gotta put a pin there.
You wonder if she had liposuction or some shit like that, or maybe she had that, like, what do they call that, gastric bypass?
Yeah. You know, gastric
that comes without drawbacks because you got to have all that
bitches.
excess skin removed afterwards.
Gastric bypass saved a lot of bitches, man. Because a lot of them bitches, man, they had to put like thumbtacks in place and shit for that fat to stay.
Mm-hmm.
Like, God damn, like, come on.
I mean,
yeah, it's fucked up because you be looking at a girl and she got that waist trainer and the waist trainer be making her look like a transformer. Not a tranny, but a transformer, because you know there's more than meets the eye, because she takes
don't you mean a
waist trainer
Decepticon?
off. Yeah, she takes that waist trainer off and man, she got about 45 inches of gut.
That's
like
depressing.
an out of shape pro wrestler.
Looking like Adrian Adonis, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
That was, who was worse, Adrian Adonis to look at or Bastion Booger?
Bastion Booger. You know, nowadays you get bitches with chest hair and shit. Like, God damn, y'all don't give a fuck how y'all look.
Nope.
I remember I hooked up with one. I remember I got involved with one chick, right? Bitch had the hair on her nipple.
I'm telling you, put a titty in your mouth, you came out with a hairball.
Oh no, I didn't mess with that one. I messed with the other one. I was like, what the? Huh?
And they make Hank McCoy look like he got a fade. Hey, you're right, Delta guy. Waist trainers are false advertising. Look, some niggas like the pouch, pat the pouch. Them motherfuckers be packing up that pouch and be stuffing it in like it's like like it's a casserole or something. You gotta put that motherfucker.
What else is a bigger false advertisement? Wonder Bras.
Yeah, you know, when you have Wonder Bras on bitches, you know, when they came out with that shit in the 90s, Wonder Bras made bitches look like they were models. As soon as they take them off, you wonder where the titties go.
It was a disappearing act.
Damn. They were like nice, round, voluptuous titties. Now, when they take off that Wonder Bra, them bitches be triangular and shit. How the fuck
Oh,
you
that's
want to
why.
have some triangular titties? Looking
Oh,
like
that's why we
orangutan
going,
titties and shit.
Charles. That's why we going swimming on the first date.
He said we going swimming.
We going to the beach. I'm not finna be fooled by none of that shit she finna pull.
Oh, no. You can't do that because, you know, motherfuckers got them, especially some of the motherfuckers with them long nipples and shit, like a finger pointing at you. Like a drunk lady's finger.
Beasley, make sure that Beasley, you know she's gonna start regretting it. Like, I'll be staying right here in the sand. I don't want to get in the water. I don't want to mess up my hair, you know.
I don't give a damn. Get your ass in this water.
Yeah. Well, you gotta check. Especially, she like, I just got my hair did. Why would you get your hair done before we go to the pool? I want it to look good. Bitch, if you don't get your ass in this water. Like, man, I'm tired of all that shit. People don't
What's
know
even worse is like they say like it's that time of the month, and you're like, yeah, we better reschedule.
I mean, shit, you're gonna part the Red Sea anyway, so hey, go ahead.
Wear protection. That's all I'm gonna say about that.
Oh, this is.
But then again, what was it? D.L. Hughley said it best. He said, "You're going to take her out to the beach, something like that." Yo, by the way, I'm on my period. We can just swim in the water, bitch. It's Shark Week. Have you been watching that? The Discovery Channel? It's Shark Week.
I mean, if you get a chick like Glorilla, she wouldn't mind. Shit. She'd be like, what's my top of the month? Oh, yeah, by the way,
Hell no.
to be brown.
Oh, God, no.
Hey, how nasty I wear dark color underwear because of the boo-boo stains. I said, all that money, you can't afford wet wipes? What the fuck? Bitch, do what the old school women used to do. Get a Ziploc bag with a washcloth and a bar of soap. I mean, you go through that shit like you try to fucking buff some shoes, you go through your ass crack. But that lets you know women are not teaching their daughters how to clean their ass.
What do you think? Red Fox put out that album back in the 70s. You got to wash your ass.
Like, you got these bitches out here smelling like Preparation H and shit. What's wrong with you? You know, smell like a whole pack of menthols in the pussy and shit. Like, what the fuck?
I make it a point that foreplay begins in the showers.
You know? Yeah, you go ahead and you finger pop a chick nowadays, boy. Your finger gonna be black as shit. Like, what the fuck? Like, you feel like part of your fingernail dissolving and shit. I see cops, and I see some yellow tape. Uh-oh. Looks like something bad happened.
Uh-oh.
Somebody please play Inner Circle's Bad Boys.
Bad Boys, what you want, what you want, what you gonna do?
You know what? I've actually played that one time coming out the car.
I bet when you did that, whoever the other people and everybody else were like, "Oh shit, we're gonna be on TV," because they thought there was gonna be cameras and everything. They thought there was a cameraman and riding shotgun and shit.
They thought they were gonna get their ass, but that's what they thought.
Oh, that's
shit.
it.
Like, there's an ass whooping that your parents gave you that you remember. But there's also an ass whooping cops have given you your boy. And you be like, yo, stop talking shit to that cop. He's being friendly. Oh, man, fuck you. Fuck 6. Fuck 12. Man, I won't fuck with y'all. I'm going to fuck you up. Can I get some units here? Never mind with the units. Can I get a medic? Like, how the fuck you want to fight? Shit. I think the funniest time, actually, was when I was playing Baltimore Club music out my Hey, 92K was rocking that day. But I'll say this. The weirdest time, the funniest time was actually when I played Stone Cold Steve Austin's music coming out the patrol car.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I was pissed off that day too, shit. That was my second time coming back to that house. The fucked up thing is when you let the music still play while you leave the car.
Hear the glass break.
Yeah, they were like, yeah, whatever this officer say, we just do. Like, I ain't trying to get stunned, shit. You know, I'm trying to get rid of this turkey neck. I ain't trying to get it rang out. Whoa. You know, growing up and loving black women, I tell you one thing. Why is it that they choose to, like, fuck up their bodies? Like, you know, if you just worked out a little bit, you bitches look immortal. But no, you gotta have them Haagen-Dazs. You gotta have them, that fucking dozen of fucking donuts to yourself. No.
You're talking about standard of beauty.
It's a damn shame when this one chick was 43 years old, and she has an adult daughter, and the daughter looked like she looked like she could be her mom's mom. I was like, yo, I'm thinking to myself, me and the Padawan was like, yo, did her daughter date Agent Dog years or some shit?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm 21. Where? It's like, you look at that bitch, it looked like all she did in her life was just sit around and drink 40s. I don't even know if they still make 40 ounces.
No, it's in a can. It's not in the bottle anymore. It's not in the bottle
make
anymore.
40 ounce cup. You know, that's how you know you old, when they used to have soda in a glass. When soda had dignity.
It was just like, well, yeah, I remember when Coca-Cola used to be in a bottle.
Yeah. Well, it used to be in a bottle and had dignity. That's how you know you're getting older, when you remember when they had a smoking section in the fucking McDonald's. Man, I should have stole one of them ashtrays for collector's keepers. Because you know, in every black house, they got one of them movie fucking McDonald's cups in every black house, man.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one of the fine china. Like, yo, hand me that RoboCop 2 cup. That's my cup.
Oh man, we had a bunch of them, man. We used to collect. My mom would collect them, especially the. I remember the last thing we got was them freaking Lord of the Ring glasses when the first Lord of the Rings was coming out that Burger King had. We had a bunch of them. I was like, why are we collecting these?
What you said?
I was saying I used to have like a bunch of them you remember them glasses from the Lord of the Rings movie that Burger King had like when the very first one came out?
Yeah.
We used to have a bunch of them.
Man, I'm gonna tell you what was so funny. As an 80s kid, I remember we had a whole collector's edition of the Smurf cups, the actual glasses. The whole cartridge. Matter of fact, I might go to the comic book shop when I get paid next week and buy like the Masters of the Universe cups. Don't you drink out of them goddamn cups. That's when the president comes. And we got these collected edition Masters of the Universe. Which one do you want? Prince Adam, Tila? I'm the only one who can drink from He-Man. You know, I'm the one with the power. Yeah. Like, man, I remember growing up as a boy in the 80s, man. That was some fun shit. People talk about the technology now, but the fun you used to have back in the 80s, man. Like, one, the toys were a lot better. So what, you could choke off the motherfuckers. So what?
They were long lasting.
They were long lasting. You could literally suplex your fucking character from off the steps. If a leg popped off, it was easy to put the leg right back in.
That's why you probably still find a lot of them 80s toys floating around here somewhere. Remember the Rock'em Sock'em Robot? They came out, them vintage ones that they have, and they still work.
And they still work. Like, I got me some Rock'em Sock'em Robots that want to play. What's another collector's item?
Transformers.
This is how you know growing up black. Remember when you made championship wrestling belts out of cardboard and foil? Like, don't do that in the hood because you might actually have to defend that belt. Shit. Like, why are you doing push-ups? I gotta defend this belt later after school, man. Got a lot of stress on my mind. Man, I wish they. Well, I know they're coming out with the Silverhawks, just like they did from Super 7. I got Mung-Ra, Panther, and Lino.
Oh, yeah. I've been following. They got the Power Rangers ones, the Ninja Turtle ones. That sold out instantly. The one with the Ninja Turtles.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to tell you one thing that I got in my collection that I'm not ashamed of. When Matty Collector, that tells you how much of a collector I am. When Matty Collector came out with the Barbie She-Ra, I bought it. And I still have it in the box. Fuck y'all.
That's a true fan.
She-Ra. If you telling me you grew up as a boy in the 80s and you didn't watch She-Ra Princess of Power, you a fucking liar. Like, shit, I might start collecting Care Bears and still be a real nigga. You're like, damn. You know how niggas in the hood, niggas be on the corner and be like, yo, you seen that episode of Care Bears? Yeah, nigga, that was some hard shit, my nigga, that was some hard shit.
Oh, don't drop Care Bears now.
Oh, my God. If they drop Care Bears now, see, this is the reason why I hate it. Like, man, I'm tired of all these groups trying to take over shit. Oh, they're the LGBT bears. Like, I mean, it's fucked up. If you wear blue, the Bloods will come after you. If you wear red, the Crips will come after you. If you wear rainbow, the gays might come on you or come on the team. I know what I said. Oh yeah, the Care Bear stare, man. That must have been the most powerful shit in the universe.
More powerful than the Penance stare.
You know? Like, that's more powerful than the Penance stare from the Ghost Rider. Like, shit, you can literally wipe out evil with the Care Bear stare. What the fuck? Even though the Care Bears ripped off Iron Man with the fucking Unibeam. Like, I wish the 80s cartoons can all combine just so we could have Armageddon through the villains of the. Like, I think that Mung-Ra would actually kill a couple of characters just because he's that badass. And who remembers the old school Thundercats when he got the sword of Plundar? And you like, I need that toy.
Yeah, man, Super 7 came out, all that stuff. I didn't even get it. I was like, man, it sold out so quick. I was, damn.
You know what I should have got? I should have got the Thunder Tank, even though it was $400, but I should have got it. It was big as shit. You got to put that on a mount. Like, god damn, how big is this motherfucker? That's what she said, but
I still need to get the Hasbro Megazords for the Power Rangers, the Mighty Morphin team that they keep doing the Ascension project. I was like, they just dropped the Dragon Zord. I was like, I need to get these Zords, man, because I ain't never had them.
Yeah, I never had the Power Ranger Zords. Even though you just want to get the little dragon dagger, go da 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 da.
And that's the crazy thing. They come with like little small miniature figures, and so that the one with the dragon one, you have the green Tommy where you can just set him on top of the dragon. So I'm like, oh yeah, this would be epic.
You know, the only reason grown men work is support their habits and their hobbies. It'd be like, I told a chick, I said, yo, I'm not gonna lie to you. If I get married, my wife knows my comic book art is going around that house. Yeah, we're gonna put this He-Man right between the kids' pictures right there. You know, it's everything I love. What about my picture? And I now look back at her. This is everything I love.
Right here.
This, you know, how we got He-Man next to Martin Luther King, Barack Obama, and Jesus. And you know, my Jesus got a fro. You know, that shit don't lay down flat. Like they be making pictures of Jesus like he got a flat iron or some shit or a hot cone, like hot cone Jesus. You know, he look good. Like nah. You know, at least give Jesus some braids or something, you know.
Some dreads or something.
Some dreads, you know. Damn, we up Harford Road and I see a bunch of ass walking around. Like it must be up. Oh, she got an ass, but she's borderline butts and guts. What the fuck is up here? That's like so much of a happening. God damn. What's another cartoons 80s show that motherfuckers watch?
Transformers, He-Man, Hero. Was G-Force 80?
G-Force, yeah, that's 80. So, like, at least the cartoon. I mean, you also had what's that shit called? Galaxy Rangers.
Oh yeah.
No Guts. Oh, this is what it is. Goddamn, it's the bar and grill. Goddamn, you know. I'm only driving slow so I can look at the ass. Shit, look at you. Look at it. Thigh's so fat she walk around herself. Goddamn, bitch. Damn, that's the post up, huh? No guts, no glory. No age, no shame. But what about Jace and the Wheel Warriors? Oh yeah. But you forget the #1 soap opera that 80s kids everywhere, Robotech. You know, like shit. I need to rewatch that in my adult brain and be like, what the fuck was going on? Like, man, shit, what was another one? Of course, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was a saga.
That's the classic.
What was another one that was real? Remember when they came out with Dick Tracy? No, that was a 90s cartoon with a 50s feel.
Yeah.
Was the fucking Planeteers, was that 80s or 90s?
No, that was 90s because that was when they implemented that. They passed that law. Congress passed that law to where they had to have the education stuff in the kids' programming because the older cartoons were too violent. That's why SWAT Cats ended up getting taken off after like 2 seasons.
And then they killed off, like, thank you, Congress, for killing off Saturday morning cartoons. So anytime I'm off on a Saturday, fuck you. Why do we still vote these motherfuckers? Like, you got these turkey neck motherfuckers. Well, they're too violent. But you like guns. Well, that's not too violent. Shut the fuck up. I like guns too, but you don't tell me what to do with my cartoons or my guns. Fuck up. Like, let me see. What was also? You had you remember the cartoon strip, the comic strip, Tiger Sharks, Karate Cat, Street Frogs, and what the fuck else was on there?
Oh, Street Sharks.
Street Sharks was interesting. For the one episode I watched. Fuck, what was also on there? Remember the Disney afternoon shit?
I remember they killed the afternoon cartoons and they killed Saturday cartoons. So
now they got kids drinking coffee and shit. Why do y'all kill the cartoons for kids, but yet it's okay for a fucking 6'3", 280-pound man in a dress with chest hair to sing songs to little kids? Get the fuck out of here.
Oh man,
I want to sing to the kids. I want to hit you with my double-barreled shotgun.
Charles, had you ever seen that drag queen on Nickelodeon singing about the colors of the pride flag? You can probably find the video on YouTube. It is like the most disturbing shit in the world.
Oh Oh yeah, I never seen it, but I heard about it. I mean, I'm gonna tell you what's really disturbing, man. When you have fucking a cartoon that I think either Disney or Nickelodeon came out about She Wow or she whatever, where a motherfucker would be a boy and he would transform into a girl to get superpowers. You know they quickly took that shit off the air.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, man. I'm like, y'all motherfuckers fucking up. Y'all fucking it up. How you all? They actually talked about the color. I'm still baffled by that shit you just said. Talked about the colors of the fucking
pride flag and what it meant.
How can you be prideful? You're so brave. So wait a minute. Being a service member in a war zone and you rescuing people, that's not brave. But coming out the closet is. The fuck? You're so brave. You know, both my testicles that are still attached to me in this dress salute you. Yeah, we had DuckTales. Oh, yeah. That's what cartoons had the coolest fucking theme songs.
Look, I was just watching it. Oh, Darkwing Duck was awesome.
As soon as I got Disney Plus, I watched every episode of Gargoyles. It took me.
I didn't even know they had like little conventions with Keith Davis was like the main guest at them. I was like, when I saw that, I was like, when did they start having these?
Like, where do you live, Beasley?
Houston.
Huh?
In Houston.
In Houston? Oh yeah, take a trip to BlairCon. You know, that's when they're like one of those black anime festivals, and I'll be like, God damn, it's a damn shame to see chicks built like, you know, Instagram models wearing like Sailor Moon, and you like, and it's summertime, so you know they're gonna wear that little skimpy shit.
Yeah, because we have like Comicpalooza that's got real big here, but see, I want to try to take that trip to BlairCon when I get a chance.
Remember Danger Mouse? He's a powerhouse for all that. Remember Danger Mouse?
Danger Mouse? When you mean Danger Mouse, you mean the current one or the old 80s one?
What you think?
The old 80s was better. Even though it was British and everything. But folks, understand. It was inclusive in a sense, but it was the EU. And they were inclusive in a way that was tasteful. Like you had a crow that was Italian. You had you know, at one point they had one episode. No, the crow. No, Barone. It was just Italian. Italian crow. They start the new one. They have him in English.
So that crow's first name was not Jim.
No.
Yeah, but see, man, remember the stuff was always inclusive. It was always kind of had a little bit of progressive slant towards it. So it's just like,
but it was in a way that was realistic, in a way that was like tasteful.
Yeah.
Not in your face.
Mm-hmm.
I mean.
Oh yeah.
Oh, by the way, since you mentioned Darkwing Duck, I can't help but say, let's get dangerous.
I'm gonna tell you what was one of the funniest things ever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Remember the He-Man She-Ra movie, Secrets of the Sword, right? And I kind of got it as a kid, but I definitely got it as an adult when I watched it. Mm-hmm. Remember the scene when Adam goes to Eternia and he goes to look for whoever's he's supposed to get the sword to, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he meets up with Bo, and he's like, "Hey, you can come over to." He said, "Jack can help you. You can come over to my place to stay." And he looks around and he's like, "Yeah, thanks, but no thanks." And I was like, "I got that. I got that shit." Like Adam was like, awkward.
You would be a little apprehensive about certain things, like
when he said that, he was like, "Yeah, like is Bo coming over to me?" Like, no.
I remember, was it like
Netflix, man, If you see a straight black couple, man, you lucky. My man Truth Over Emotion said, I need to go to BlurCon bad, Charles. Oh, yeah, you need to, man. I mean, shit, it's like, you probably won't even see me sober from, even on starts Friday and then Sunday. I go usually Tuesday, Thursday. Man, I tell you one thing, and I tell you one thing only. I'm not sober till Sunday when I'm about to drive. I actually do math to get the liquor right.
Fair enough. Hey, Beasley.
I'll have about 40 cigars.
Yeah.
60 cigars with me. I'm going to do for everybody who's in the manosphere, I'm going to do a meet and drink. Don't you mean meet and greet? I know what I said.
Yeah. Hey, Beasley, my question to you is, first of all, you were born what year again?
91.
Oh, okay. You go for it, baby. What month?
Oh, man.
September.
When?
September. Remember, it was Virgo. We discussed this already, man.
What month? Oh, what day exactly?
17th.
September. Okay, I'm September 1st. I got a little brother, my youngest sibling. September 30th, 91. So I'm like, okay, Virgo women are very beautiful, but there's something about them that's just.
They can't make a decision to save their life. God damn.
But they always have an opinion.
Always have it. Always.
I mean, they got some A1 pussy. I'll tell you that one, man. Don't make me get started on who got the best pussy in the Zodiac. I can do a call for that one, man. Virgo is up there. Scorpio is up there. Sagittarius and Capricorn.
What about Libra?
Just like to be fucked. You can't make love to a Capricorn or Sagittarius. You gotta fuck them. Like, I mean, you gotta put your foot on the back of their neck type of fucking. Like, I mean,
you gotta give them the dick, basically, like Bernie Mac used to say.
I mean, you gotta drop dick like Fat Boy on top of Hiroshima. I mean, it's damn near like a UFC fight. Like, you gotta throw them against the wall, and they come back with the Macho Man Randy Savage elbow from the top rope. Like, what the fuck?
Ooh, yeah.
Oh, that's funny. Ah, man.
I remember. I don't know if you guys might remember a certain animated series, because you were talking about certain animated series. First of all, one I can think for, like, from the 80s, I grew up watching was, like, Centurion.
Oh, yeah, Centurion. So, okay, I remember that one.
Centurion, Silverhawks, I mentioned that before, but anybody remember a series called Mask?
Mask.
Who remembers the movie? Who remembers the series called Mask?
Everybody does.
That was a French one. They were French, actually. But, like they said, like, at the end, they always had something informational to teach you at the end of every episode.
If you want to laugh, and I mean really laugh, because, you know, you're a sick motherfucker like me, go to, like, the G.I. Joe remake commercials when they have the G.I. Joe, when they have those little learning skits, or the more you know, now I know, and knowing's half the battle. They were like, and they had the one scene where they had a guy, I forget which Joe it was, and the kid was playing with the stove, and he caught on fire. He was like, "Get out of here! Come on! Why you standing there? Get the fuck out of here!" He's like, "Hey, fire birds!" And he's like, "Now I know the battle, G.I. Joe." Like, yeah.
Who remembers Police Academy?
Everybody does.
The animated series, because
the animated series was funny as shit.
The animated, I mean, you got this. I remember how often they had, like, Jones doing all the sound effects and everything. Michael Winslow, God bless that motherfucker. He's still alive and still doing shit.
Remember the show Cops?
Mm-hmm.
Not the live action, but the cartoon.
Oh, who's your favorite member?
Bulletproof.
Oh, Bulletproof was a man.
You made the main character black. Shit, I was sold.
I can almost remember the names of almost everybody on that show, because remember they had the roll call at the end in the end credits.
Mm-hmm. I should dress up as him and be like, and see if people get who I am. Yeah, he's bulletproof.
Oh
Yeah.
man, they are not gonna remember that one. They're gonna have to go out of the weeds to remember that cartoon.
Big Boss is funny, but remember, they had what was the name of the?
Remember they had the one cop who was dating the one criminal.
It wasn't Long Arm. It was
That's what she said. Yeah.
No, because Long Arm had a family.
Yeah, well, it wasn't Long Arm. Long Arm was a family dude. It was somebody else.
Yeah. Let's see. You had was it two of the guys on the show? They kept fighting a lot. It was, I think it was No, it was among the bad guys. You always had two guys who kept fighting. It was like, I think it was Berserker, Rock Crusher, Misdemeanor, Turbo Tuto. What's one of them? Not Misdemeanor. Misdemeanor was a woman, so it was one of the guys. I think it was.
I didn't know Missy Elliott was on Cops.
No, that's a white woman actually. This one.
Oh shit.
She looked like Sharon Stone from Basic Instinct.
She did look like Sharon Stone, man.
Yeah.
I know they ripped off Sharon Stone badly with that one, man.
Man, I mean, it's like. Misdemeanor. There was also one character. I thought there's this one character, the mad scientist on the back, called Dr. Bad Vibes. I couldn't. When you think about it, that character was very androgynous and very ambiguous. You could tell if that was a he or a she at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Nightshade, they based her off Catwoman. But
you know what? That might have been the reason why I wanted to be a cop in the show when he did.
Because of Bulletproof?
Yeah, Bulletproof.
Yeah, his real name was BP.
BP.
And if you remember, he was always like clean shaved, had the Caesar,
Had the Caesar, had
chiseled.
the fedora.
He didn't always have a fedora. He always had the shades.
Yeah,
He had the trench coat and the shades. He was like, "It's crime fighting time."
You know, like you had to tell every rookie officer, get your aspirations out. What's an aspiration? Your whoop ass stick. Get it. Come on. Get your goddamn whoop ass stick. Man, it was another
nice
cool show back in the day. Remember movies like Conan and Red Sonja?
Yeah.
I don't remember Red
I
Sonja.
love Red
Conan, I might have, because
even though it was loosely like I forgot that at that time I didn't realize Red Sonja was actually a comic book character, but what they call it, a she-devil with a sword. But the movie, who was that? Bridget Riley?
Maybe. Don't remember the movie. I do remember. I remember watching the Conan Barbarian movies and Conan the Destroyer movies.
Now, if they would have came out with a Red Sonja movie, I'll watch it if they get the right person to do it.
If they have the right, not just the right actors. I mean, also the right writers and producers, because you don't want nobody who.
Director.
I mean, it's like that former writer who, like, if we can go back to The Witcher, bring it back to The Witcher.
Thank you, Truthful Emotions, Bridget Nielsen. Whatchamacallit's old ex-wife.
Stallone's ex-wife.
You know, his ex-wife
Danish.
was taller than him, right?
Yeah, she's Danish.
Yeah, she was taller
By the
than
way.
him, too.
Oh my.
She was like, what, 6? She was like 6 foot, 6'1"?
Well, them Viking jeans. It's those Norse jeans, man.
You know, the Viking
Those Norse jeans.
man.
The people in general were called Norse. The Vikings were the ones who would go out raiding.
Oh yeah, the fucking, Thor worshiping, Odin worshiping motherfuckers. Yeah, you know
The ice folk.
the ice folk. Like, why the fuck they so big? You would grow big too if you had to fight fucking bears and shit for food and fish.
You know, the funny thing is, Charles, in ancient history, when they look at the bodies of the old Norse from the first millennia and everything, they know those guys weren't as big as you think. Most of them like no bigger than 5'7", 5'8".
Yeah, but they got some of them motherfuckers. I don't know what the fuck they fed them.
Yeah, they had to fight, but they were like built because from years of rowing, their upper bodies were like well built and everything. Get those muscles. You don't get those muscles lifting weights, man. You get that from rowing those big ass longboats.
Or throwing around big bitches.
Yeah.
Hey, when you got big bitches that got 12 pounds of titty, each titty, you be strong too.
That too.
What's another shit they brought back? Gigantor. This bitch is built like Gigantor. But I think it's funny because when you grow up in the 80s, that was when you want to talk about some of the most manliest shit you could do. Like, I don't care what nobody said, Chuck Norris in the Octagon was a classic movie.
Chuck Norris was a bad mother. I didn't know he was a little dude, though. I was like, he was really that short? Damn. I thought he was like 6 foot at least.
Nah.
Because I remember he had his own animated series, remember?
Oh, yeah, so did Rambo.
Yeah, Rambo did. I remember somebody had the action figures.
How can you make a fucking animated series against a guy who literally killed a whole army? Shout out to Mortal Kombat for giving me the brutal Rambo I always asked for.
Oh, yeah.
They had him and Schwarzenegger together on that one.
Oh, that was...
Only time they got together.
They even brought back, we just mentioned his name, the guy who did, Goliath's voice from Gargoyles.
Keith David.
Keith David, they brought him back because, he
was Spawn
in the animated series. Man, they brought the budget out for that shit.
Then they even brought back the 3 actors from the original Mortal Kombat movie.
Yeah, they brought them
Sonya,
Bridget Wilson, Christopher Lambert, and hang on, let me find out what that dude's name is. The one who played Johnny Cage.
Yeah.
They brought back Connor McLeod from the Clan McLeod.
And you already know they had to shell out money for that game to get Ronda, to have Ronda do the voice of Sonya. I was like, damn, how much money did y'all spend making this?
Yeah, they gave Ronda Rousey for the voice of Sonya.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, they even did her armbar on there. I mean, they broke out the budget for that, and they brought the Joker. Was that Mark Hamill?
I don't think it was Mark Hamill.
No, I don't think it is.
I think it was the same dude they used for the Injustice games.
Yeah.
Because they were hinting there's going to be Injustice 3. Because if you remember, like Joker and Joker, if you have the 2 Jokers meet each other, the way they converse and everything. Because each Mortal Kombat game follows the Injustice game in the way they set it up and everything.
Moment of silence for our boy, the greatest Batman of all time, Hashitashi. I mean, you telling me Popeye's still open? Nah, them lazy bitches didn't take this fucking open sign down. I was about to say, god damn. Shit. Y'all keeping America fat, aren't you, motherfuckers?
Look, I just got some chicken wings already, man. I'm just...
Oh, Lyndon Ashby. That was the guy who played to Johnny Cage. Lyndon Ashby. It says here, I'm looking at Wikipedia, it says Ashby has trained in karate, taekwondo, and kung fu, especially for the film. Robin Shao, he is longtime Hong Kong actor. Gary Hiroyuki Tagawa, they brought him back, remember?
Oh, yeah, the Shang Tsung?
Shang Tsung, yep.
Oh, yeah, they did.
I swear to God, when they brought him back as a feature, your soul is mine. I was like, yo, take my money. Take my fucking money. Take this motherfucking money. Here you go.
It's a good thing to always purchase a season pass.
When he does his rush?
Say what?
Has anybody ever figured out what Raiden says when he does his rush?
No.
I think it's Thunderbolt Away or something like that.
Oh, it's just like a big yell.
Like, what the fuck was that?
I remember, it depends on which game it is, because I remember in the first game, the original Mortal Kombat game, I thought he was saying Thunderbolt Away or something like that.
But nobody knows. Like, what the fuck? Like, the most iconic, like, what's your 3 most iconic sounds from a fighting game?
Get over here.
Oopsie.
Number 1 is Hadouken.
Hadouken.
Everybody knows Hadouken. Everybody knows that sound. Number 2 is Get Over Here.
Actually, it was Come Here, then Get Over Here. Get Over Here was the second one. First one was Come Here. Come here!
You know,
But see, don't remember that one. Remember to Get Over Here.
Get Over Here, that started from Mortal Kombat 2. The original game, if you ever played it, it's Come Here!
I'm going to tell you what. When that fucking Mortal Kombat came out, there was this little pizza place that doesn't exist anymore, obviously. Thank you, gentrification. But what made it funny was, yeah, it's true. We're still Chocolate City, though. I'm gonna tell you, when you did a fucking finisher by accident, you look like the coolest motherfucker in the room.
Oh, yeah.
All the hood niggas pat you on the back, like you just walk away from it and you don't even play anymore. And everybody just clapped. Like, niggas would just, yo! How the fuck you do?
You know how crazy it was for me? Because usually, you know, wait a minute. Did you have it like on Super NES or did you have it on Genesis?
The first one I had it on Super Nintendo.
Okay, good answer. No, nothing against Genesis, guys. Those of us who played the Super NES.
It played better on Super Nintendo, but Genesis had the blood code, you know?
Yeah. I remember whenever you had to borrow the game from somebody, because always somebody had one of the games. I had a best friend who I still keep in touch with to this very day. He had the games mostly, so I borrowed it from him. And this is how insane we all were. We would call one another, asking for what was the combination you had to hit for certain moves or certain lists for certain finishers and whatnot. So much so that somebody always had to write it down on a list, put it with the game in its box, and we passed it on to one another.
Well, Namer, you forgot. We're the generation of Game Pro.
That too, but then again, I was growing up in the Middle East. We didn't have the Game Pro magazines like that. Unless you got in my case, you know, my family and my boys' family, since they were all working for like the U.S. military and whatnot, we had access into like the military bases, so we had access to the commissaries and PX.
If you would have came to Baltimore, we would have called you the Shepherd.
Huh?
It'd have been a term of endearment. Yo, that Shepherd, yo, what's up? Like, yo, remember he's from like Ethiopia, though. It's Eritrea. Close enough. You like Ethiopia? You like close enough, shit.
I get used to it. I mean, hey, at least you guys get it right. Up here, since I was a kid, everybody always thought I was Somali because I was skinny.
That's fucked up. Now,
I've learned to work with it. I've learned to have fun with it, even up here.
To answer your question.
To
answer your question, being in the martial arts community and knowing a lot of people in different martial arts, I guess you could call me a martial artist to an extent.
You are
doing wrestling, boxing, and MMA. A lot of people put this air of invincibility and glory and mysterious around Bruce Lee, which, you know, you can see why.
Yeah.
But you can also see the fact that there's certain things he can never get over, and that's number one, size. Yeah, Toasties was class. Bruce Lee was not a big man. The biggest he ever was like about 150, maybe 160. He was like 5'7", 5'8".
He was 5'7". In fact, if you check out, if anybody's ever played the EA version of UFC. By the way, before I continue, fuck EA Sports. I'm sorry to say that, but THQ had the better UFC titles.
Yeah, they did.
Now,
I mean, but
as
you
I'm
gotta
saying,
remember the old classic adage: EA Sports, fuck this game.
That too. As I was saying,
I'm playing UFC 4 right now. By the way.
Oh,
I was about to ask you what you're playing too, by the way. You got it on PS3, PS5, or Xbox?
I can't. I got it on the Xbox One. I haven't been able to find the freaking PS5.
You know what? I am 40 years old, finding out that you can play Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 on. You can play with somebody on fucking PlayStation 4 when you got a PlayStation 5. I am like a few days ago. I'm playing with the Fatawall. We're averaging like 30 to 40 kills, and I'm like, I'm this old and finding out you could do that shit. Ain't that a bitch?
there are games where you can, play cross-platform. Excuse me.
I mean, you could do that with PC.
I mean,
most fighting games you could do that. Like Street Fighter.
I mean,
for that.
by the way, Beasley,
Mm-hmm.
how did you acquire your the UFC games? You purchased them digitally?
I bought the first one. I bought when I first got this Xbox. I bought the hard disk, and then the last three of them I bought digital.
Me, I personally will tell you the truth. When I got because I came late to getting a PS4. I got mine in October of '99. October of 2019. Excuse me. I'm getting my dates mixed up. Eesh.
Damn,
I'm pretty late. I was pretty late.
Cycle, goddamn.
Hey. You can't blame me. I couldn't afford it. I was going through a lot of personal shit at the time.
Hey,
you
say no more because shit. Last year was a hard year for me.
Yeah, but I still kept my PS3 and my PS2. I still have them to this day, and I still go back to them. Hell,
which one?
For the past few months, I've been splurging on WWE titles for both consoles.
Which one do you have? Did you get the baby piano?
No, I got my PS3. You mean?
Yeah, the baby grand. That's what we call it.
No, I got not the old fat one. What I got was the PS3 Slim 320 gigabyte.
No, she didn't like the stem. She liked the fat one. But anyway.
I got that, but that was the first thing I purchased that was one of the first things I purchased when I got here. When I got settled, that was the first things I purchased. It was like I got that like 2011. Several months later, I got the slim version of the PS2.
Oh yeah, like I'm gonna tell you, like.
Hey, it's smaller. Hey, what up, ABM? Come on up. But I got the PS4 late in life, and I got it just before like the whole COVID shutdown shit, right? And I got it like on Devil's Night, and I did it on a good sale. I got it for on a good deal. Because it came with extra controllers. So when I got it, I got that. Then within a month, I was able to get my.
If they keep doing the cross, well, they kind of have to do it because COVID slowed up a lot of production.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. But as I was saying, one of the things I got was like a friend of mine told me, "Have you ever checked out EA Play?"
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's when I got that, and I instead of paying once a month, I paid like $200 for the whole year annual renewal, and that's how I got a hold of a few EA titles. So I got both EA Sports. No, I got both UFC 2 and 3. I didn't get the original one because there's no online anymore. So I figured, what's the point? Because I'm a bit of a trophy hunter.
Mm-hmm.
So, and the benefit I got from doing that was also I also had to buy an extra hard drive for the external hard drive. You got a hard drive on yours, right?
Yeah, I have
Beasley?
a hard drive. I have my hard
what
drive.
Type? What is it?
I forget what it's called specifically.
Okay, I got one that was by Seagate. That's the specific for PS4s. I had to get the 4 terabyte because you never know when you might need some extra shit. The 2 terabytes is cool, but may not be enough.
I put in a terabyte for my.
Huh? Say what?
Oh,
Charles?
Shit. Oh fuck! I'm just reading this message. Fuck.
Anyway, as I was saying, if you get the EA Play, they give you like a 10% discount on your account to purchase anything, like especially like microtransactions and shit like that. So, and the reason I bring it up because when you mentioned Bruce Lee, in both UFC 2 and 3, you have him as a DLC character at all the way from welterweight down to bantamweight.
No, he's in
170, 155.
flyweight.
Is he in flyweight as well?
Mm-hmm. They have him in like 4 weight classes.
4 weight classes, but is the 4th one? No, I know he's in middleweight, featherweight, and bantamweight. But you're saying he's also in flyweight? I thought he was in welterweight.
Remember, he walked around at 125. Like he was he would get some, because it was when he started incorporating weight training. That's how he hit the 160, and then he had to drop back down to like 130 because he noticed he had too much muscle and it was slowing him down.
Mm-hmm.
So he walked around like around like 125 originally. Then he bulked up, and then when he lost that weight, he dropped down to 135. That's why I'm saying he's in bantamweight and all that. But yeah, he was lightest was 125. That's why when people talk about his size, I say, yeah, that plays a part, as well as the technology at the time limited to him.
I don't think they have a flyweight they don't have a flyweight division in the UFC 2. In UFC 3 they do have. Are you sure?
Yes, they did, because that's when Demetrius was kicking everybody's ass.
In UFC 3, yeah.
Demetrius
Not in
Johnson.
UFC 2. Are you sure? I could be wrong. Maybe I could be wrong, but one of the most fucked up parts I can say about that. Oh, go ahead.
Demetrius Johnson was champion for so long. Dana White was trying to figure a way to get him away from that belt, so they kind of robbed him with the last fight with
Henry Cejudo.
Look,
there will not be a rubber match, however, because remember, Cejudo retired.
Man, I'm gonna say this right now. Fuck Henry Cejudo, because he was supposed to fight a former training partner of mine. And if you know anything about Cejudo's earlier fights before he hit the UFC, Cejudo had a habit of missing weight and pulling out of the fight. And so he would talk shit. Like when he got on that season of the Ultimate Fighter and wanted to pretend like he was this good guy, I was like, dude, in Houston, your name is not good here in this city. As far as you pissing off the promoters, because you talked a lot of shit about your opponents, and then when it came time to the fight and the weigh-ins, your ass missed weight and then wanted to pull out of the fight and want to try to apologize on social media. I'm like, nah, dude. So I got personal issues with that dude.
Fair enough.
Anybody who's in the circles and who know, it's very bad. Let me get this drink real quick. It's very bad. You don't do that to your opponent, because that's disrespectful. Not making weight. Anytime you're in a sport with a weight class, boxing, wrestling, MMA, judo, taekwondo, that's very disrespectful to your coaches, your partners, your training partners, and your opponent. Of missing.
Very unprofessional.
Very unprofessional. And
I mean,
fortunately for all the sports I've done, I never missed weight once. And what's really funny is that Cejudo, you're an Olympic gold medalist, dude. You've been cutting weight at the highest levels for a long time, my nigga. And to do that and to talk shit, it's like, think about it. He pulled out at the right time, because he knows he barely escaped fucking Mighty Mouse the second fight. But they were gonna, if the only way that DJ was gonna fucking win that title if he submitted or knocked him out cold.
Mm-hmm.
Because if it went to the judges, Dana White was gonna make sure he was not gonna walk out with that belt.
You know what's also fucked up when I think about it? Yeah, one thing I hated about what they did in UFC was 2014 when they had the Reebok deal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They fucked a lot of fighters over with that.
They fucked up. You know who was one of Mighty Mouse's biggest sponsors was? It was Xbox.
Yeah.
Xbox.
He's a major. Xbox was his Xbox One in particular. They were his biggest sponsor. Them, and I think it was Rockstar Energy Drink.
John Jones, the biggest ones. John had got Nike. That was when Nike finally came over, and then Anderson.
So did
Anderson
Anderson Silva. Anderson Silva was also Nike.
He also had
Burger King and Nike.
Yeah, so that was the biggest sponsors that they had, and when they dropped that Reebok deal, I was like, "Come on, bro!"
Like, he fucked them. He really did.
It was the same shit you saw, like, because UFC is paralleling whatchamacall, or they're mirroring the WWE when it comes to their business their business practices.
Yeah. Well, you got to
It's an
think about it.
exclusivity. You are just like a WWE. You are an independent contractor in name and name only.
Yeah, but you got to realize you fucked a lot of people over with that bullshit.
Well, see, the thing from what I know from the guys that I know that was in, it was already some BS with the sponsors, because if you notice, like a lot of the big sponsors, people couldn't just get sponsored by anybody because they were making people pay like $100,000 just to like sponsor people.
Hmm.
And that's what kept a lot of people, because you couldn't be just a guy from your small town being sponsored by like the local mom and pop store. Like, nah, you had to be like a big name sponsor.
Yeah. I mean, it's not just a sponsorship. I mean, if you ever played the Undisputed series on PS3 or Xbox 360,
Yeah.
especially like the first game, I remember. If you played the career mode, you unlocked all these sponsors and whatnot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Also, you also got to unlock clothing apparel companies. Imagine how many companies were affected badly just by that Reebok deal. First of all, Tap Out, they were sold by 2010, and they ended up being they're half owned by WWE after the death of Mask. Charles Wright, by the way, his name was.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a big blow to the MMA community right there.
It was fucked up what happened, how he died too.
I forgot how he died.
It was like I don't know. He was like in some kind. It was an auto accident.
It was a car crash.
Car crash of sorts. And he was inducted posthumously, but the other members like Punk Ass and Skyscrape, they're still alive, but they decided to like sell their shares of the company with the rest of them.
And I mean, you got to think they supported a lot of fighters here.
They had their own reality show too.
Yeah.
And one of the guys they sponsored out of that was Cowboy Cerrone.
Yes. That's why I became a fan of him, was the show.
Yeah. Cowboy Cerrone he's one of the greatest UFC fighters never to win a belt. That's the only regret I have for Cowboy Cerrone is not winning a belt.
Oh man, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
but
like, man.
Who else lost out? No, go ahead, sorry, Charles.
A lot of people don't understand the exhilaration of fighting in the cage, man.
Well, I would also add, as well as the sponsors, because the sponsors, not only for people who don't know, the sponsors not only do they pay for, training expense, and because a lot of them fighters don't make a lot of money if you're not the big marquee. So I understand, I understand why people be complaining about, a lot of the, but I always tell people, like, when they always try to compare it to boxing, I was like, well, here's the problem with the boxing thing. I tell people, you're looking at the headliners and what they got. Look at the undercard. The undercard didn't make that much. So it's like they kind of have the same problems too. It's just, it's not talked about as much.
Yeah. And it's, boxing's on a downslip, because that's why you're seeing Mayweather fighting for so long, because the thing that hurts boxing, one, is too many belts.
Oh yeah.
Two, you don't have the best fighters fighting the best fighters. It's been like that for the last 20 years. I mean, Klitschko was fighting majority on Europe. So guess what? You have a big boxing phenomenon here, but once again, look what happened to all your great boxers. They go to less contentious sports. That's why you got all these kids. I don't want to get hurt. I want to go to basketball. I'm like, think about it. Like, you look at the Bronze Bomber. He's a basketball guy. He's just a guy who just had, this gift from God that was called one punch knockout power.
Oh, Wilder.
Yeah. He just, he can't box for shit, but he has power.
Well, remember, he keeps saying the skills don't pay the bill. I didn't know he had only been doing it for like a decade at that time.
Yeah. which is very.
He's still great. He's still pretty raw in his talent. It's just that he never refined some of the aspects of it.
Yeah, if you actually gave him skills, he'd probably be undefeated.
He
Well,
looked
that's
like
why,
Tyson. He looked like Tyson in the heyday. Because the one thing about Tyson, he had the skills to go with the power. That's what made him such a threat.
Yeah, and plus he was just god awful fast. I remember watching him. I guess I'm dating myself. I remember when he was called Kid Dynamite. Back in the 80s, we would just sit around playing toys and be like, who's this guy? Oh, he just knocked that other guy out. I like him.
He would make quick work for a lot of times.
Capcom literally ripped them off. They, if it wasn't for the scandal in '93, we would Brawl would be called Mike Bison, which is an obvious ripoff.
Charles, I don't take kindly to what you're saying about that. Capcom was an amazing company. They're amazing when it comes to video games. I ain't mad at them no more. For you to be bringing that up, that's just ludicrous. All right, it's ludicrous for you to bring that up. But
I wonder does he like laugh at some of the jokes when people make fun of his voice? Because I know he's got to have a sense of humor.
He laughs. I mean, he's a much calmer guy, man.
I remember, was it the roast of Charlie Sheen? Patrice O'Neal talked about meeting him and everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Patrice is from was from Roxdale area of Roxbury section of Boston, right? South Boston. He was meeting a cat from Brownsville section of Brooklyn, New York, and he said when he shook his hand, Tyson just instinctively tried to size him up. Patrice was 41 years old. It was 41 years old at the time. No, he did turn 41? Yeah, he did turn 41 before he died. But he said when he shook his hand, he gripped it in such a way, he knew he was just trying to measure and size him up and everything. Even though they knew they were being social, but they all had a good sense of humor. Everybody was laughing. Especially Mike, how he was laughing at at himself and everything. At the roast of Charlie Sheen. But Patrice killed it. Because he told him, I didn't want to be last, but they put me last, and that's what happens.
Oh my God.
He was right when he said, it's shown that you can't keep an Estevez down. No, you can't keep a Sheen down, but you can surely keep down an Estevez.
Oh.
And that's really fucked up. Because he said Emilio Estevez, he did everything right, and still they kept him down.
Oh my goodness, and that's his brother. He just don't put the Estevez part on his name.
Neither did him or his father, because both of them, him, Martin Sheen, they had to use that stage name Sheen.
I keep forgetting that about them.
Yeah, it's actually the real names are Martin Sheen's real name is Ramon Estevez. Charlie is Carlos Estevez.
They Hispanic.
Yeah, but they're Spanish speakers. Their family's originally from Spain, from what I understand.
Yeah, they're Spanish. They're literally Spanish. That's how Spanish people look. Like we had a guy in my basic training. You wouldn't think he's Mexican, but he would tell you. A lot of people are from Spain. That's funny.
Keith Hernandez comes to mind when I think of that. That's a baseball player by name, by the way.
Oh yeah. Oh, you look like look like your motherfucking name was like King Ferdinand and shit.
Modern day King Ferdinand.
I mean.
But wow, it's just like Tyson.
What's funny?
I played as Mike Tyson on Fight Night Round 4 because he's he along with Ali are the cover stars.
Yeah.
That was fun.
That was fun.
Fight Night Champion was good. Fight Night 3, I keep mentioning this. My record on there was 1,500 wins, 500 losses. And they were like, my homeboy said, that means you have a 75% win streak. That means you barely lost. I said, I know. Damn, what the fuck I do with my life? I had over 2,000 games? God damn.
Those were the
That's a
days
lot
when
of-
boxing games were fun, you know?
But, yeah, I mean, when I was dropping, and I remember when Fight Night Champion came out.
Mhm.
I was so good on there. For 2 weeks, I was in the top 30 in the world.
That's cool.
And it was like, my homeboy saw my record. He was like, God damn. Like, what the fuck? Man, we would, like, see, the one thing I like about 3 versus 4, on Fight Night 4, on Fight Night Champion, you didn't get as much referee stoppages. I lived for the referee stoppages. Me and my homeboy would always make this joke. Pull me off his ass, ref, before I hurt him. Pull me off his ass. Like, I loved it when I will actually hit you with an elbow just to cut you and just keep jabbing and crossing your ass. Duck, boom. And I would just, like, ooh. Like, oh, your eye swollen. One time I beat this one motherfucker until he was a cyclops.
I remember, was it like one of my favorite things about it, like right now, round 4? No, not round 4, but round 3. When you get to play the mini games in the corner as a cornerman, as a cut man, and you just listen to like the trainer
Talk
just
shit.
going off. That was one of my favorite trainers was a black dude. Was like, I need you to cut up that, close out that wound right now. Boy, what you doing?
Close up the goddamn wound right there.
Close out that wound right there. And it was like, it was just using the Q-tip to close it up, and then putting the cold compress.
And he would just
Bring
yell,
down that
bring
one.
down that damn swell. Bring down that damn swell. God.
It was funnier if it was funnier when you were in camp, like those in camp mini games you have to play.
Mhm.
And like there was that one where you have to learn how to work combinations on the dummy. And like one time she screwed up, he's like, "Man, what you doing? I ain't trying to raise up my high blood pressure. Are you trying to get me upset?"
Like, you go up there for the fight, especially online, and motherfuckers talking shit. I love it. He's like, man, you ducking, you running. And the dude would throw like one of those wild ass arching power hooks, and you weave it, and you come back.
Charles? You got somebody in the back wanting to come in. It's James.
Oh, man. James, who?
James Keel's trying to.
Who this James? Nah. Come back in, James. Shit.
I just noticed it just now. It's like 2 minutes ago. But anyway. I mean, Teddy Atlas as the color commentator in round 4 was great.
Yeah, he was great. We talked about my man was Sugar Ray Robinson. Hey, you give me the greatest of all time. I remember dudes would always come at me because, of course, you got to fight middleweight, so they'll come at me with Roy Jones. Once in a while, I'll get like Carlos Monzon or the Raging Bull. What's his face? Jake LaMotta. And I'm just like, I'm a dance with you. Like me, I'm gonna use that whole ring. Like I believe in leaning on the ropes. I believe in like getting out of danger. I will, like, there's times I'll stand and fight with you, but I'll use that jab and that reach and dot your eye.
You can stand and bang, but sometimes you just want to hit him from a distance.
People hated it because I would just weave the fuck out of you. I'd be like, and I would just knock people the fuck out because I would just counter the fuck out of them. Bing, bing. I said, I could counter you. And this one guy's like, why are you running? I said, I'm running because I want you to stay in the match longer. So he just pissed me off throwing talking shit. I said, okay, you don't want me to run? I'm going to stand right here with you, and I'm going to back your ass up into that corner. And I'm going to just, like, I did the pickaboo and went right into the Philly shell, jab cross, boom, boom. I was like, oh, he throwing hits. So I did 2
The
hits to the body.
assassin has just hit the canvas. Oh my God, what a hit.
I hit him with 2 hooks to the body, backed him up. I said, oh, you against the ropes now. You thought I was a liar? I hit him with a 4-hit combo and just dropped his ass. I said, oh, get back up, bitch ass nigga. Come on.
Do you think the EA will ever bring back the Fight Night series? Because, you have that one game that's supposed to be coming out.
And you got to see, one, it's 2 reasons. One, the contract with UFC. And then 2, how well this next boxing game going to do. Because I think it's gonna be doing well. Who the hell's Quack?
Excuse me.
What's up, Quack? Hello?
We can see him. His camera's on, but it's all dark in there. Quack, I think you muted yourself. Oh, wow. Well, anyway, continue the conversation. I will say this. THQ had the better, like I said, better UFC titles than EA does.
Oh, so Quack was a troll.
Oh, was
Nah, hey yo, Charles, man, I was surprised you let me up, yo. This is my baby picture with my sister.
Oh man.
And Ebo Sosa gave me that name right there that you see in the title.
Quack.
I was like, hey yo, I was in the back chat for a minute when you was talking about Patrice O'Neal. I was like, Charles ain't gonna let me up, so I left and came back.
No, I didn't. I was driving and I didn't see it. My bad.
Oh, look, you ain't shit for that. But
I was 6 or 7 years old when I was in that Avatar picture right here. I was like 6 years old.
Were you
What
you
I
posing?
just wanted to give Charles my shout out, yo, because that's like one of my godfathers. So I did a new upload video and I was talking about Ebo Sosa call it you talking your slick talk. Nah, yo, but shouts out to y'all, you heard?
All right. Hey, man. But like I said about gaming and whatnot, because like they're like there's a couple YouTube channels they show the difference of what's in the Undisputed series compared to EA's these versions.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And man, that shit is lacking. Like for example, there's no doctor stoppage in the UFC games. In Undisputed, they introduced doctor stoppage in UFC 2010. Undisputed.
Yeah. Well, Undisputed had the better. I would always say had the better fight mechanics. EA I even had the EA MMA game where they had with the Strikeforce. EA just had better fluid, made the characters move better fluidly.
More fluidity in their movements, yeah.
They had more movement to where it looked more realistic.
More fluidity.
Whereas THQ, like I said, they just had the better fight mechanics. Like you could do more especially with the grappling. They always approved it. That was you could get a submission after save your damn life.
Right. That's a fact.
I mean, I remember the only problem they had with the first game, which I do have. I have the first 2 games. I never got the 3 because by then THQ, they went under.
Yeah,
they went under in 20. They went under after the release in WWE 13. And I remember it was like the first game, if you notice, everybody's in Orthodox, even the Southpaws. They started introducing Southpaw players in the 2010 version. The 2009, the first one, they didn't have Southpaw fighters. That was interesting. And then they introduced doctor stoppage, like I said. They also brought in new fighting styles, like because of Lyoto Machida, they brought in, karate.
Right, yeah.
They also brought in Greco-Roman wrestling and Sambo. In fact, you could create a Fedor in the game because you had his first name and his last name in the creator slots. So that was kind of cool.
Yeah, they also introduced leg kick TKOs.
Leg kick TKO, yeah, I remember.
Wait, was that in? Do you know how many motherfuckers hated me for that shit?
Oh, the leg kick TKO. I would destroy people.
I would just destroy you. You're not checking them. And then here's the fucked up part. Like my son, he wants to do all this rah-rah shit. I'm like, okay. But people who can't play, they want to do stand and bang. Which, I mean, if I want to do stand and bang, I might as well play Fight Night or fucking K1 Kickboxing, which was a fun game. I said, look, I'm going to take you down. I'm going to beat your body. I'm going to beat your face. let you back up. I'm gonna kick you in the leg. Like I'll jab, kick you, cross kick you. I'm gonna disguise it so well that every time I hit you with an uppercut, I'm gonna land a kick, or in between it, I'm gonna land a kick. You're not gonna know how much damage I put on you till like the second or third round.
That's how I was, especially when you played online. I noticed how many people didn't grapple. So that's where I would get my wins at, was when I was playing people online when the UFC game was just grappling, taking them down and submitting them. And that was like, they'd be talking shit, man, stand up and bang. I said, this is MMA, dog. I'm going to take you down.
Right. Yeah. I did all the time. I mean, I was like using a lot of submissions. Speaking of MMA games, did you guys know that Bellator had one?
Yeah, it was terrible.
Yeah.
I 100% completed the trophy for that, and it took me only 1 hour, only a few hours. Fortunately, I had to convince. Unfortunately, I had to convince a gaming buddy of mine, a boosting partner of mine. But that mean I had to, but the way I had to let him, the way I had to convince him was
Who's this guy here? Who is this fucker?
I don't know. He keeps saying stuff in the chat.
Should I shut him up?
Just time him out because he
don't even got an avatar picture. I don't know. I don't even know what he said.
What's he coming at me for?
That's crazy.
If he's coming at you, time him out. Time him out. Give him about four licks of the timeout belt.
That's crazy.
Give him a standing 8.
Y'all gonna make me give the standing 8. You know, you're gonna make me play. I'm about to play Call of Duty with the paddleball. He got a PS4. We actually work well together on there because we'll actually let's say if it's like hard.
Thank you, Holiday.
Hot point. Like hot point.
Oh
shout
yeah.
Out to the faithful. You know, hard point, and we'll actually play the objective. We'll pin that motherfucking hard point down just for us alone. And we'll pin the fucking. Well, you can have your 6 guys. We'll pin that whole fucking point down, and you actually will see some of the footage we play on when I posted in my videos.
Right, I'm there, bro. Like,
you talking about Madden?
Your video? No, he's talking about Call of Duty. He's talking about Call of Duty. Hard point on Call of Duty, bro.
Yeah, I hope that some of y'all are entertained by some of my bad videos. I think I'm gonna start posting some of my losses too, because shit, some of my losses.
You posted. Your losses is better than your wins, like you say, yo. Yeah. Yo, Charles, your videos help me get through my day, bro. Like, some of my days be horrible, but you posted your first Call of Duty on PS5 when you play damn, yo, storage, right?
Yeah, the storage and shipment, yeah.
Yeah, you lost one, then you came back and won the other one.
The second one, I was on a fucking
last week, right? Like I was like, yo, it looks so crazy from when you playing PS4.
Because
I'm like, this is crazy.
And it's funny because the second one, I just said fuck it, and I just went down. I went to everywhere where the enemy was spawning. I threw a
right.
They were like merciless. Everybody who saw that video was like, God damn.
I'm like, how you get killed from that far distance? Like, where the heck they be camping at? Like,
yo, when I came over there to their
that's
side,
crazy.
I was lighting their asses up. Like, I want y'all to go look at the Nightmare 2, and you'll see Christian Okoye on my ultimate team. Even though it's kind of funny because I don't really care for speedy backs on Madden. I care for the especially this version of Madden because the jukes don't work the same as they used to. I like
that's a fact.
I like them big bruising. Give me fucking Marshawn Lynch, Beast Mode, the Nigerian Nightmare.
I miss some, man.
Christian Okoye. If they give us an upgraded Ricky Williams, who was a Raven, or Jamal Lewis, give me Jamal Lewis as a running back. I'm running you the fuck.
Wow, yeah, you beat. No, but I like how you. What's the one you played? I don't mean to cut you off, sir. I think you call it like the interception. and your titles be crazy, right? To me, yo, that one game, it was like interceptions after yo. I had a crazy day,
It
right?
was the one. It was the one with not Ron Woodson, Charles Woodson. It was Charles Woodson, and he took over that whole game for me. Like I was like, one thing
Okay.
I've learned how to be because he had 3 interceptions. And
Right.
one thing about me is if I play you long enough, if I play you, I'm gonna figure you out. And I was down bad. I was like 7-21, down bad.
That's a fact.
Came back and was whomping his ass like, nah, nigga.
Yo, you don't really know what them games or like your conversations do to me, bro. I had a rough that game, and then you posted the Call of Duty game when you first played the what I'm talking about, like the ship game or whatever, right?
Mhm.
I was going through some most troubles with my supervisor, bro. I
And
said,
that
you
raised your
know
spirits,
what?
didn't it?
You're not about to treat me like this. I walked off the job.
You quit?
But there's a backstory to that I don't want to get into.
All right.
But it's so much going on, and it's like
I understand.
there's a lot of things that y'all helped me get through on my journey, though. Like, so I'm gonna leave it like that. But I'm
Hey,
glad
James.
that he posted those games too, because I'm a gamer. Y'all was talking about the UFC and all of that, and this and that. I remember the first UFC that I used to watch. You feel me?
All right.
I
So
appreciate it. It lets me know
yeah,
that people.
man, it's just a long
If one
story.
person appreciated it, I feel appreciated.
Oh, I do.
You know, it just a lot of people tell me like, yo, this shit gets me through my day, and I'll be like,
I remember.
I think about live stream. One day I'm gonna try live streaming the games.
Right, that'd be dope. That'd be dope. Yo, 'cause I remember. I still remember the first game you played. The first game you posted when you was using the Baltimore Ravens. When you first started doing your gaming channel. You know what I mean? Start posting your videos.
And I think it was like funny because Otto Whitmore was talking so much shit to me. Blowing his ass out. I was like, here we go. Like, now it's like, my ultimate team. And I stopped playing Madden for like 2 months. 2 fucking months. I stopped playing
That's a
Madden.
fact.
And it was like, I got back on. Something was like, they got this package where you get this amount of coins and you get and I was like, oh yeah, I got these certain characters. And then when I got, some training from it, I rolled the training and got these limited editions, sold the cards and got all these coins for the Madden coins. I was like, okay, now it's time to build the team I want. Now I have Howie Long on one end. I have Aaron Donald on another. I got Warren Sapp in the middle. Behind him, I got Ray Lewis. Then I got what's the other one? I got Terrell Suggs and damn, what's my boy name? He used to be a Raven, but he plays for the Patriots now. Shit, I can't think. But man,
Hey, James, let me ask you a question.
Yep.
Go ahead, John.
Oh, sorry. What I wanted to ask you is that you're a gamer. Huh?
Nah, man. It's all good. It's all good. You done cut Charles completely off.
My bad. I know, but
Ask no questions. You can't handle
I'm giving you a minute to recollect your thoughts, man. That's why I gotta jump in.
I'm about to ask you a question too
I'm
after you
coming
get
your
done
ass.
because you got when Charles fall asleep, right? When he fell asleep and you was behind the scenes and you had the foresight of what really going on in these spaces. You seen it and you told us behind the scenes. So I ain't gonna go into you seen it coming. But I ain't gonna get into that. Charles got the video. Man, don't let me be like old dog right now, nigga. I got the tape, nigga. I got the tape.
It's funny. It's funny because I'll tell you one thing, James. If I could get a hold of that old school BGS Coliseum, just to let everybody know, Art's not doing the Coliseum tomorrow. I am. I'm
right
out, for Art tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
what's funny, right? If I
Right.
could get a hold of that BGS conversation when Cynthia G came on the BGS, and I asked,
Oh,
what's the opposite of beta male code? I would cut that up
Oh,
into
that
a
was
short.
yo.
I would go so viral with that shit. The opposite of the beta male code. I beg of you, BGS, if you're listening, please send me that. Please send me that.
Betty Bell cool with the sound effects.
wow.
I mean, like, what's the
Hey, yo,
opposite of a beta male code?
hey, yo,
Oh, that was
child.
fucked up.
I'm on these young channels, right? And then you got these other dudes. Yo, they young. They going back and forth like the young lions and the old lions, whatever the case may be. So they talking about RBR or whatever. They going back 7 years, bruh. These young folks like how y'all did 7 years ago material. They watching those old classics. I was just there a few hours ago.
Yeah,
They
All right.
bringing up your
you
old
gotta,
classics.
you gotta send me. You gotta send me the links because it's funny. Because the one thing about Manosphere 2.0, a lot of people don't understand. We would go to your ass. Shout out to AB. He's on here. We would
Yeah.
go.
Bang
And
gang.
AB
The
will
bang
tell you, just
gang.
like the bang gang, not the bang gang.
I
James,
couldn't help
James
it.
and AP will tell you. They will tell your ass quickly. If don't say you want to debate somebody in our part of the Black Manosphere. We'll show. We'll either post a live stream.
Oh yeah, y'all used to pull up. I
We
remember
pull
the
up
day.
quick.
I
Like
remember the day.
people be like, yo, you don't understand, but it was me, BGS, Angry Man, Cerulean, Grinch, and others pull up on your ass. Kendra too.
Don't
Yeah.
forget what was the favorite quote of BGS whenever somebody wanted to debate? Don't kick the chair.
Don't hey yo, they don't really understand me, right? This is when I was just only in the comic section. I didn't hit no. I only been on panels for 2 years, right? Yo, the Coliseum. I hope Charles Faulkner, Freaking of the Law, get those audios, bro.
I
Classics.
can get a hold. I gotta call.
That's
I gotta call
history.
BGS. I gotta call BGS.
Man, please, 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 please,
Because I
bro.
wanna-
Whatever
I
you
wanna
do
just
in your
repost
life,
that
please.
Because
I'm gonna be on
tell
your
you what,
heels about that, child. I'm gonna be on your
I'm
heels.
gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you what. Because
What,
tomorrow's
man? What?
like I said, tomorrow I'm gonna be filling in for Art of Itmore doing the
Oh, okay.
Coliseum.
Oh,
And
wow.
I'm daring one motherfucker. And I said I'm gonna turn it back 7 years ago. I dare you.
Please hit the link.
I dare you to hit this link. Like I saw on Angry Man.
That's what I'm talking about. I dare you hit that link.
Mm-hmm.
They don't know. They don't understand, bro. Please, when you do that, break down the second wave because they don't know. Like, okay, when I love art, right? I was there since day one. I love art. I was there since day one when this channel only had one person or 3 people in the building, right?
Yeah.
Can you please give a history lesson of the second? People really don't know about the second wave, yo.
People don't
Because
understand
that
something.
is gone. BGS got that in the archives.
I'm gonna tell you what's funny, right? And I'm gonna say this, and I don't give a fuck who's mad. Valdez should have been at 200 plus thousand. But if it wasn't for a certain somebody,
Exactly.
you know who you are, you sneaky motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
You dirt fucking fence sitting motherfucker. You're gonna make me say your name tomorrow. And if it wasn't for your dirty ass tactics, Valdez probably, I think Valdez even passed him.
We talking about the docs and shit?
Yeah.
That and flagging the channel.
Okay.
That and flagging the channel. And I'm gonna tell
I'm not
you,
gonna say his
and
name,
then-
but it's a certain YouTuber.
you know it. And trust
You
me.
don't got it. We don't got to mention the names.
I'm gonna tell you one thing about it, because that same individual called me trying to look. He literally went on Facebook Messenger and called me. That's how deep I'm in with this space. That I actually was involved in deep personal conversations with these content creators. So I'm not a Johnny come lately like James was telling you.
Oh hell nah, yo,
He's
yo,
been around.
go to my
He's been
first
around since
channel.
forever, dude.
Go to my
And I
first
appreciate-
channel. I always give these dudes their flowers. All my video, I don't take no videos down. Not, I don't
appreciate
care
it.
if they the ugliest
And
video.
it's like,
I
and
give
it's,
Charles his flowers
I
all day,
appreciate it.
every day.
And it's funny because shit like that I can't stand. Because you don't go after somebody's, like, I'm not gonna go hate on you. You never hear me really hate on people's content unless they say something right that is just so far fetched, untrue, or just a plain out lie or stupid. Like, yo, even if Mary's still my Facebook friend, he says some stupid shit, he gets checked, and he goes back about his business. Well, y'all black men don't be. Shut the fuck up, Mary, because you do realize you're talking about your goddamn self, right? And see, the problem is all these chicks who say, "Oh, I'm gonna leave." Guess what? Boot yourself out of my comment section. Bye. But guess what? The bitches stay, and I say what the fuck I please and what the fuck I want. And I'm gonna say this to that little sleazy motherfucker. Look what happens when somebody figures out how to take advantage of the algorithm. They outclass you, motherfucker. Shout out to the angry man with his growth. Because he's gaining like fucking 15,000 subs a week.
Man, them shorts be having me rolling.
Oh yeah, they be rolling. And it's like it shows you how to overcome the algorithm. And it's funny because it's funny how it shows you how many simps or how many fucking purple pill individuals are when you let just pearly things who just takes the first level shit.
Yep.
I'm not knocking her. Because when she said the guilt
she
shame
do
need to be
well.
She doing
She
well,
is
but
just a tool, though. I mean, she's surface level, but the thing is, she still has a lot to learn. But we're not, like BGS said, leave her be. She's just being a useful tool because let's face it.
Let's not get it twisted. If she turns on us, I will not be surprised.
I know, I understand. But what I'm trying to get at.
As BGS said, she's a useful tool.
Yeah.
Let her live. Don't take her head off yet, but keep your sword sharpened.
Yeah.
I tell people
Keep
all the
the
time,
sniper rifle scope clean and ready at all times.
Oh yeah. And I tell people, I said, look, as soon as she said guilt, shame, and need to be right, I wonder where I heard that before.
I was like, oh yeah. When I heard that, I was like, oh okay. I see what Jim Burley doing.
You know what you listen to. And here's the part. I'm okay. Because there's certain shit that people I'm gonna tell you what. There's certain shit that Kevin took from me. There's certain shit that Kevin took from Angry Man, BGS, Art New Style, Dr. TSR
Dr. Neil.
Oh, some of the news outlets steal from us too. They think I'll be hearing stuff like, oh, I know where you got that from.
Yeah. And I tell a lot of people, I said, look, matter of fact, I had to remind motherfuckers, the reason why you call Kevin the Godfather is because I gave him the name on BGS's Hangout. BGS actually played it. So, the fuck, when people say, oh, you don't know Kevin like that, nigga, shut the fuck up.
Like, we did.
With Kevin. You're in no position to talk to me like that. I've been on a panel with Kevin.
Yeah, several times, and we just chewing the fucking fat. And I'm like, yo, the problem with it is just like that Adam character on Angry Man's panel. A lot of motherfuckers in this generation have no fucking respect.
It's a disconnect. There's been this cognitive disconnect. That's the problem we're dealing with. That's one thing I think people forget about. Cognitive dissonance. And this think like you and they're in that stage in their lives where like you can't tell me what to do. It's like they got a chip on their shoulder. I'm like, all right, let them learn the hard way.
And here's the fucked up part about it, right? If I came around your neck of the woods, Namer, around your people, you're gonna have to defend what you say because guess what? Old country rules still apply. Motherfuckers will challenge you to duels.
That's why we always kept our mouths shut. But sometimes, things, but tempers flare, and next thing you know, it's either fists or we're throwing rocks at each other or some shit, or like, somebody gonna get it. If it got ugly, however, and word got back to the parents that you got ugly, that you got into a scuffle with somebody, somebody's mom's gonna have to go to somebody else's mom and have that talk, and then you guys gotta, make nice afterwards because they said we ain't gonna have no bullshit in this neighborhood. We don't need no bullshit up here. Because respect for your elders was important. The grandmothers and the grandfathers, they made it sure, like, if somebody was acting a fool, they see somebody acting a fool, they go like, what y'all doing? We checked ourselves right then and there because we realized, hey, we ain't gonna disrespect them. They said, what? And that's when we have to look down in shame because they tell you, hey, what y'all doing? You were raised to be better than that.
But that's a black thing, period, no matter what part of the diaspora you're from.
Thank you.
See, you got to understand that black people, even though we might have been taken from our land of genetic origin, we've always had we're one of the few races that give a fuck about our elderly. Okay? So the elderly have a lot of power, a lot of respect. But what happens is we get this bastardization. Thank you, single motherism.
Yeah, you gotta remember. And I bet you Social Security came because they were looking at black folk. You gotta remember that white folk used to let their elders die in the street.
Oh wow!
Before the Depression.
Yeah.
A lot of their elders used to die in the street. They throw their elders out. A lot of them left homes now.
You can't have an elder die in the black community.
That elder still has so much to teach the community.
That's not our culture.
I mean, if you even go back to archaeologists, I remember watching one documentary, and they're like looking at skulls of ancient humans and whatnot, prehistoric times and whatnot. They found one skull. It had no fucking teeth, and they were able to age it. And judging by structure, they realized that this was an old person. This was an elderly human being, and the only reason that person was able to survive was because somebody had to chew their food for them, right? But they were wondering, why would such a person still exist, especially in a group? And they said because that person was an elder that they had to take care of, but also that person still had a role in the community. And that was to teach the next generation what they needed to learn.
Fam,
if you look at ancient animism, right? Like if you look at traditional animism and whatnot, some certain hunter-gatherer cultures, the women were involved in traditional religions and whatnot, or traditional spiritualisms. And in other cases, it was the men. But everybody still had their role. And the elderly, before they died, they would always have somebody follow in their footsteps as an apprentice, and then they would carry on the tradition when they passed on.
I mean, motherfucker, you come from one of the oldest fucking civilizations in the world.
Yeah. Unfortunately for us, and like so many African societies, we're still trying to salvage what's left of our traditions and whatnot because of colonialism.
Okay.
And westernization and such. I mean, I speak my native tongue, but they tell me that, if you go to the village, if you go to the rural areas, they still speak the pure traditional way.
Ooh.
And I remember I remember when I was with my grandmother one time because we went to go visit a certain doctor who was a friend of the family and whatnot. And I noticed there was the sign in our native tongue. And it was like, I asked my grandma, what's that word say? She said, oh, I read it. I could read it. I said, what does that mean, Grandma? She said, In a village, that's what they traditionally call a bathroom. Oh, because there are certain words I've never heard. I ask them, what is that term? And they tell them, no, that's the pure form of our mother tongue you hear. Because what you learn to speak, you learn that from me, my grand. There are people my generation. When they say I talk, I sound like the older generation because, you know, I was born overseas, but I grew up with my grandmother. And she used to teach me how to talk, you know, old school. There were elderly folks who I was around. They taught me to speak like they do. But, you know, I had to be around the men as well because I had to learn how to talk like the men do, not like the women.
Right.
Remember, there's dude speech and vaginal talk.
Well,
as they
we
say.
used to have that. We used to have that in America.
Yeah.
It was called. You sit with the men, or you speak like the women, and that's the purpose of when you listen to like the guy Adam versus me, and he kept trying to interject himself, and I'm like, can you stop fucking being so rude?
I remember there was a time where you couldn't talk to grown men a certain way. You couldn't talk to them like a child, and you couldn't talk to them with an effeminate voice. That was considered disrespectful.
Mm-hmm.
You had to be fearful sometimes. In my case, because I remember there was older generation men like my dad's age, like in my early 20s. When they asked me how old I was, I told them, and in my mother tongue, they would laugh. They'd be like, which means
youngster.
No. It means I could have sired you. It's an expression we mean. Oh, you're old enough to be my son. You could have been my child. Yeah, you could be my dad. I could be your daddy. Because a lot of them were surprised how young I was, and you know. But I had to be reserved when I spoke with them, even though some of them were like very jovial, accepting.
That's why I said anybody born after 2000. I was like, oh, you's a baby.
Oh man, I'm like, I met a pair of. I remember I was on a bus and I just happened to be talking to a couple of Norwegians. They were 16-year-olds.
Mm-hmm.
And I found out that one young lady when I asked them, wait, how old are your parents? I don't know. What year were they born? She said 82.
Oh, shit.
And I just looked at it and said, girl, you trying to tell me your parents are my age?
Wait till you go to college campuses and the college girls are hitting on you. And they're like, you know, like, hey, how you doing? You look nice. And you just smile. And you just be like,
yeah.
Oh, how old are you? I'm 20. And the other one was 21. And I said, I'll put it to you this way. I'm more than enough to be old enough to be your dad. And they were like, wow, how old are you? I'm 40, baby. And she was like, you look good. She was like, here, take my number anyway. I was like, Jesus.
Nigga, you ain't shit, but God bless you for it.
That's wild. That's wild. That's wild.
I mean, that's why I tell you black men, keep yourself up, you know. Keep in shape, keep worldly, be interesting. Women will, I keep telling women this shit, and women keep trying to lie to me. Like, y'all do know that women love older men naturally. Women love men they can brag about and they can learn from. So I'm like, wait a minute. That's why sometimes I had to tone myself down on college campuses because the older women and the younger women be like talking to me, and you could get that. You see that glassy look in their eye. They're like, I'm interested.
Hey Charles,
you pull up in your uniform.
Charles, I remember a time on Facebook when I didn't have that many friends, but now I have to look through my notifications to see how many friend requests I can confirm. Most of them are chicks.
Yeah, especially because you know me, I put my birthday on there, and they'd be like, I'll tell people like what age I'm going, and I'd be like, oh.
And trust to believe once you friends with these chicks, they be the first ones to message you.
Oh yeah, no message. And now they have an actual Facebook dating too.
Yeah, I noticed that. I was like, nah.
Yeah, Facebook keep begging me too. Like we go meet somebody. Like, nah, I'm good.
I'm alright. I mean,
see, yo, you got Facebook. I don't mean to interject with your conversation because I understand the dialogue, right? See, you got Facebook, but then you got Facebook Match, and read some of them. You know what I'm saying? Because you know how you got the regular Facebook, but they tell you to do the update on the Facebook. but then you see like the things at the top. It says Facebook match. I was on there. I never met any chicks off of there, but I could have. Right? It's two chicks that I could have met, and it was crazy because one chick was like a lawyer. You know, she was fly. You know what I'm saying? But the only thing was, is like she always wanted me to go on FaceTime with her, and one of her videos is like she had this dude carrying her purse and always want to go live. And
in other words, she had a beta male over there.
yeah, yo, she had a beta male. She had a beta male. Right? It is what it is, though. You know, you do what you do, and it's like I think she probably wanted me to be in that position because she left him. You know what I'm saying? So she probably wanted me to hold her purse and hold the camera while she flaunted. The other chick.
Yeah, I ain't doing all that
Yeah,
shit.
she always talking about her mechanic. I'm like, yo, why are you talking more about your mechanic? Like, I listen to old school music. Yo, the mechanic is always getting the most. You know what I'm saying? He getting everything. I love
You ever
my
have one of those mechanics? Wait, hey, James, let me ask you something.
Yeah, what a big.
You've been around mechanics, right?
What a big call it? Insert man here. That's what you.
Right.
That's what it sounds like. You said she was dealing with mechanic. Yep. Insert
Yo,
man
she loved her, like, we talking, right? This was like a few years ago, right? And she was like, all bringing his name up. But there was a one video, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to get I may have my disagreements with Kendra, but at the end of the day, you know, Charles Falconer know what I was going through back in the old boys have that I doxed them or whatever, and I never did that in my life because that's like a form of snitching where I come from. You know, all of us on the panel could attest to that. No matter where you're from in the world, we consider that snitching, right? And I never did that, but I had to take the arrows for certain situations and never threw nobody on the bus. And I remember she did a video was talking about, yo, if a woman talking about a dude more than she's trying to be interested in you, like, you gotta leave her alone. So
Yep.
Yeah, I dubbed her. Yo, hold on. Then I had another situation where Kuda just went like this right now, right? Shouts out to Kuda because he's a godfather, right? To me, right? Because he actually told dudes about getting your microphones and doing this, doing that. And that's a great thing, right? And he actually living the Passport Bros, you know, lifestyle, right?
Yeah, he's
And I
Thailand.
actually Right. And I actually he went live and I actually went on there and told him about a situation I was going through at my job because I was dealing with a chick who came there to see her matter of fact, she was like a what you call it? She was a nurse. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And a long story short story long, it was like, yo, how you gonna call me months later and tell me like, yo, I ain't hear from you in a long time. I was in an accident, and then I got into a car crash and I fell asleep at the steering. I'm like, you need to go talk to a therapist. Like, then I dealt with the dude at the job. I'm like, I remember when Charles Faulkner and these great men, right, and AM coined a phrase called the dirty dish rag, and you don't want to be that dude, or you
dishwasher.
Get like slappies, yeah, or the dirty dish rag.
The dishwasher.
The dishwasher,
I remember,
and they coined the phrase
James, hold on a
dish
second.
rag
James,
too, bro.
Let me tell you a story. AM apparently got into an argument with somebody, right? And he got the man so riled up. He said, "You know what? I'm gonna go do it on my thing. I gotta do what I gotta do. How about you just go wash your dishes right now?" And then that motherfucker was so flustered. He's like, I ain't doing no dishes. And then he started just whizzing all over his dishes and some shit like that. I'm like, what are you trying to prove? Wash your own goddamn dishes. I mean, first of all, I remember one time on BJS's hangout before we closed, I just looked at everybody and said, listen, motherfuckers, I just washed the dishes Y'all better decide who's gonna take care of the fireplace, who's gonna clean the who's gonna take out the garbage, who's gonna clean the bathroom. I done my shit. I remember we used to joke like that. I mean, even I remember we clowned on Charles a couple times, because he was a cop. Because everybody was like clowning on Charles about because he was a cop, and we said like, come on, man, we all know the only reason the girls will be checking you out is because you got them handcuffs.
Right.
You got them I gotta say like Martin Lawrence, handcuffs.
I remember Child's first video. Child's first video is when he first came up and he was sitting on the center block, right? And he had his whole uniform on because they was getting on him, right? I even did, right? I was just mad because I was going through certain things, right? And I ain't about to tell y'all who squashed it. Now, like, it is what it is, right? I was this cat is like legit though. Like he ain't the ordinary police officer that I dealt with in my time, right? Like this that cool dude.
You dealt with all kinds of bullshit with cops, huh?
Probably had it. The 50s probably had it. Like the ones who used to come to the community because, okay, boom, right? Like in New Jersey City right now, you got certain officers that's actually like their cousin, their uncle. They trying to change the dynamics of the communication between the public and the officers, right? So they trying to change the dynamic. Up here where I'm at, they don't got that. Maybe they never seen a person like me before ever in a freaking life. Because you can watch that on there's a documentary out. Maybe they took it off of Netflix. It's called Bastard at a Party with T-Bone. Like he's a blood from the jungles, and he was breaking that down with some officers from the South never probably seen a black man in their freaking life. And then some of these officers probably got PhD or whatever the heck going on. So they put them on a desk job and they put them in certain communities. Maybe Charles could elaborate on that. You know what I'm saying? So when they see a brother like me, they're going to have a different attitude. Then my attitude going to be different from theirs. So the communication.
Culture shock, you mean?
The culture shock. So it's going to be off balance. I get it, bro. But these youngins, they don't get it because they living in the drill music time. So they don't know how to communicate because they're going to be aggy because, like y'all said, of the mama effect or whatever, y'all coined that. You know what I'm saying? So I just want to stop right there, man. I know I could get.
I remember, just to piggyback what you said, I remember Dave Chappelle. If you ever watched, David Letterman's show, My Next Guest Needs No Introduction. Chappelle, he talked about, going to high school in D.C. because he was bused from D.C. from Silver Springs. And he talked about how when he went to his high school, which was one for performing arts, for all the black kids, because this was D.C. during the height of the crack epidemic, all the black and brown kids at that school had to take courses on how to talk to the police. Because the school were aware that some of their students might get profiled by local law enforcement and shit. So Chappelle was like, I was scared about that. I mean, the crack epidemic being what it was, and knowing how to communicate with the cops, that was important to us back then. You had to know you had to be street smart and book smart. But like Busta Rhymes mentioned, like when he was on Drinks Champs, when he was promoting his last album, it was important to be smart, have the knowledge. This generation on some other shit. It's like being smart isn't cool no more. Having that knowledge, or just everybody just faking the funk and pretend to be dumb.
That's a fact.
That's why he talked about oh, go ahead.
I'm gonna tell you the one thing that James said that's actually characteristically funny. There's times I would visit the group homes with the boys, and most people don't know I'm a gamer. I know it's a shock, right? And
I told you to do all those things. clip you put up. I'm just saying.
You know, it's bullshit. You know, it's hearsay, but you know, a lot of the kids don't realize that cops are people too, and
Mm-hmm.
it may not sound like it, but I'm stamped to prove East Baltimore. Like I'm from the East. Niggas don't understand that, you know, just because I can enunciate and articulate a little differently, it doesn't mean I don't go through the same shit you've been through. And a lot of
Hmm.
the kids be like, wait a minute, cops not supposed to be good in Madden. Well, kids ain't supposed to talk about the elders, huh? And they were laughing
Well,
their ass off. And they were laughing their ass off because then they kind of broke the ice because they were cracking on me, and they thought that I was gonna be some square or L7. And I was like, they were like, oh, look at your shoes, they all dusty. I was like, look at your knees, motherfucker. They look even worse. And they were laughing their ass off. And they were like, oh, that's our dude. But it's like, you know, being profiled, it's like you could be in a suit, you're gonna be profiled. You know, I had white people coming to me all the time saying, you know, thank you for your service and thank you for being here. And then I had to look and say, hey, would these same motherfuckers say the same shit to me if I was out of uniform? And the lady, I had to ask her, she was like, I don't know. I said, I know. And that's
I
the
mean,
reality of being black and a cop. Like people think your duality, like you literally live in the sense of duality. And by the way, I just beat a guy. You know, he quit a match. Just this is my
he
second
rage
match
quit.
since I. Oh, he rage quit because I picked him off and he knew I was going to score. And that's the duality of most police and who are black and from an inner city. You don't have this. I know it because, like many of us, we're in our 40s or about to be 40 this year. We've been raised around the crack epidemic. We've seen what happened to a lot of our family and friends who were not raised by their parents. I have an ex-girlfriend whose mother died from AIDS, from being hooked on crack and on the streets.
mm.
See,
I
that's
have
another thing we don't talk about right there.
I could
HIV,
tell you
AIDS.
exactly. I
Mhm.
have friends of mine who I have two of my brothers. They're not my friends, they're my brothers. They weren't raised by their parents, they were raised by their grandparents. Okay? These are the ugly truths of trying to be successful in the black community that people never want to mention. Like, look what the hell we had to go through. This isn't fun. This isn't glorious. But you get bitches to be like, abort black male babies. But yet, if you abort the black male babies, how are you going to get your saviors? How are you going to get your warriors? How are you going to get that? So, and I told people like even when the 20-year-olds and the teenagers try to tell me, well, it's violent out here. I said, look, I said, let's prove this one thing and a fact of the matter. I even showed them a list of Baltimore. I said Baltimore had over 300 plus murders the entire 90s. That ain't shit you telling us.
What else is new?
I said we actually are getting better now.
Mm-hmm.
I said so.
This isn't like Eddie Grant. This isn't like Eddie Grant singing Electric Avenue. You can't be going and say, out in the streets, this is violence.
Nah,
Not like that.
you got to remember, my mother pulled me and some of my friends when we were small and literally threw us in the house because somebody was having a fucking running gun battle.
Oh, whoa.
It's Baltimore, man. Baltimore. People think the wire covered some shit up, okay?
The Wire was just it was The Wire was just TV. It was TV appropriate, you could say.
Exactly. You know,
That's a fact.
people don't
Yo, cause
understand.
I actually challenged Charles Faulkner. It was like back in the day, I was like so delusional, right? And like up here we used to call it the Wire. It's like the Black Bible. To me, I got all of it. And I actually like my baby mother actually paid for the Wire series. Like if you buy You know, if you buy some of these series like Sopranos and Friends and some of these sitcoms, it costs about a couple of $100, right? Maybe like $150. You know what I'm saying? I don't know right now. Right? You know what I'm saying? All the series, right? All of them.
Mm-hmm.
And I studied this, right? So imagine studying the manospheres like it's Harvard University, right? Studying the wire like it's Harvard University, right? And some of these 90 movies, right? And then you actually got a person that you could actually talk to, bro. But they treat him like crap, yo. They treat AM like crap. They treated BGS like crap. They treated, even to this day, they treat Dr. Tierson Johnson, right? Then you got Dr. Curry going through his things if you don't even know. Dr. Tierson Johnson is on Facebook, bro. He always posting everything. They treating Dr. Tierson Johnson like crap, bro.
If a
And
lot of
these
y'all
are
could see some
dudes
of
who would charge you thousands of dollars just to talk to them, bro.
a lot of
People
y'all
who
What
don't
does
don't
that tell
understand
you?
black men, they really don't understand us, bro. I just want to,
a
they don't
lot of y'all
understand.
don't a lot of y'all who are not, if you're friends with Dr. T, you should be amazed on how much challenge he gets every fucking day
Right.
on shit that he has done papers, if not books on, and motherfuckers will challenge him on this shit. It's disgusting.
I would actually even say, even though he's
Hey,
not
bro,
quote
I'm
unquote,
with Dr. Tierson Johnson on Facebook. I see it. I see post after post after post. Why you gonna call somebody like? Okay, I was ignorant, right? I'm not gonna talk about. I was ignorant. I was oblivious towards the word coon or Uncle Tom until Grinch dropped the napalm bomb when he talked about the Jezebel. Now everybody want to coin it and don't want to give that brother his flowers. They just use it around these spaces or whatever their case may be, right? I never knew that it was in Congress or. Now I'm thinking like, yo, the black woman was the first snitch. It never was a black man in the house snitching on a dude in the barn. It was always pillow talk telling the black woman was telling the white master like, yo, he gonna leave and go to the north.
What does
But they
that tell
don't
you?
want to give these flowers. They don't want to give these flowers. And I always been saying it now. I always been saying now, who was the first snitch?
We could never be the first snitch because we weren't allowed to talk to Master the same way
And it
as
was,
women and everything.
but that quote unquote woman was in Master House, but she was snitching, pillow talking. Oh, he gonna leave. He gonna go to the north. That's why the dogs got sick on him when he was going through the mud swamps and trying to get to the north and all of that. How the hell did all of them dogs came there that freaking fast?
Unless she was
After
like,
all of
oh,
these years, because I was taught that the light skinned dude was in the house and the dark skinned dude was in the field. Now
What does
we got
that?
this new information that's telling you that no, it was always that black woman in the house that was pillow talking and snitching.
The bed winch. That's why you have the
I
term
never
bed
knew that
winch.
was a bed. I never knew that phrase, a bed winch in the second wave. No, that was not even thought of in the second wave. That came through like freaking
Tyreek.
Tyree Nasheed. Like, let's keep
Yeah.
it real. That phrase wasn't coined in the second wave. It was just what it is. And then Grinch brought out the book called Gingerbell, and then that was
Jezebel.
phrased and Gingerbell, and then we learned about how black women had, slaves and everything, and that's in Congress. You know what I'm saying? And then we all did our quote unquote the diligence and all of that coin phrase.
Mm-hmm.
How the hell did that come about? The
Due
second wave
diligence.
ain't never said that. They were just chopping heads off.
This knowledge has been passed down to many of us long before
I'm
we
just talking
realize
about
it.
if you was here in these spaces, they never said doing your due diligence, and they
Due
never said
diligence.
due diligence, and they never said that the black woman was the first snitch.
That I didn't know.
I'm
Not
the
like
one
that.
who said I'm the one who said right now, and many other videos that I did, I said it right now and many times that the black woman was the first snitch. If you actually do your quote unquote due diligence.
Yeah.
I
You
said
gotta. No,
it is
fair
what
point.
it is with me.
Fair
Bro.
enough.
I'm
Fair enough.
me though. I'm me, bro. I'm me. I'm me. I can't
I
be
said
nobody
fair
else.
enough.
That's
4
I
hours,
mean,
Jesse.
excuse me.
I was talking to Jess in the chat. He was asking how long y'all been going. About 4 hours.
Yeah. I mean, you talk about being yourself. I mean, first of all, you got to know who you are. That self-awareness is lacking in a lot of people. That's why. I mean, I always mention how many times I'm fucked up in the head. I got my personality disorders and whatnot.
Right. Same here, bro.
I mean, but
I
the
done
thing,
cried on these panels right here. I done cried on these panels at Charles. I done been to battle with Charles. I done called Charles Big Baby, and Charles called me a cat and a hat. Like,
no, I mean, no, I'm talking about mental illness. For real,
what
James.
we've been through, bro. Like me and Charles and all of these great men that
You
I
don't
love.
think I was here around? I was around back then.
I know, bro. But I'm just telling you our interactions. You know what I'm saying? Like I've been to hell and back with this man, hell and back.
Fair point. Fair point.
We all did, bro. In the beginning of this shit, like we was here when this shit was just getting started, and they don't give none of us our flowers. None of us. We seen okay, right? I'm on a panel, right, with BGS, right? Then I go to another panel, right? Then I'm hearing people bashing BGS on a female panel. Like, how you gonna bash this man? But you was here since the beginning with this man, but now you want to be on a female panel bashing this man. Why you just can't email this man or talk to this man behind the scenes? Why should we argue on a female platform, bro?
In the words of Patrice O'Neal,
but she want us to go back and forth with each other while she could get her kiddos and bitch from it. But this man going around every space. He been in Art Ickmore spaces. He been on Charles Faulkner platform. He been on BGS platform. But he's going around these platforms bashing everybody. But nobody ain't saying nothing about this dude. And then he go to GMT platform, but he kissed his ass. How the fuck that sound, bro? And I ain't even about to say his name because y'all know who I'm talking about. How the fuck that sound? He was rocking with y'all since the beginning of this shit. Since the second wave. But now he want to go around spreading this, spreading that. But I'm the only one who have a good heart and my code of conduct is unmatched. But I get bashed in these spaces too. But this dude could roam anywhere because what? Because he licensed?
What do you mean licensed? Oh, okay.
But
That's
he
what we're
bashed
talking about.
everybody. But he bashed everybody in these spaces.
He kissed the ring.
Yes, he kissed these women's ring. He just did it last week.
If you, like as Dave Chappelle would say, James, as Dave Chappelle would say, if you know a certain person is a certain way, should you be surprised when he be saying that shit?
It's crazy.
No, I mean, I understand. You got every right to be upset.
All BGS old students turned on him. All his old students. But they don't know how to be like, yo, let me send him an email. You know what I'm saying? Come on, bro. Like really, bro?
You ever seen Kung Fu Panda?
Nah, I ain't gonna
You
lie
never
to
saw
you,
Kung?
bro.
All right.
I don't watch that. I'm from the
There's
old
a reason.
school.
There's a reason I brought that up. There's a reason I got to bring that up. Cause I got to relate the material somehow. But like in certain kung fu movies, you got the master trying to teach the student, right? And the student's trying to aspire to be the ultimate fighter and everything, and wants to learn the secrets.
Right.
But there's something about that student that lets the teacher know that person is not up to the task, but not understanding that there's something inside them that's the reason why they cannot attain that. Instead of trying to fix themselves, they just turn on their teacher. I mean, you're a gamer, right, hey, James? James?
Yeah.
Okay, you ever play Tekken?
Oh yeah, that's a fact.
Okay, the character Feng Wei. The character Feng Wei, if you might remember him. Kung Fu dude who's got like the all those braces on his arms. If you look at his story, he turns on his masters, on his Sifu, because he thought he was entitled to know the shit. Only to find out, no, there was something about you that made them realize, no, you are not worthy of this. You did not prove yourself worthy. You thought you were entitled to this shit. So instead of trying to, better himself and humble himself, he decided just to turn on his whole school. In fact, he killed his teachers, and he's just a corrupted version of the knowledge. That's why they don't. That's why they don't just give anybody that knowledge, because some people could corrupt it. That's why you hear some of these people just turn on BJS and whatnot, because he puts out the knowledge. Some people are trying to corrupt it, but they're just not ready for it. And there are those who are his detractors. You're going to get detractors like that. It is what it is.
Right.
What you say isn't for everybody. That's why I say take your message to all who will listen. It's not meant for everybody.
Right.
I mean, you read the Bible, right?
I ain't really read it. Like, to be honest with you, I never read it. I just skimmed through it, and I know certain scriptures. I'm just put it like that. But
here's the point I'm trying to make with that.
I never read the whole Bible before in my life. I never read the whole.
I don't blame you. I'm very careful what I read and what I don't read, because I understand there's certain things I'm not ready to understand just yet.
Right.
But
see, like, these
hold up.
Okay, go ahead, bro.
What I'm trying to get at is like in the New Testament, like in the 4 Gospels.
Yeah.
Jesus is always teaching in parables, right?
I read the parables.
Yeah. Did you understand what they were trying to say?
Somewhat.
There's one chapter in which his disciples ask him, Lord, why do you teach in parables? And he explains to them, because I want to see who's paid attention. And the parable itself explained, and the parable of the farmer and the seeds explains what he meant by that. And since when they asked him, what does it all mean? Then he explains to them, because since you asked, now you receive. Some people are just like, they just want to take everything at face value. Others, they just want to take things at surface level. Others, they'll listen, but they're easily misled. And there's those who actually understand the message. And each group I mentioned is a smaller and smaller circle.
That's a fact. But do you know what I'm going through at this moment right now?
Let me hear it.
I was locked up, right, when I read the parables, right? And it says that you're supposed to have you're supposed to have your own space where you're supposed to put a cup of water to the side. You know what I'm saying? That's for Jesus. Like, you're supposed to have your own like room in your house or whatever you at, and let's give the Most High His praise, right? But going through my journey right now in this life, AM told me to read Paradise Lost, right? So once I read Paradise Lost, it gave me some new information. You know what I'm saying? And what it said was like, what it was, like the different realms that you go through in life, like when you're dealing with the abyss, the darkness, and then you're dealing with the light. And sometimes people have their own party in the darkness and in the light. And then it goes back to the chapter I ain't read it, man, because it's deep, bro. When you read Paradise Lost, it's deep. The author lost his first wife, second wife. He lost a lot of kids. You know what I'm saying? Throughout his whole lifetime. Like, he lost multiple kids, bro. When you read that book, bro,
Comes from pain.
it's pain, bro. So that's why when I do my content, it's pain. You know what I'm saying? You got to get through your pain to see a different way of life. And then he talked about one thing that I said on my channel, which is a small channel, right? I love all my views I get, even if it's 32 views after I watch it or whatever the case may be, right? And it says that the devil was willing to give his life on the cross too when he seen Jesus on the cross. If you really understand that, because we don't know all the context in these Bibles, right? One thing I love the Old Testament, bro. I really do. I like the old way of things, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying?
Enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. You have your right. You have a right to your preference.
It is what it is, yo. Then I could get deeper than that. Yo, the rabbit hole is deeper than that. Everybody want to talk about the rabbit hole, but I think they be lying about the rabbit hole. Just like this one content creator, I'm not about to say his name. I'm not about to give him no shine, because I think he be capping. You know what I'm saying? I had a couple of issues with him. He's fraudulent, bro.
Porcelain?
Because he never been down that rabbit hole and made it a place where he should be going on these panels and be like, yo, you know what, AM, I apologize. Charles Faulkner, I apologize. James, I apologize for the things that I witnessed. Because you was in the whip, bro. You was the next up. You was the next Kobe Bryant. Like, you was the next Eddie Jones. You was the next dude.
I haven't heard that name in a long time. Eddie Jones.
Don't worry about that, but I know. Don't worry about it. You feel me? I pay attention, bro.
I get it.
Offline, online. Like, you was the next man up. But, yo, just keep it real, bro. You from the ball. You was there. You was there, witnessed everything, but you got mad because the Grinch got on your bones, and then you felt uncomfortable being around. See, Grinch made people uncomfortable. See,
that's part of his charm.
See, Grinch is like okay, like food, right? It's like the bad food is really good for you. The good food is really bad for you if you understand that or not. You know what I'm saying?
Let's put it this way: the things that taste bitter,
it's an acquired taste.
It's like certain things are like, it's like, you know, the shit that's not supposed to be good for you, they make it taste good. But the stuff that tastes for you, it's like, you know, I mean, it's like nobody likes the taste of Brussels sprouts.
That's a fact.
Everybody try to enjoy kale, but I'm like, you know, you're gonna need some hot sauce on that.
That's why I get that dude his flowers, though, man. That dude challenge everybody, yo.
Shit, you ever try to eat? You know, I mean, you know what I eat. You know, where I come from, we eat spicy and shit, right? So I don't know what the fuck is wrong with me. Sometimes I like to put hot sauce in a salad or some shit, stuff like that.
Right.
You know, I just like to get set on fire. I just like to set my intestines on fire. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I mean, I got a homegirl. You know, she's half Asian, and we talk about, you know, about like this, like sriracha hot sauce. And next thing you know, we're just playing, you know, the Tramps' Disco Inferno after that.
That's a fact.
So I'm like, at some point afterwards, I'm just, but you know, one thing I can say about AM, he is who he is.
That's a
Although
fact.
I'm just a little weird about what's going on with his beard though. I just noticed things like that. Like he's got like a reddish tint to his beard now.
Hey, yo, man, I wish my beard, yo, because I got the scraggly beard going on. I ain't going to cap, yo. My beard
I
don't
know.
even look. I may be going to the barber shop to borrow, or sometimes. Yo,
Damn, I can't even grow a beard. All right, I'm all patchy as
I'm
fuck.
gonna cut my beard. I'm gonna cut it.
Wait, in this winter?
Yep.
Dude, I don't know. I mean, because wintertime being what it is over there. I mean, up here, I gotta wear like I wear like I wear with like one of these masks that have with a filter in it so that I can breathe okay.
Yeah.
But mostly for COVID, but I wear it in the winter. It's by a company called RZ Mask. If you look at that up, rzmask.com. Got some good stuff. They got some like the ones with the safety orange, safety green and shit.
Oh, okay. So, hey, yo, man, put that in the back chat because hold on, man. Let me give you your flowers before I forget. My bad. I'm bugging out.
Peace out, peace out, Beasley. Hang on.
Okay.
RZmask.com. I just put it in the back chat.
Yeah. Okay. Because I remember
check it out.
We was in a bad chat and you was talking about, old boy. I ain't gonna say his name.
Yeah, I know.
Why when I woke up, old boy went through a situation. You know, right? The last time that we talked, and you was breaking old boy down. And
I was breaking down a whole lot of because I told you, man, I am a cluster B.
I woke up and I'm like, wow.
Because you realize this. It hit you.
Like, I'm like, how do he know this though? Like, I'm talking about what's going on right now with like this whole, who, whatever, the whole debauchery of it.
Where he at?
Was A-T. I'm just gonna say A-T.
And you don't have to tell me his name because I know who you're talking about. But I'm talking about where he at, that bullshit, and how things operate over there.
How the fuck? Yo, I told people, right? Because I didn't know your name. Like, we done conversed plenty of times, right? I'm telling people, like, yo, there's somebody who there's a person on here that been seen that coming.
I saw it coming the first time he got deplatformed, and I was watching his interview. Mm-hmm. Now, understand, I've dealt with abuse from people of his kind. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay.
That personality disorder.
I know that. See, I know that part.
I had to break ties with an old friend because I realized he was like that. He was a covert type. And this was like 4 years ago. I broke up with a friend. I had to end relationship with a friend. I didn't realize it until I looked at hindsight and shit. And because of that, I had to cut off all my friends because I realized he was going to go around and put a smear campaign on me. My brother still kicks it with him, but I realized I can't kick it with them like that. There's so many people I've had to cut ties with them because I knew they're falling out, because I know the ripple effects of falling out, because I can't save everybody. Even if I try to tell them, they ain't going to believe me. They're going to think I'm crazy, because then again, I am crazy. I own up to being crazy, so you can't hold that against me. But watching his facial expressions, that look in his eye, because there's a certain look in their eyes they have. I mean,
like that.
Have you ever checked out facial expressions? There is, and plus he is unaware of what he is. There's a couple of channels I know. There's one channel. There's about a guy. He's like, he is that type of. He has that that type of personality disorder. James, you with me?
Man, James? I'm just listening, bro. I'm just listening.
I know, but when
hey, yo, fam, I'm not gonna give out Charles know how I am. Like, there's certain things that I will never talk about behind the scenes, bro. I will take that to the grave with me.
No,
I'm just
what we said in that conversation.
And then the next day when I woke up, it's like that whole thing went down when you was talking about it. Like, it all went into play. And you know what we was talking about. It was deep.
Yeah. we talked into some serious shit about that because I
Some
was like,
serious shit. I'm not gonna go because I didn't know
no,
nothing
what
about
was
like,
discussed then what was discussed
it is
then,
what it
what was
is.
discussed in there is what it is. We're gonna leave it at that. But
Yeah,
what I'm
yeah,
saying is,
That's a
but
whole
what I'm
fact.
saying
That's a whole
is,
fact. That's a whole fact.
yeah, I saw everything. I could
But
understand.
how did you see it step by you seen this, that's like some Biggie shit. I seen it step by step. You need to get your book like type shit. Like nigga, that shit was crazy.
I've had to do
Then
because
I woke
I've got
Then I
a
woke
because
up.
I do have my
Then
mental health
it
issues,
all
right?
went down.
Yeah, but the thing is because I'm from the third world too, so I've had to understand things in that way. I'm African, dude. That's what people forget. Even though I sound like
Right,
y'all,
that's a fact.
only a
That's
white
a fact.
version, but
Me here, I did forget that part. I did. I know I slept on that. I definitely slept on
I
that.
don't blame y'all. I don't blame y'all. I ain't mad at y'all
Nah,
because
yo,
I've been able to blend in like
but
y'all.
I've been on
I
the
blend
planet
in.
with you going on about a year now, though. About a year, right? About a
Yeah,
year.
yeah. I've been here longer. I've been here.
I did slept on that part.
And it's cool. Now you know. You learn at your own pace. It is what it is.
Oh man.
Man, I remember when I grew up where I grew up. When motherfuckers be coming home, like especially those who are like stateside or whatnot,
Yeah.
and they hear me talking and we chopping it up, they're like, "Dude, you could survive in the hood." That's why I'm not in the hood.
Yeah. That's a fact. You can. That's a fact.
I could, but it's not.
You good.
But the smart ones are the ones. But the smart ones are the ones trying to get the fuck out of there because they know how. Nobody wants to live like that. Even though Pac had a song called "I Wonder If Heaven's Got a Ghetto," you don't want to be in that kind of condition. You don't want nobody in that condition. It's not meant for nobody.
It's hell, bro. You can't breathe. The air is fucked up. I'm in the hood, bro. Like the air fucked up. The ladies fucked up. The corner stores, everything, bro. Like that's why I told you I was just on the panel with Bronze Bird. That's why I like going over there because it's so refresh. I was just over there, bro. We had a dope conversation, bro. It was epic.
But I will say this.
I hope he posted.
I will say this. Like there's certain things that I mean, there's a time, place for everything, but like certain conversations, like the one we had in the back chats, those are meant for for certain times and places. That's not meant for open discussion. Like sometimes, like if you ever listen to like Professor Black Truth, he talks about the importance of settling certain things in house instead of putting your business out there.
That's a fact, yo. Cause like when I was going through what I was going through, bro, like 2 years ago, bro, it's so much that I was like, you know what? I'm gonna take everything to the grave with me. Because they was believing a certain dude, and I was like, you know what? Okay, I'm gonna get him that. But my godfathers, who I hold dear to my heart, I know that I have to take on these challenges because I respect the second wave. Like I honor these dudes. Yeah, I'm gonna let them get that because we all make mistakes. You know what I'm saying? Some people have to take the arrows of others. You know what I'm saying? Let me take these blows. I'm glad that y'all let me come to these platforms. I respect the Coliseum, bro, to my heart. You know what I'm saying?
I remember catching a beat down. I remember one time I said something that was wrong and I was trying to figure what it was. I was trying to think it, but everybody was like punching me down. So I looked at them and said, You know what? I said after I realized I was wrong? I said, fellas, thank you for whooping my ass. BJS, thank you for correcting me. I admit I was wrong.
That's it.
Because I said something wrong, and then when I was trying to explain it, then when they were like, but they kept kicking the chair. That was the problem. But then when I realized that I was wrong, I was like, all right, I'll admit it. I realized I fucked up.
You know why?
And it was fun with Cerulean too, because I look at Cerulean because he always had Cerulean had the Bill Dukes. Remember Bill Dukes cop scene from Menace to Society?
Bill Dukes.
Bill Duke. You remember the cop who said, "You know you don't fucked up, right? You know that."
Oh yeah. yeah.
Every time I said something really fucked up, I just look at Cerulean. Hey, Cerulean, what? You know I fucked up, right?
See,
Somebody call me out, will ya?
the foreign bill policy is what I respect about Cerulean. He brought that to the table, the foreign bill that these other countries in billions of dollars. So that's why I have like my debate with reparations. Nobody really can't debate me about that because Cerulean brought that to.
Oh, you're not gonna like what I'm about to say about reparations.
Then he brought me then he brought me to like senators don't have no retirement when it comes to like in the chair. They could be up there for like 30, 40, 50 fucking years and still be on
Same
the
thing with
table.
Supreme Court justices.
Facts. Then he brought that to the table. Then he also brought the tent city thing when that the Black Panther Party started in Louisiana with Harry P. Newton and
Huey P. Newton and Bobby Seale.
Huey P.
And that was in Oakland.
And then it spread till it started from Louisiana to LA. So people don't, or Oakland or whatever. Before Oakland, because everybody thought that it started in LA, but it really started in Oakland. But before that, it really started in Louisiana with Tent City. If you really do your history, but it had a different name. You know what I'm saying? That's fair enough. Google is your friend, and that's what he brought to the table. And then other people was trying to challenge him on that, but he did brought some dope information.
He was ready for that.
Well,
Cerulean was in the Navy and crazy as hell. I mean, no, not crazy. Sorry, Cerulean was ready for anything.
Like a Godfather, but I looked at Cerulean like, I'm glad that I had the opportunity to actually talk to Cerulean because I was going through some difficult times, and I had Cerulean really don't talk to nobody because he's an a-hole. You know what I'm saying? He do what he do, right?
I have to admit, I had
the opportunity to actually talk to him on the platform. He really gave me the opportunity to really talk to him. I actually was on the platform because I looked at him like a god, and I was like, yo, and somebody gave me the opportunity to actually talk to him. Because, he don't talk to nobody. He do what he do, bro.
He's up in Minnesota, first of all.
He can talk to you on the back end, but he don't talk to the average Joe like that. He don't got no time for a listener like me at that particular time. But
I remember last time I talked to him, it was
God, bro.
I know. I understand. I admit that I've admitted to him that he kind of scares me, but I understand why because the way he is.
You're right.
Because he's admitted to being like a bit of a sociopath and whatnot. I'm like, oh, that explains a lot. And I cannot be around certain people like that. No. I mean, it's nothing bad. It's nothing bad. It's just I understand some people are the way they are, and you realize, okay, there's certain people I like, but I can't be around them. So out of respect, I don't interact with them like that. It's nothing personal. It is what it is. It's just something. There's something about it that where you guys can't vibe with each other.
Right.
So you just live and let live. It is what it is. I mean, that's why there's some people I don't mess with. But if I see him, I'm like, hey, what's up? And we just go about our business. We don't hurt nobody. We don't pick fights. We don't look at each other sideways or anything like that. We're just like, hey, it is what it is. We don't get along. We don't chop it up. We keep our distance from one another. I mean, even though I'm pretty social with certain people, I was like, some people just gave me this look, and I'm like, all right, I'll leave you be. But it is what it is. But I will say this about right now. I don't know if you were listening to the last panel we had like a while back with Snowman, but we were talking about why is it some of us, like especially those of us who've been here, who've been in these spaces for so long, aren't getting the recognition or getting the numbers of subscribers like we do, but you got all these people now coming out of nowhere and they're getting huge, ridiculous numbers of subscribers. And the truth of the matter is, I was like, listen, it's about they have been waiting in the wings, and opportunistically they just swoop in when they can. And a lot of them do it in a way where they can like attract a lot of the young people, especially young people who are now just getting into this and coming into these spaces. And understand that like certain cats have said, like certain cats like first and second way, 1.0, 2.0, a lot of them who are hip to what's going on, who have their fingers on the pulse, know that there are people who aren't really about that. They're just faking the funk. Like I mentioned, like Old Boy we discussed back a while back with the back chats and shit. It's like know. Because I said it.
Yeah.
Some of these guys, it's that false prophet thing, my dude. It's a false. They know what to say just to attract people, and they push this persona, and a lot of them reap the benefits from it. Like Old Boy right now, and I'm sure they're probably going through his books right now, trying to see the finances if he is what he is.
Yeah, man, that's wicked. That's wicked that you said that, man. Yeah, you definitely got foresight.
I've learned a lot in my life, I mean, I've had to. It's like George Lopez used to say, like when he back in '96 with his comedy, because most of my inspiration comes from stand-up comics, and he said, you got to be politically aware these days. And me coming up where I'm from, you had to be politically aware, but unfortunately, you also have to keep your head down, out of fear. I remember up here, like where I'm at, when I watch the news. Unfortunately for me, through my brother, I know some people who are in the media and shit, right? And we talk about this stuff, and I already knew
right.
Some things are just for shine, and some are just actual policy. Just like with 45 was kept doing all that shit on Twitter before he got taken off. He was just doing a lot of things just to get attention, but you sometimes have to ask, is this about getting attention, or is he just trying to distract us from something else? And like when I hear certain news, like what happened back home, I'm like doing some research to understand, why is this going to happen? There's something else here.
That's a fact.
That's why they say,
I don't even.
Hey. What it is, Jesse? AL Evans, what's good, man?
Twitter account, because one thing I know, this old woman told me.
Say what? I can't hear you, James. I can't hear you.
I said I'm about to delete Twitter.
All right. Any reason particular?
These old women's, man, they crazy. Older women's like these granny type, like 60 and 60.
Wait a minute. When did they start having Twitter accounts?
Man, listen. Go to Vice News, right? All you gotta do is go to Vice News. I'm just gonna sprinkle this little bit of information. Right. On Vice News, the oldest woman, the number one woman, is a granny. I'm just gonna leave it like that. See, the best woman on OnlyFans. OnlyFans, the number one top woman is a granny. These women's will salute.
Yo, James, is that the old white lady who has a disabled son?
Am I missing something here?
Nah, I see it. Well, it's I seen that a few years ago. It's an old white lady that does OnlyFans. She got some big ass titties, but she's doing it. She's doing it to pay for like a disabled son or something like that.
Okay. Hey, if there's a market for it, more power to you. That's all I'm gonna say about it.
That's the number one.
I didn't know she was number one though.
Bro, she number one, bro. All you gotta do is watch news and look it up. Watch news. No, she number one on OnlyFans.
Nah, cause
I don't know about.
Cause I haven't been on Twitter like that in a few years, but I remember a couple of years ago, her page came across my timeline, and I was like, "What the hell?" And I think she's in my state actually, and so I was just like, "Wow, this is crazy, man." And somebody told me the story afterward, like, "Oh, she has a disabled son that she's paying for, blah blah blah." But it is what it is.
She's taken care of.
These are the things I do. Like, bro, this is when I'm on my own time, right? It's weird that, like, I go to certain fellas told me to do, or it's like bisexual, because I think, like, all that stuff, I'm like, hold on, Vice News? Okay, Vice News talking about.
James, something wrong with your audio, man. I can't hear you clearly.
Oh, my bad.
Check your settings. In the meantime,
How about now?
it's still a little distant. Are you on your phone?
Yeah.
Where are you?
On my phone.
No, where are you? Are you out and about? If you out on the block or something like that?
I'm on the balcony. No.
Oh, okay. So it might be like the noise cancellation shit, because you sound so distant, or some shit like that. I don't know. Check it. Make sure that your headset's like plugged in right.
Yeah, I heard y'all talking about slavery earlier and light-skinned niggas, dark-skinned niggas, and I agree with the dude. Black women in slavery definitely was the first snitches, because if you, like you said, if you do your due diligence, a lot of shit that we just assume about slavery don't be true. Like he was saying, a lot of light-skinned dudes were in the fields, not in the house, unless the light-skinned dudes was like Massa's son or something like that. You know, a lot of them were in the fields. You also had and I brought this up on the Coliseum before, you also had a lot of mixed dudes that was out here going to war against slavery and stuff like that. There's a couple historical guys whose names leave me now, but you know, they could have lived their life in society, but decided to go to war against the slave masters. You know, so
can you blame them?
It's interesting revolutions. I mean, shit, I ain't gonna lie. This may sound coonish, but I probably would have just blended it. I probably would have just blended in and you know, fight some other way. But
nigga like everybody else. Negative.
I mean, I'm gonna tell you a story.
But to go to war, let me just say this, and I'll let you go to your story. You know, it's sacrifice to be a light-skinned nigga that could have passed for white and live your life, and you went to war with some slave masters. I mean, that's a sacrifice, because a lot of these motherfuckers that I read about, them niggas died. Like it was one family. It was two mulatto brothers, and them niggas was buying arms and shit and went to war and got their ass killed. I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know, because it's a weird position to be in, to be mulatto during those times, because it's like really you could be with either side. Like my grandfather, he was Passe Blanc, and most of the people in his family that were Passe Blanc, they sided with black people. But you know, you really could have chose either side, or you could have did like a lot of Creole people did in the in New Orleans, right? Where they was like, okay, I'm not fucking with white people or black people. We're gonna start our own shit. So,
Right.
but yeah, go
hold
ahead.
up, Jesse. Hold up, Jesse. Hang on, Admiral. Thank you very much for the 37 dirhams. If it's not too hard, if it's not too much of a problem, because I know it's Friday, it's Saturday over there. It's still the weekend, so why don't you come on up, man? Come on up. Over there, he's in the UAE. Weekends are Fridays and Saturdays. They start work on Sunday mornings. Come on up, fam.
Yeah.
Anyways, you were saying, Jesse? Continue.
Yeah, but I mean, I was pretty much finished with that point. But he not Admiral Smoke is not lying about that, man. It's a gift and a curse, man. Because one thing I noticed being out here in Ghana is that the younger Nigerians, because there's a good amount of Nigerians out here. There's Nigerians pretty much everywhere, but the Nigerians out here, man, they pretty much dress like Black Americans. Like a lot of the promiscuous chicks out here, Nigerian chicks, the hookup chicks are Nigerian chicks. The lesbians out here are usually Nigerian chicks. But I went to a concert a couple weeks back. Not in Nigeria. Like in Nigeria,
in Ghana, they're not playing that. In Ghana, they ain't playing that.
Well, in Ghana, I'll put it like this. In Ghana, they're kind of like in the middle. And what I mean by that is, if you go to other African countries and you LBGT, you probably get your ass killed. But in Ghana, it's more like whenever you see lesbian chicks, you just have a bunch of people looking at them crazy. You may have like one or two people saying, shame on you, something like that. But I've never seen it get violent where like somebody get beat up or killed for being gay out here. Cause I ain't lie, I've been to one or two places. I've seen it probably twice out here. And some people just, accepted a move. Like, hell, I was at a spot early this week, and they had a couple lesbians from Amsterdam that approached me on some stuff. I mean, I don't know if they was trying to proposition me, but I wasn't really interested because it was like a butch. It was one butch lesbian and another kind of 50-50 lesbian. I say that because she was cute, but she dressed kind of like TLC back in the 90s. She had that 90s.
Which member?
No, all of them, because you remember back in the 90s, like back in the early 80s, early 90s.
You mean when they were
dressing
back
masculine
up
with the bed?
You mean when they were backing up?
They had like
no, wait. You mean when they were doing backup for immature and shit?
No. Remember they was remember back in the 90s they used to have the hold on. You remember back in the 90s when they had like the baseball shirts and the jeans? You remember that? When they had those big ass baseball shirts?
Like Chris Cross.
Yeah, so that's how the cute one was dressed. She had the big ass baseball shirt with like some jeans. And the other one, she was just dressed straight up. Right. She was the other one. She was just looked like a female version of Lil Jon.
A Lil who?
A Lil Jon. Like she had the shades with the long locks. Yeah.
Did she have a crunk? Did she have a crunk cup as well?
And it's funny because she dressed like an Atlanta dude, because Atlanta people and people in certain parts of the South like them bright ass colors, like especially like in the 2000s. So she had on like a highlighter baseball jersey. I'm like, man, I'm cool. I'm cool on that. I'm cool. But I just said
were they both white or black?
No, they were light skinned, so they were probably black and/or mulatto.
Because the Dutch West Indies, because Dutch still have the Aruba, St. Martin's, and everything, those islands, and Suriname.
But whenever I see fellow light skinned people in Ghana, 9 times out of 10 they're not from here. Like they either from U.S., UK, or Amsterdam or something like that. That's the one thing.
Netherlands.
That's the one thing I learned about being out here is it's a lot more black people from Amsterdam, and man, black ADOS
Dude,
culture has infected many places in the world. Cause like even
Sam, you got
niggas
a
that
lot
be
of. Hold on, you got a lot of Ghanaians in Europe. The largest Ghanaian communities are in the Netherlands and in Germany. You got to
I didn't know
understand
that.
that, fam.
Okay, yeah, I didn't know that.
I've had to know. I have to know that. Out of survival, I've had to know that shit because my people, we all over the place, right? We all over the place, right? So a lot of us, there's a lot of us in Germany, there's a lot of us in the Netherlands, and we come across a lot of them. And I remember when I'm up here, and I remember I met a couple of like Nigerian, Ghanaian chicks who came here from Germany, and when I bumped into them, I said, "So what's your story?" "Oh, we're from Germany." "Oh, really? What's your background?" Ghana. We're from Ghana originally. Yeah, there's a lot of you guys in the Netherlands and in Germany. They're like, "How do you know this?" I said, "I'm from here. I'm from where you know." And they're like, "Oh, yeah, we see a lot of your people and shit." Because they like us. We're all,
And it's interesting, man, because I met a lot of black people from Amsterdam, and like I say, whenever I see a fine ass light skinned chick, I'd be like, yeah, she's not from Ghana. But the funniest thing, and then I'll let whoever want to go, because I gotta run off for a few minutes and I'll come back. The interesting thing is meeting Ghanaians from the U.S. It's like they sound Ghanaian, but they be like, yeah, man, I grew up, I was born and raised in the U.S. Like I met a guy, he was like, yeah, bro, I'm from Kansas City, bro. I'm like, oh, really? Oh, cool. I'm like, that's interesting because they still have the accent. They still have the Ghanaian accent, but they grew up and was born in the U.S. So interesting. It's a lot of they call them boggers. They got a name for everybody out here. No, buggers.
Oh,
that means somebody
like
that's it's like somebody
like
that
Brits, like bugger off.
They people from Ghana, but they grew up elsewhere.
You know what they call?
And then you got people like me, who's like straight up foreigners, and they call people like me and Charles and AL old bronies.
Oh, okay.
But all right, I'll be back in a couple minutes.
I'm gonna drop a napalm bomb, right? I'm gonna drop a napalm bomb. Right?
Come on.
You wanna go back and everything rolls in circles, right? My whole thing is my journey. It's like, I'm always gonna go back from like that Belly Keisha, or that Keisha from what it was, New Jack City, that Afro Latina, all of these things, right? It was Afro Latina, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? And they got killed Mexico throughout the history of the world. Y'all fellas gonna go back to dark skin, like real light Tina, like that chocolate, that sexy chocolate. It's nothing to me. It's nothing like that sexy chocolate.
Well, dark chocolate is good for your heart, my friend. I'm gonna say that.
I'm gonna go back to that though. At the end of the day, when you want that cigarette and it's your dying wish, you're gonna want that chocolate thing. That is my. That is me.
Who said dark chocolate is good for you a while ago?
I'm talking about that sexy chocolate. That's what's in the bed. I mean, when he was a child and belly, and then he hit that Keisha over that chocolate Keisha, that Latina, whatever you want to call it.
I gotta go back to seeing it so I can see what you're talking about.
To your taste buds.
And hey, you better leave that dark chocolate alone, man. They've been finding eggs and shit, fam.
You want me to leave that alone? All right, I'll leave it alone.
No, I'm talking about dark chocolate like candy.
Okay.
Real
but I mean,
candy.
but the actual dark chocolate, that is actually good for your heart. You know, I learned that from
No. That's what they've been telling people, but guess what? They've been finding lead in that shit.
Ooh. Okay, then.
Lead.
Ale, I'm going to tell you something really important right now.
What's that?
I'm glad I've got certain dietary restrictions. I can't eat certain things. So if I got to have some chocolate, I got to get something that's like, you know, free range. What's like, what's it called? Like that vegan shit. Because it's got to be milk free and such.
I never heard of vegan chocolate.
Oh, me, I'm lactose intolerant, but I got something called celiac disease, so I can't have everything with gluten.
Well,
Which
I know
has been
a
a
lot of
godsend.
people who are lactose intolerant, but shit, they still eat ice cream.
Yeah,
My
but you
grandma-
know, me.
I'm lactose intolerant. I can eat the hell out of some ice cream, but give me a bowl of milk, and I'm gonna be farting and shitting left and right.
Shit, you're gonna end up like Screaming Jay Hawkins, you know. On the can screaming, hooting and hollering, but like I said, there's certain things I do eat. Like I said, like when I have to look for some chocolate, I got like that top of the line shit. But if what you're saying is true about the lead shit, I hear you.
They just came out with the said Hershey's about to get sued out there.
I don't mess with Hershey's honestly because you know when I get like that like top of the line shit, the stuff that's like 85% cocoa and shit.
You know that one chocolate that's got that crazy ass name that starts with a G, hardly can't nobody pronounce. It's wrapped up in gold, wrapping stuff all the time.
Oh, Galaxy.
No, not Galaxy. It's called something else. It's a long one. But anyway,
Oh, okay.
that shit, it's like expensive candy. It's like,
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back, Jesse. I'm not sorry for saying your name like that, but it's just like when I think of your name, I'll just think of that Martin Lawrence joke about Jesse Jackson. Back when Martin Luther King was like trying to do the march to the Million Man March.
I'll tell you another thing I learned being in Ghana for this long, right?
Okay.
Man, niggas party different in Africa, man. Like niggas party different
differently too.
Listen. Niggas party different when they ain't got to be to work in the morning. Like, bruh, I didn't been to a place out here, bruh, where motherfuckers still partying until 7 in the morning. I don't like to party. I don't like the idea of partying until 7 in the morning because I feel weird partying. I feel weird seeing the sun up. You know, when you see the sun go up, it fucks with your circadian rhythm, right?
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. So it actually resets your rhythm to where it's like, okay, once you see that sun come up, your ass gonna be woke pretty much for the rest of the day, unless you take some sleeping pills or some shit. You know what I'm saying? But that's I was like, wow, man. That like I ain't never seen a club be packed to that long. I mean, I experienced it once, but I ain't doing that shit, man. But it's I say, man, a lot of people don't have jobs here, so your ass ain't got to be to work the next day. Shit, I guess you can do your thing.
It's just like that old Gap Band song, "Shake Your Booty at the Disco," because you want to just like dance your troubles away and shit. Forget about your troubles. Can you blame them?
Yeah. Nope.
I can't.
Nope. But I mean, even the concerts, man. That's the only two problems I have with Ghana is the way Negroes drive, which people drive crazy outside of the U.S. pretty much everywhere I've been to. Like every continent, they drive different, man. The motherfuckers rarely ever come to a complete stop. You know what I'm saying? Like people don't let the car go. They be like right on the car's ass. You know what I'm saying? Like it's different. It's hard to explain. But
I grew up in the Middle East. I have some idea.
Hold on. Yeah. Besides that, and the other only problem is the goddamn the concerts. How they do concerts here, man? Like in the U.S., you go to a concert maybe 1 to 5 hours maximum. You have 1 or 2 opening acts, and then the headliner performs. Out here, no, hell no. You could have a concert. The 2 concerts I've been to out here, them motherfuckers have went well past 12 hours. And so out here, these motherfuckers have about 20 to 30 opening acts. And the headliner, no, I'm serious, bro. I'm serious. They
How
just
many
had
tracks per opening act? How many tracks per opening act?
Bro, they just had the Black Star Line Festival out here with Chance the Rapper and T-Pain and all that. It was a free concert. Shit started at 2 p.m. in the evening and went on past 2 a.m.
Wait, it started 2 in the afternoon and went 2 o'clock in the morning, or the other way
Past 2 in the morning. Past 2 in the morning.
around? Okay. You know,
Man, I'm too old for shit like that, man.
They love the party, man. They love to have a good time.
I'm too old for shit like that, man. I didn't even go. I was really texting people that I knew was there, like, yo, did such and such go on yet? Did such and such go on yet? And it got to so late, I was like, fuck it, man. I'm not even going. Because I was going to wait to like the top people come. Once the top people come, then I was going to come out there. But it was literally from 2 to like at least, last I checked, was like 12 when they still had like local artists performing this shit. I'm like, hell with this, man. Hell with this. Somebody buzzing. Hey James, you not coming in clear, brother.
He's buzzing. He's got something's going on with his connection. How about you log out and log back in?
Bro, that shit's crazy, man. Yeah, we can hear each other.
He said Charles Faulkner, this is off topic. Have you ever thought about doing a survival guide video, such as if you're out in the wilderness or harsh environments? I'm gonna try it. I mean, it's early 2023, so yeah, might as well do something different. Do a little survival guide or something, or what happens if you get ambushed, or what to do. Like one, I would say go to a little hardware store or a camping store, get you a nice quality first aid kit. Matter of fact, when I went to the bank to open up a business account, another one. I think a lot of us need to start carrying a lot more fire extinguishers in our cars. I'm just saying. And also carry a blanket, like a thermal blanket, an emergency blanket in your car. But we'll get on to that. Continue the conversation.
Sure. When you come back on, get closer to your mic. We could barely hear you.
No, I was able to hear.
I could barely hear him. He sounds kind of distant.
It sounded like he was 1,000 miles away from that microphone.
It's like he was in the passenger seat. The phone.
Shit, you probably just tired. What time it is on the East Coast right now? About 3 a.m., 4 a.m.
4:10 in the morning over there. 4:10 in the morning.
Oh, okay.
It's 10:10 over here where I'm at. Central European time.
It's 9:10 over here, so I'm just getting up an hour or so ago. Yeah.
How things going on in Ghana these days? How things over there?
It's going good, man. Besides, you did have the currency depreciation, and Ghana has kind of defaulted on some debt, or they stopped servicing public debt, rather, and they're restructuring with the IMF.
Oh man, that's when shit gets gonna get ugly. That's when shit gets ugly. I mean,
well, we'll see. I'm in here for the long haul. I'm planning a trip to Rwanda in a few months. Going to Kigali, but I plan to pretty much be here. So, for what I've seen so far, there's pretty much no issues, man. It's just it's a third world country, but pretty damn peaceful. Most I've seen out here was a little scuffle at a concert. Haven't heard of no shootings, robberies, people getting killed. I'm sure it happens, but it's so infrequent to us. Like, I mean, one of the things that blew my mind out here is out here people just walk from the ATM with a whole wad of cash in their hand, and you know they come out the bank with a large withdrawal that they just got. Like it ain't nothing. You know, where I'm from, you do that. Where I'm from, if you do that, then you gonna get robbed 9 times out of 10, or somebody gonna try to rob you.
That's why you don't
you
mess
put
with
that
shit.
you put that thing in your pockets real quick, man. You don't be walking around with a whole wad of cash back to your car
Jesse, how
in
far
plain sight.
Jesse, how far are you from Nigeria? How far is Ghana from Nigeria?
It's not that far. I don't know the exact distance, but I think it's like maybe 2 or 3 countries between us.
I think
like
it's Togo and Benin.
There's a road.
Togo and Benin between y'all.
There's a road that passes through those 2 countries from Nigeria to Ghana that you could get there through. But it's not that far. Like the flights are pretty inexpensive to Nigeria. Probably like a couple hundred round trip. And there's a lot of Nigerians in Ghana. Shit, my barber out here is Nigerian.
So where you from? So what's your name? Jesse? Jesse, where you from? Where in the States are you from, Jesse? Oh, really? Okay. You from the South? Okay. You know, I'm very interested by your accent, you know.
That's a terrible Nigerian accent. Oh my God.
I sound too uppity? Is that it?
Nah, it's just not. I don't know why it's terrible. It's just not. It's not there.
It is. That's not even close to a Nigerian accent.
I probably would sound like terrible if
I realize I'm too South African. It sounds South African. That's where I fucked up. That's the problem. I was doing South African. I was doing a South African accent. My bad. Wrong part of the continent. God damn it. If it was my people, they'd be like, they'd be calling you Issei because that's what your name means in our mother tongue. That's how we say Jesse. So we like, you know.
So out here, Nigerian women are the ADOS women of Ghana.
What else is new?
Stop it. Are you serious?
No, man, it's real. Like I'll put it like this, man. Like almost everything you think about ADOS women in the States, that's how Nigerian women are here in Ghana. Like as far as promiscuity, like the chicks that's, you know, getting ran through, the chicks that's dressing very provocative, it's the Nigerian chicks here. You know what I'm saying? Like if a guy wants to have fun, like, you know, knock down a chick consistently without having to have any relationship, like 9 times out of 10, you probably be smashing a Nigerian chick. Because a lot of local Ghanaian chicks get it in too, but it's like, I probably say a lot of them, they go for relationships, you know. Whereas like the Nigerian chicks, you know, they down to have fun. Of course not all, but a lot of them way more than the Ghanaian chicks, you know what I'm saying? Like they call themselves hookup girls.
So if you want to try something, you got to do it with a hookup girl, not with a local girl. All right.
Right. I mean, you could probably get a local girl, but it's most goddamn chicks are looking for like serious relationships, sugar daddies, or marriage.
That sounds like Western women to me. Shit.
Hell yeah. I mean, in Ghana, just like in Nigeria and other African countries, especially if you like one of them top dudes, you have a wife, but you also got the side chick, and then you got, you know, that's the mistress, and then you got 2 or 3 girlfriends just to keep her in check. because everyone's trying to move up, and everybody's trying to. But at the same time, they know there's somebody right below them, so they got to keep their position. They're hoping to move up or keep their position.
Well, it's like I put like a lot of chicks out here. A lot of Ghanaian chicks, they're not gonna have sex with most guys unless they have assurances, you know, like it's going to be a long distance relationships, and most of them, if you don't plan on marrying her, she gonna abort your baby 9 times out of 10.
Back alley abortions too. That's why, and plus they don't fuck around with that birth control. That's why a lot of them like.
So it's plan B or a traditional abortion, where it's like most Ghanaian women, they have fear of being. When the chicks I talk to, they say they don't never want to be a baby mama.
No, you don't, because you know what comes with that.
Whereas the Nigerian chicks, they don't have problem being a baby mama. Matter of fact, my barber, he got a baby mama in Nigeria.
What part of Nigeria he from exactly? Or do you even bother to ask?
Lagos.
No, where's his home state?
Lagos. I don't know the state. I know the city.
No, his city. He's from the city of Lagos, but you asked him where's your home state.
Yeah,
that tells you what tribe and everything they're from. That's what I'm trying to explain to you, Jesse. But I guess you would know it better.
Right. That's it. I didn't ask him the state because I don't really, I don't really get into the states and all that. The only state I know is Delta.
There's River State, Delta, Eastern Plateau State. That's in the southeast. That's Igbo. That's Igbo territory.
But
there's Edo State.
But yeah, man, it's an interesting dichotomy, man. It's an interesting dichotomy between because like even out here, man, like a lot of the pros are not locals. Like a lot of the pros out here are from Ghana. I mean, not Ghana. From Nigeria, Liberia, and other African countries. So it's like a lot of local women. I didn't hear about it from Sierra Leone, but a lot of the local women, they rather hustle and then sell their vagina. So you see a lot of women out here selling stuff on the roadside or at the marketplace.
Yeah. It's I mean a lot of those market stalls, those open air market stalls you see, they're run by the women. A lot of women are entrepreneurs.
Yeah, I see, and I think that's something that's interesting about Ghana too. Is ever since they were under colonialism, I read about this years ago, but the women actually took over the markets during colonialism, and they said at a certain point when they were independent, they tried to get the men to take over the markets like the government, but the men were always getting into conflicts with each other and stuff like that, and so the women went back and kind of took it over. And this, I'm not saying that the women have it 100%, but if you look at Ghana's labor statistics, Ghana is probably one of the only countries where the women are slightly more employed than the men. So if you look at, probably Ghana and Rwanda, right? So if you look at Ghana, it's like 51% of the labor pool is female, and the other 49% is male, which in most African countries, it leans the opposite end, where it's more men in the labor pool than women.
You'd be surprised. So it's say that's the norm, actually, but I see what your point is.
No, I mean African countries. African countries. In the U.S.
Go ahead.
Now, I say in the U.S., it's probably closer to how Ghana is, and a lot of European countries, of course, there's more women in the labor pool because of feminism. But like Rwanda, their president is a straight up feminist, which it sounds bad to our ears, being in the red pill community, But you know, African feminism is a lot different. But the president of Rwanda is a great country and all that stuff, but he does push women into positions of power and you know.
You also got to consider the demographics of certain
Believes in
places, like
it.
Jesse or Borgen. Jesse, hold on a second. You're Borgen a bit.
Women and pushing women into the workforce and all that type of stuff. You know.
I hear you. But you also notice you have to consider like what happened in Rwanda and Burundi population. You were Borgen for a moment. You're okay now. You're Borgen for a moment.
Wherever you standing at, don't fucking move. Because wherever else you was at, you started boarding.
But he's not lying about what he said about, like, you know, like in certain places, like especially open air markets in certain African countries, it's usually the women who run it, because the women understand the finances, everything, and it's like centuries old. Some of the oldest markets I can remember, like, I mean, because like most of the people who are, you know, who are buying, who go to these markets are mostly women. And so when they go back and forth, they can communicate and try to convince each other and whatnot. So everybody knows who to go to for what. Good network.
There's more men out here in the markets than you would think, though, because, you know, when you read about it and you see it on the ground, it's sometimes not the same. Because you know, I just assumed before I came here that it's just gonna be, you know, 99% women, when there's more probably like maybe 60-40 women to men.
It depends on what they're doing.
Or like 70-30.
Because like
so a lot of the men
about, like, the
they
yeah.
a lot of the men are doing they do a lot of different stuff, but I notice most of the people that sell meat are men. So if you're trying to get chicken or cow meat or pork or whatever, you know, goat, 9 times out of 10 it's going to be men. But people do all kind of hustles out here, man. You go to the market, you got people selling all kind of shit. And even if you don't go to the market, you got people at every intersection, every street light selling shit. It's like, damn.
Yeah.
You know, and that's how they hustle, man. So it's like committed. Shout out to those women, because they could be overselling. They could be out here selling that monkey, man, but they choose to get out in the hot sun, you know, 8 to 12 hours a day, and sell water or sell, you know, purses or whatever they sell. You know, everything from water to food and all this type of stuff. You know. So I'm like, damn, if somebody wanted to come out here and do a hustle like that, you know, it's easier to do a hustle like that in the U.S. because there's way less competition on the streets, you know, because everything is pretty much in the supermarkets and all that. But out here, shit, you competing with hundreds of other people on the street corner like you selling the same. Like, you'll see about 3 or 4 people at one intersection selling the same shit. You know.
Speaking of which, let me ask you something. You know, because, you know, Ghana's predominantly Christian and whatnot. Have you ever been stopped by somebody posing like a preacher and some shit like that on the streets?
Nope.
Consider yourself fortunate, or I might have jinxed it.
But they are religious as hell out here, man.
Oh, mega churches.
Oh yeah, man. I remember New Year's Eve. I come back from the club on New Year's Eve. It's like 3 a.m. in the morning, and they got people outside of one of these big ass churches. They got spotlights. I mean, the shit, the lights and everything. The way it was set up was like a damn concert, man. At 3 in the morning, people celebrating God and stuff. I'm like, wow, man, this is crazy. And it's I don't know what part of the culture or why they do it, but on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, like, everybody wears white for some reason. Not everybody, but I'd say 90% of the people you see for New Year's Eve, they're well, I know the symbology behind it, but I don't know the.
Let me put it this way.
Actual reason. But everybody wears white. It's like, wow, okay.
Jesse, let me put it for you this way. For some, they're trying to re-pure themselves and start afresh, right? For others, they're just trying to whitewash the shit they did last year. That's all it is.
Mm-hmm. I got you.
You got to white.
I got you. But it's it's definitely a religious country, and I like that because, hey man, you know, religious countries like Ghana and Ethiopia, it's a lot less promiscuity going on with the women.
Oh,
you know,
you would think,
so it's
think, but not really. I mean, they're pretty open
oh,
in
I know,
Ethiopia. I've been there. You ain't been to the seaside, my dude. You been to the city? You been to the seaside? Have you been to some of the resort status?
I know.
Speaking of religion, you realize today is Christmas in Ethiopia. First of all, sorry. No, I'm not sorry. But yeah, you know.
But it's I was gonna say that hey, I'm sure it goes on anywhere, but just imagine how fucked up it would be without the religion.
Oh, I could imagine.
I mean, well, you don't have to imagine. America. Welcome to America.
Coming to America.
America is the perfect example of like, okay, well, you think those chicks in the religious countries are bad. Just wait till you get to a state where motherfuckers not religious. Then it's gonna really be bad. Because most black women in the U.S. claim Christian, but they're not really religious. They're not. I mean, they claim it, but I mean, they be practicing witchcraft on the side and shit, doing moon rituals and all this type of shit. So it's like, yeah. When that religion, like out here in Ghana, like even the women that get it in, like it'd be funny though, because it'd be like a chick that I know get it in, and she be all on her social media, you know, giving glory to God and all this type of stuff. It'd be fun. Like, man, you be getting it in. Shut up.
I did say that some of them just whitewashing from the shit they did last year.
Yeah. But I was like, man, if they weren't Christian or Muslim, I could imagine the level of promiscuity that would be going on. Like this is how you act when you're a true believer. Man, if you go atheist shit, it's a wrap. You're gonna have 1,000 bodies, buddy.
I mean, I'm just looking at this, I'm like, what else is new? But then again, HIV being what it is, it's running rampant. It still has since the early 2000s. I mean, since the 90s in some cases.
Yeah, man, I didn't know the HIV rate was that high in Ghana, which is, I mean, it's like so in 2022. And another thing that's weird about the HIV rate is that the women infection rate or new cases rate is about 5 times that of the men. So the numbers are, it was about 2022 is about 23,000 new HIV cases for women in Ghana, or for adult women, and it was about 5,000 for adult men. So I'm like, man, I was saying in another group, like, do we possibly have another DJ Pope white perpetrator out here infecting broads?
Not necessarily.
Or what's going on?
Sometimes in Ghana, no. In Kenya, you had a similar situation like that. But in Ghana, it's more likely that 3 or 4 women are messing with the same motherfucker. That's what it is. You got several women messing with the same dude that don't know about it. Even though everybody knows who's who, but
disparity, man.
Huh?
That's a crazy disparity. Like women, 23,000, men 5,000.
Somebody,
23,000 women and 5,000 for men.
Yeah, but it's a ripple effect because somebody getting it with somebody, and they go and pass it on to somebody else. And in some cases, it could be the dude got it from the side chick and give it into his main squeeze. You know what I'm saying? Some shit like that. And this isn't just in Ghana. This is in other parts of Africa, my dude.
No, I know
And
it's
nobody
high
want to use
in like
protection to get
South
tested.
Africa. I think has some of the. I think South Africa has some of the highest rates in the world. So I knew about other countries. And even 23,000 compared to some of these other countries is not that big. I mean, of a country of I think like 17 million or something like that, 20 something million I think it is in Ghana. I mean, that's like less than 1% or something like that. So.
But that also
0.1%.
goes to back with the fact, like, you got all the religious folks, right? And a lot of them were talking about abstinence and deterring people from using condoms. You have the same problem going on in Uganda. And this has been going on since the 2000s. You have like these Christian conservative organizations from the States because they cannot influence public policy like they can in the States. So they go to these countries in Africa where they can get a greater influence because there's a lot of people who are willing to listen to that shit. And they're trying to
Oh
take
yeah, man. I mean, look at Uganda. They had the white lady that was claiming to be a doctor. So it's definitely that white privilege where motherfuckers believe you because you white. So that is they get that. They get more influence. They be a nobody in the U.S. and then they can pretend to be somebody of importance in Africa. So.
You're gonna find a lot of. If you ever head to Uganda, you're gonna find a lot of Ethiopians and Eritreans over there too. A lot of them there. So much in Uganda, in and around Kampala.
Oh, okay.
So much so
I've seen that. I've seen.
So much so, a lot of the Kampala, a lot of the locals are trying to speak their native languages.
I've seen my first week here, I seen a fine ass Ethiopian in the mall, but I was with one of my girlfriends. So. She was fine as hell, man. I said I was with one of my girlfriends in the mall, and I seen a fine ass Ethiopian. I'm serious. I didn't know they had an Ethiopian population out here, but apparently there's some out here. She was slim. She was slim and had a nice fat. It's rare that you see a chick with that slender of arms with a fat ass.
Was she light skin or dark skin?
She was like in the middle. So she was more toward darker. She was more toward dark skin.
Because you're gonna find a whole spectrum on all of us, like especially like hair texture and everything being what it is.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that though. The only reason I know that because I've seen a couple documentaries, but I guess that just shows like it seems like a lot of countries promote their light skinned population more for whatever reason. Because there's like real dark skinned Ethiopians, but a lot of people don't know. Like most Americans, when they think Ethiopian, they just think of the light skinned Ethiopian.
The Highlander ones, the Afro-Semitic ones, because they forget that Ethiopia has a population of 120 million, 110 to 120 million.
Yeah, that's a lot of different groups out there. Yeah.
70 plus different ethnicities in the country.
Yeah.
Some of those tribes are ethnic. Some of those tribes.
It's one of those huge melting pots, kind of like Nigeria.
Not really melting pots. More like everyone has their own distinct identities, but there is some intermixing every now and then. But the smaller minorities, they mostly keep to themselves, but they interact with one another. One way or another. But some of those tribes also still have their own brethren across the border into other neighboring countries. Same goes for like in Eritrea as well. Like we got certain tribes who are related to like the folks in Sudan and whatnot.
Right. That makes sense based off the geography of it all.
I met this one young lady. This one young lady I met here. She told me she was from Ethiopia. I said, really? Because she's dark skinned, right? Because I looked at her face and everything. I thought she was South Sudanese. She's not really. She is actually Ethiopian. It says that she comes from a tribe that's more common in South Sudan, but they have a smaller contingent of theirs in Western Ethiopia. So when I asked her, what tribe are you? She said, Nora. Okay. So, and she told me what home region she was and everything. And I was like, oh, okay, that explains everything. Because when I first looked at you, I thought you were South Sudanese and everything. Say, I know. There's more of us over there than in Ethiopia. And I said, I learned something new every day. It's like, certain tribes, because like they're mostly Nilo-Saharan and Afro-Cushitic, and then the light-skinned ones, like who are related to mine, we're mostly Semitic ones. So a lot of people don't do their research.
I wonder if I can convince an Ethiopian woman to participate and or to be with me as a polygamous man.
If you were Muslim, maybe. If you were Muslim, maybe.
Yeah, what's up with whenever I tell African chicks that I'm polygamous, the first thing they ask me, "Are you Muslim?"
Because polygamy.
It's like for some reason in their mind,
Islam.
Right? Because for some reason in their mind, it's like, okay, if you're Muslim, it makes it more right. it makes it a little bit okay if you're Muslim.
Yeah, because if you have multiple wives, it's permissible in Islam. They don't say it's permissible in Christianity. That's why they think like that.
Right.
So,
I mean,
it is
my
what
thing
it is.
most of the patriarchs in the Bible were polygamous.
Polygamous, yeah.
So I
a lot
don't,
of people don't know that.
I don't see anywhere in the Bible where it specifically outlaws polygamy.
No, but in certain countries, it's you have that exemption for religious reasons. Like if you're a Muslim,
but a lot of women would try to argue that though. A lot of women would try to argue that polygamy is against Christianity. Like I was talking to this one chick. She was a up and coming lawyer out here. She actually just got married to a Black American guy.
Congratulations!
But back when she was single, she would try to argue that to me. Which I like 92 octane women. But the only thing I don't like about 92 octane women is that they try to argue you and all this type of shit.
I mean,
they try to argue about everything. It's like, okay.
Or is it 85, 87, 92?
92 octane is like the professional women. Lawyers, corporate people.
Right. That's like the Yvonne Orgy in Insecure, basically. It was like 85, 87, 89, 92, and 100.
100 octane is the 100% perfect chick that's technically a sugar baby.
The baller chick. The side chick for like them who gets with the hot top tier dudes and everything.
I think the 100. I think it's the 100% is the diesel, right? Isn't that the diesel?
No. The diesel is a variation of those. So you have the diesel variation. You have the square and then the diesel variation.
Yeah, the 100 octane is the perfect chick. 100 octane percolate a perfect chick.
Perfect 10. She's like a 9 or a 10.
Technically a sugar baby, perfect chick.
Yeah.
She puts a price on her shit.
Yeah. I remember, was it I got one of my partners down.
Let's not get it confused. There's some women that don't got perfect bodies and still sugar babies over too. Those don't count. I'm talking about the top tier, beautiful, everything. Those 100 octanes, yeah. You get some average looking chick with probably still getting some simp or sugar baby her ass, thinking she that type. No, she knows what type of dude get a sip over versus the ones that actually
yeah. Because some guys just have a fetish, man, and because I've been on
they're just plain desperate.
I've seen a sugar baby site. Well, it's not really a sugar baby site, but there's sugar babies on there, and they have women of different levels as far as physical attraction. So
and persuasions,
but
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Anyway, so you have a thing for 92 octanes, the professionals.
No, what I'm saying is, it's not. I have a thing with, but it's hard to explain. Like, I like 92 octanes, and I think they're good for appearances and to be on your shoulder at events and charity events and business networking events, stuff like that, right? But in a relationship, they're annoying.
Because they don't know.
Because
it's about control.
Professionals, they think like us. Ain't no way you won't, unless you're both business minded, whatever. But join each other's masculine level. With most of the time, we ain't gonna join no masculine woman like that. So
Yeah, I don't like the
let's
masculinity.
he's
I don't like
making
when
less
people.
money than her. He's worshiping her, yeah. But other than that, yeah, like if you're a professional yourself too, and she's one also too, depending, yeah, y'all gonna be clashing like wild dogs. That's just
So
gonna
I
join each
think
other.
it's
That's it.
I
That's
think
all
I
they
need.
got
I
to
think
do.
it's an 89. Is it 89 or
89.
87?
No. 87 is basically a regular square woman. She wants to get. She usually wants to be with a man who's like an
Okay.
87.
So that's what I have right now. It's 87. 87.
She's like a homemaker,
Yeah,
blue collar person.
that's
She's down with the blue collar dude.
Right,
yeah.
but it's I mean
But technically, the
it's
traditional type
challenges.
woman.
It's challenges to each octane level, man.
It is because you got to understand where you fit in their society, in that particular society.
So I
You could
think
be an 87 in some
89.
places. 89 is kind of weird because an 89 is halfway between an 87 and a 92. You know what I'm saying?
I
They're
think
social
89 is
climbers.
more my speed.
Yeah,
But
but you gotta be careful because some of
With
them have
those
some.
types, it's like think of it as like she's the homebody girl. She's down with you and everything with your dreams. But when you make it to your dreams, it's all like he needs to start understand. Let's say the example like the Tom Brady situation with his now ex-wife and stuff like that. If they was to put in that dynamic and shit, it's sort of like you're dealing with an overachiever. On her level, you feel like okay, we got all we got. We don't need to go further, no more than that. But not you still with an overachiever. He's going to keep going until his body caved out and stuff because it's just in him. You can't not lock him down like that. So like how females get with this cops and everything because they see the profession, they see sexuality on that. He get chosen when he gets shot and everything, and he bounced back on his feet and everything. She's trying to convince him to stop, but it's like, yo, he loves being a cop. He knows the job, he knows the risk, but you can't stop him. It's like
No, look at it this way. You remember the movie Heat?
Nah, I never seen that movie.
You never saw Heat?
No.
Oh man, in that movie, Al Pacino and Robert De Niro, their characters, Detective Frank Hanna and what's his name, Neil McCauley. If you ever see the restaurant scene where they're sitting across each other, they meet each other for the first time, face to face, and they look at each other because De Niro is, he's a bank thief. He does heists and everything. But what's his face? But Pacino's a cop, and they look at each other and say, "I don't want to do anything else. Neither do I. I can't think of anything else to do. Neither do I." They live for the thrill of what they do. In the case of Hanna, he just loves to do what he does. In the case of Pacino, he loves to do what he does because it keeps him on his feet. The problem is with if we talk about with the Tom Brady situation, and I've mentioned this a few times, especially on Snowman's show. He fucked it up because there's a thing about with your woman, you keep your word, right? You don't go back on your word like that. But his problem was he didn't know how to transition. He doesn't know how to walk away and transition to something because he had a good thing waiting for him when he retired because he had a guaranteed spot. He had a guaranteed job as a analyst for Fox Sports. You know what I'm saying? But for some reason, he just can't hang it up.
How he fucked up with his woman? He ain't fucked up. She fucked up.
He fucked up.
No, he didn't.
But the thing is,
he fucked up.
Huh? I'm sorry?
She fucked up. She knew what type of guy he was dealing with. Remember when they first met, she was making more money than he was.
She still is. When you think about it.
No, he's not a bigger
because she's a model, right? But she's transitioned from modeling to doing and she's being able to branch off into other things, dude.
But she's not making as much money as he is now. and stuff.
Well, not now, but in the long
And
run,
they
she
know
probably
what's going
will.
to, like I said, like she know what type of guy she is dealing with. And
I
stuff.
know, but he's 45.
It doesn't matter. Like like if you, it's just like with Adrian dealing with Rocky and stuff. She actually know what type of man he was dealing with. Like, yo, first Rocky movie, yo, I just want a shot and everything. I don't care, get my brains beat out with him. I just want a shot.
I know.
And she stood by him by that. You know what I'm saying?
That's not what I'm saying. Is like afterwards, after a while, when you hit the pinnacle, you don't know how to walk away from that. That's the problem with a lot of dudes. Because they don't want to go out without any, because it's that thing of living with regret. Have you seen? Do you remember the Rocky Balboa movie? His last fight with the young dude.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't care if he lost because remember he walked out to the cheer of the crowds, and he knew because he knew I've done everything I needed to do. I don't care if I lose. I gave it all I have. Now I can walk away knowing I did what I did. For some reason Tom Brady can't do that. Some dudes they don't know when to walk away. There are some guys who are smart enough to walk away while they're on top. I mean, that's why I have respect for like John Elway. After 2 Super Bowl rings, he was like, "No, I know I got to walk away while I still can." I mean, of course, Charles would agree with me when I say the person who had the greatest send off was Ray Lewis. He won his final season. He won his 2nd Super Bowl ring and was able to retire. Fucked up tricep and all. He had to have a brace on one arm. And he said, I was going to finish this season one way or another. Yep. Ed Reed won a Super Bowl in that very season. Those cats knew how, and he knew when to walk away. He said, after this is my final season, so I'm going to make it count. And he made it count. I mean, Tony Siragusa, God rest his soul, when they won their first Super Bowl, he retired after that. Because that culminated everything. He knew, I'm done. I got to move on into other things. And he walked onto a stint with Fox. Tony Siragusa, God rest his soul. So, but I'm saying is like, I know a lot of us, she fucked up, yeah, but on the surface, those of us who understand relationships, you got to give your word. When you keep your word, when you go back against your woman, huh?
And you see now she's dating someone else, so most likely that was already
she got back at him. She's getting back at him, which I think is childish.
That's what I'm saying. She fucked up even more.
Yeah, she fucked up even more because 2 wrongs don't make it right. But at the beginning, it's on him because
no, it ain't on him. It's on her. Period.
No, for her, what she did, yes. I'm talking about him taking
overall 100%. Overall, it's still on her. Period.
You think she drove him not to go back on his word? Is that what you're saying?
What makes you think he did go back on his word? He didn't make no promise that I was going to retire to her. We don't know that.
Sure
did he actually told his wife, I'm going to retire this? No.
All right. If that's the case,
she wanted to control his ass. It was all right. It was all right in the beginning, but she wanted to control his ass. But like I said, you're dealing with overachiever. He's going to stop when he feels he need to stop on his timing, not her timing.
45 and still trying to chase Joe Montana.
He was all right because she getting all the money and everything and the fame. Like, come on. Oh, because you know what? She was on top of him financially. Now he's building himself on the level. And superseded her. Like, come on, man. She
How much would he have gotten if he walked away from that? Because he was walking into a multi-million-dollar deal with Fox after he retired. You know what I'm saying? He had that lined up. I understand what you're trying to say, Mel. For overachievers, there's got to be time where you got to hang it up. You know what I'm saying? Either you hang up with your body still intact, or you're gonna be forced to hang out. You're forced to hang it up. How many great quarterbacks had to retire because of severe injuries? Joe Montana, Dan Marino, Troy Aikman with the multiple concussions. You know what I'm saying, no? I hear what you're saying, but you understand what I'm saying? Jesse, you washing dishes?
What's that?
You washing dishes? Because I'm hearing like plates clanking and shit.
No, that's my girl washing dishes.
All right. Good morning to you. Happy Saturday.
She
Just
about
be
to
polite.
fix up my breakfast.
I hope she making you something good.
Man, I'm simple, man. I usually they be having all these complicated breakfasts in Ghana, but I normally just have her chop me up some fresh fruit for breakfast.
That's good. Start out with some fruit.
Some fresh organic mango, or usually I do mango, pineapple, or sour fruit, whatever it's called. Little white fruit.
Guava?
Nah, not guava. It's white. Guava is pink.
Was it like
or
a pear?
Some guava is pink.
Some guava.
No, it's called sour something. It's called sour something. Sour fruit or something like that.
Oh, okay.
It's really good fruit. It's really good fruit.
Yeah, you want to start off with some good vitamin C and get some sweet and everything. Get some energy.
Yeah,
Where I'm from, it's just
try to stay
bread,
healthy,
yeah.
man. You said what?
Yeah. Where I'm from, it's usually traditionally they drink tea and bread. Then on the
so like, y'all were also subjects of the crown, eh?
No, we were an Italian colony, but you know that tradition.
Okay. That sounds like some English
so
shit.
we like. Yeah, no, tea and bread that we like, that's common for a lot of people. Like when you have friends over, we either have like traditional coffee or tea. Like at my grandma's house, I remember like at noon, when she came home from church, at noon she would always have to have that traditional coffee. That coffee ceremony I should take part in.
Okay. I knew culture was big in Ethiopian culture. Eritrean culture, but I didn't know that tea was a thing out there.
Tea was a thing.
Like coffee is really
that's ours, because coffee comes from Ethiopia originally.
Right.
Then it spread to Eritrea and everything. But tea, that came through trade and whatnot. So we were all familiar with tea and everything, but we all preferred the coffee. But the coffee was like traditional form, but we had that for certain occasions and such, and the popcorn too.
Cause I went to a Ethiopian place and they was doing like this thing with coffee, where it looked real traditional.
They grind it up.
Yeah. Right. Which I'm not a huge coffee guy. Like the way I've always looked at coffee is, you know, I don't particularly love it. I really just use it to stay away. I use it for practical reasons. Like there's a lot of people that, you know, some people coffee is a culture for them. Like it's a process. Like they love the taste. They love the process of drinking coffee, you know.
There's
like
it's a thing. There's a social aspect to it.
Right. Exactly.
I mean, and there's like certain terms, everything, and a lot of that predates Christianity. So, because when I hear certain terms, they're invoking like the spirits of like pre-Christian, like the old pagan beliefs and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Like I remember, like when my mother tongue Tigrinya, like you're supposed to have, they have like, you know, you have like, they like do the whole thing 3 rounds of it, right? Now you can only have one. If you're a newcomer, they let you only have it one time. Or if you want to go all 3 rounds, it's okay, but you can't be at 2. You can't stop at 2. You got to go all 3. And you always have to praise it, and you have to always praise the host when they have the coffee. So you're like, you know, this is good tea, this is good coffee and everything. Thank you, bless you. And, or in my mother's tongue, we say Durambun, which means good coffee, delicious coffee. And she understands, like, you know, Durham Hopkins, they say, may have me blessed that way.
You know, I low-key wouldn't mind having an Ethiopian wife.
Depends on the ethnicity and if you can master her native tongue, her native language.
Well, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen because
a lot of them speak English, so they're going to be trying to accommodate you. Of course, you have to get used to them calling you Issei because Jesse might be a little hard for some of the older folks because that's how your name is in our mother tongue, like I said.
And no offense to Ethiopians, but the only reason I say that's not going to happen because I have like a fluent language like limit. You know what I mean? And so I'm already learning the primary local language in Ghana, which is Tree.
Which one? Oh, Tree. Have you have you ever tried to learn Akan or Iwe? Because it's because you're in Accra, right?
Well, so Tree is the Akan language. So Tree has two language groups, Akan and Fanti.
Okay, so which one are you trying, Afanti or Akan?
No, I'm learning Tree.
Oh, okay, there's subgroups. Okay, I get it.
Yeah.
You also might as well try to understand Pidgin English while you're at it. It'd be like if you're in Jamaica, you got to learn Patois, or like you're in Brazil, you got like Barbados or whatnot, you got to learn the local Pidgin English. Because some people don't speak proper English.
Yeah, I mean I'll learn that as well. Because that's what a lot of people speak.
It's called Niger, first of all, because it's mostly Nigerian form they speak.
No, Ghana has their own form of like broken English. I don't know what it's called.
No, it's called Pidgin English, not broken English. Pidgin English.
Well, I know Nigerians speak Pidgin English, but I don't know what it's called here in Ghana. Because Ghana has their own. They have their own thing.
Yeah, their own.
Yeah, they don't speak. They don't speak Pidgin English like in Nigeria.
No, it's their own form. It's like because in Nigeria, the Pidgin English is called Niger, but in Ghana they have their own form of it, which is indigenous to theirs. That's what I'm trying to explain to you, man.
Right.
I mean, like in Sierra Leone, they have their own form of Pidgin English. I've heard that. I've met a person from the Gambia. They have their own form, but the problem is with them is that they also have to speak French because they're surrounded by Senegal. But everybody speaks Wolof and Mandinka and everything, so everybody understands each other.
Yeah. Speaking of French, I think that's probably my next two trips will be Ivory Coast and Rwanda.
They speak English in Rwanda now. It's become more. But there's plenty of people who still speak the French, but it's Belgian French because they were a Belgian colony.
I've heard that a lot of people don't speak English in Rwanda. They say a lot of people speak Kiganda and something else.
Kirundi.
Look it up for me. Google it for me. Top languages in Rwanda.
Like I'm telling you, it's Kirundi because they and Burundi they have the same history and everything.
Oh, okay.
So, I'm gonna look it up for you anyway.
I can't remember because sometimes I get Kenya and Rwanda confused in terms of language.
Well, you getting it mixed up with Swahili or something or Kikuyu?
Yeah, I always get it mixed up with Swahili. Which is Kenya is one of the countries that speak Swahili, not Rwanda.
Swahili, Uganda, and Tanzania. But the thing is, Swahili is actually a dialect. It's a mixture of Arabic with Bantu languages, because it's mostly along the coast areas where it's predominantly Muslim and everything.
I understand that. Yeah.
I'm looking right now for Rwanda.
Let me know what you find.
They speak Swahili actually. They also speak They speak Swahili along with French and English, but Kinyarwanda.
Okay.
It's Kinyarwanda. That's one of the languages they speak.
Okay, that's what it is.
Yeah. Kinyarwanda or Kirundi as they call it in Burundi, because you got folks who are neighboring Burundi, so it's the same language basically.
Okay. Yeah, so that's what I'm looking forward to, man. And we'll see, man. We'll see how it is. And another thing I'm learning is, we talk about people from different countries, but really, it's differences between women from different tribes, you know.
Hell yeah.
So it's like people just say, oh, well, Ghanaian chick or Rwandan chick or Ethiopian chick, but that's a tribe in Ghana that's they're known for being terrible wives.
And what tribe would that be exactly?
I'll have to ask just so I don't get the tribe wrong. But it's like I've heard several chicks like, yeah, the women are terrible. Yeah, it's like several people. It's like, yeah, it's terrible wives.
I mean, if you went to Nigeria, you got with a Yoruba chick, and you got with an Igbo, you're gonna have some problems.
Well, I'm not that.
They don't like each other. Just letting you know about.
I'm not that into Nigerian chicks.
For an example,
I've heard bad things and I've seen bad things. Like I would say that Nigerians and South Africans are the closest to ADOS, and I'll just leave it at that.
Oh yeah. So that well,
and I'm not interested in those negative traits. And I'm sure you could find anywhere on the continent, but you know, you'll have a higher chance of finding women with negative traits in countries like that. Even Kenya, man, it's like the 3 most westernized sub-Saharan African countries. They're starting to have some of those same issues as Western women in the U.S. and Europe are having, you know.
Mm-hmm. You see a lot of that.
Hell, you know Ike in the Manosphere. He's Nigerian. Why didn't he get a Nigerian wife? Every Nigerian guy that I know, they didn't marry a Nigerian wife. They got their wife from a different country.
I wonder why.
It makes you think. Who knows? Maybe I'll get a Nigerian wife, one of my wives. But I don't know. So far, it's looking like a no.
You know, it's gonna be some jealousy you got to work out between them if they all gonna know each other.
It's always gonna be jealousy. Even if they accept that they're with a polygamous man, there's always going to be jealousy involved, no matter what. It's only natural. Just make sure they're not big soccer fans as well, because you know if their countries are playing in the African Cup of Nations, the African Cup, you know it's going to be some problems. They're just going to be fucking with each other just like that. But they're not really big. But that's it.
It's a Saturday morning. Everybody's asleep right now, unless they're going to the markets. Hey Mel, what's on your mind right now? You awake? It's gotta be like what, 6 in the morning right now? Seems like I'm the only one awake. Hang on a second.
Man, I didn't go to sleep that fast. I just woke up a couple hours ago, so I'm going on with my day. Yeah, I just snacking off and on with my breakfast. But yeah, man, Africa is beautiful. I hope the women in Africa don't become like the women in the U.S. or else it's gonna be time to get some alien wives.
You know, some of them got that influence, also because you know they got kinfolk in Europe as well. So you know. Oh
yeah, I mean, they follow
the trend.
Like, man, these women be on social media heavy. You know, they be using Black American slang and stuff, and then they be coming with these Black American talking points. So the social media is spreading the dysfunction of Black America faster than it would have been spread without the internet connection, you know. Hell, even in Nigeria, my barber, he was like, yes, I have a baby mama.
in Nigeria, bro. My baby mama. So, like, you know, all of those concepts come from America pretty much. And so people are taking on and accepting those dysfunctional behaviors. Whereas 50 years ago, you know, if you was a baby mama, you was shamed. And can you hear me still?
I can hear you clearly. I can also hear the radio in the background.
Nah, that's my girl on TikTok. That man
Who's she
said a
following
radio.
on TikTok? Is she following someone in particular?
I have no idea. I know she follows a lot of Black Americans.
Yeah.
Or she at least sees a lot of Black American videos like Steve Harvey when he be saying his sip stuff about you should give the woman 80% of your money.
Are you out of your mind?
And all this crazy stuff. So I say, then the damn power just cut out. I've been here for a month. This is the first time the power has. This is the second time the power has gone up. The second time the power.
I lived in Ethiopia and Eritrea in the 90s. We used to deal with power outages every once in a while. And then I remember it was like 2000, 2005, 2006, when like oil became like $100 a barrel. And then they had to do like schedule. And then we noticed on the newspapers, they would tell us this area, these districts at these hours will have to deal with scheduled power outages. Imagine going to work 12 hours and half the day the power's out and you can't do shit. The other half was what it was. But yeah. So Jesse, what are the chances you might get a Tanzanian wife instead of a Kenyan wife?
Well, I prefer Tanzanian women over Kenyan women. So I think that East Africa, Rwanda, Tanzania, and Ethiopia are my top three right now.
Wait,
in
you
no
don't like
particular
Burundi? Have you
order.
ever been to Burundi?
Isn't that like the poorest country in the world?
No, Burundi is right next door to Rwanda.
Nah, I haven't been to Burundi. I don't know anything about Burundi.
It's a similar makeup there. You know, they have the same shit that happened over there.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. I did not.
Yeah,
know.
you have the same ethnic groups in Burundi as well. Just that, you know, they had like they had a similar, you know, same shit that happened in '94 over there, just like what happened in Rwanda. Same colonizers, except, you know, like you said, in you know, the local language in Rwanda is called Kinyarwanda, but over there they call it Burundi, just to reflect where they're from at. It's the same language. It's just that they just let you know, I speak this form of the language.
Yeah, there's a lot of African countries I simply don't know anything about, and Burundi's one. Like, I'm not familiar with too many of the South and Central African countries, but East and West Africa I know about. South Africa, the country I know about, but I don't know too many of the other countries in the South African region. Yeah, East and West is what I primarily know about. South, Central, and North Africa, I don't know too much about.
Well, in Central, you got to learn your French. I'm gonna tell you that, because most of them are French colonies, with the exception of the DRC Congo. Southern Africa, almost all were British colonies except for two, Mozambique and Angola. Those two are Portuguese colonies. They speak Portuguese. And of course, to the northwest of South Africa, there's Namibia. That's a former former German colony. South Africa annexed them after World War I, but eventually, and they were subject to apartheid, but they fought for their independence like in the late 80s, and they became independent in 91. But, you know, their history and everything kind of parallels South Africa. Some of the dynamics, but it's just like, you know, it's a little bit rougher over there. because you have the Namib Desert. The whole much of the coastline is called the Skeleton Coast. If you ever watch a documentary about that, you'd be surprised about it. Anybody in the back? Find out what's going on in the chat.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with some of those.
There's a lot you gotta learn about Africa. There's like so many countries.
Man, I have to compartmentalize, man. Like focus on the regions and countries that I'm actually going to be, visiting and living in and stuff like that. Because I chose Uganda, I chose Accra and Kigali as my 2 African home bases. So everywhere else, I'll just kind of visit.
All right.
So that's where I do the bulk of my research, is on the countries that I plan on visiting or living in. Ask me anything about Ghana, and I pretty much know most things. I know a little bit about the surrounding countries of Ghana, as well as the surrounding countries of Rwanda, Kenya, Uganda, and all that stuff. So, yeah. One thing I found out too about Ghana on this trip is I didn't know there were so many mountains and hills in certain areas.
That's what happens if you don't do your research beforehand. You just can't go there blindly.
There is a limit to the amount of research that you can do. I mean, you can do research, but that doesn't mean that you're going to know every single thing about the country.
Well, not every single thing, but just enough.
All of the cultural stuff and the pertinent stuff, I mean, I pretty much know. But as far as could think about it, right? You could stay in city center in Accra and everything's flat. You could go to Accra a bunch of times, and there's one time you go 30 minutes outside of you go 30 minutes outside of city center, and like, okay, there's actually hills this way. There's actually mountains this way. But the part that you've been to 19, 20 times is all flat, So perfectly possible for that to happen. Especially when a lot of times, I mean, you're really, you're doing cultural research, economic research, political research, but you're not necessarily looking into the topography and the geography of every part of the country. Even though I've been to other parts, but yeah, basically. But there's a few places outside of Accra, like an hour away, 30 minutes away. Well, even in Accra, there's one part. Well, the part I'm in now, which I'll be moving from, is in Western Accra. So it's almost to Central Region, which is another. Well, they call it regions, but it's like a state, basically, I guess you could say,
or province.
So it's like greater. There's Greater Accra, Western Region, Central Region, Eastern Region, Northern Region, and so Greater Accra is, of course, Accra, in the suburbs of Accra are in the Greater Accra, and next to your left, west of Accra, you have Central Region, and then west of Central Region, you have Western Region. And so Central Region, the part I am is closest to Central Region in Accra, basically.
I see.
And so yes, it's more hills and mountains out here. And then north of Accra is also a lot of hills and mountains. But most of Greater Accra is pretty flat.
A lot of hills and mountains in certain places. Very interesting. Very interesting.
Like when you go in city center, it's all pretty much flat.
It's all flat. It's been leveled. Yeah, a lot of tarmac. A lot of asphalt. I'm sure traffic is crazy in certain places, especially at certain times of the day.
Man,
traffic is ridiculous. Traffic, you could have traffic like for New Year's Eve. It was bad traffic at 4 a.m. So the place I'm staying at right now is literally right off of the roadside. So if I keep my window open, you know, I could hear horns honking all the way into the morning time. You know, 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning. But I think the major reason for the traffic is because out here you don't really have too many like interstates, high rises, stuff like that. I mean, not high rises, but you know, elevated
freeways.
Yeah, freeways and stuff like that. Elevated roads, basically. So they're in the process of constructing those, but you don't have those. And when you think about it, in the U.S., we have traffic, even though we have those, and so that actually alleviates the amount of traffic that you have because it's a secondary roadway, you know, where everyone. Whereas in Ghana, everywhere is on the same level roadways, but they're in the process of building those. If you look, pretty much everywhere around Ghana, you know, you see the big ass columns to hold them up. Some places they actually have the actual parts of the roadway that are assembled. They just need to be connected and stuff like that and built out. So yeah, it'll be interesting in a couple years to see how traffic decreases once those things are completed.
Not to mention, you also have all those those large buses. You also have like those motorcycle taxis as well in some of those big cities.
Well, we don't in Ghana. We don't really have large buses. We have like vans.
Yeah.
So we have those. No, not minivans. It's like it's small Toyota vans, like passenger vans. So like it's like 12 passengers.
Or like a minivan, like a mini bus, a smaller version of a bus.
Yeah, basically a much smaller version because it's probably 1/3 or half the capacity of a bus.
Yeah, because I remember in ASM was like the buses we had, like you had the big red ones were like by. It must have been because I noticed they were assembled in Brazil because they had the Portuguese everything written on the side, but it was assembled by BMW, big red ones, and then you had like the mini ones that were built by Toyota and shit. And they were usually white color, and they were like overlapping networks. So you know which numbers are going to where, but to let you know and everything.
Yeah,
it's kind of good.
But if I fall off, man, if I fall off, I won't be back on because I'm using mobile Wi-Fi, and so if the battery dies, I won't be able to charge. But I mean, since the power's out, I'll stay on here until my battery dies because I ain't got shit else to do.
You can't. There's nothing else you can do right now, unless you can read a book.
Besides read, I got a bunch of books, but that's about it. And the place I'm at, I can't really use a generator anyway. So, but I'm moving to next place. What's that?
You know, since you got to find a decent suit for everything. I'm sure there's some decent tailors over there, right? In certain areas.
I haven't really looked into any tailors just yet, man. I've been here. I've been getting a lot of paperwork, like get my paperwork straight, so I can create a path to residency and then citizenship. You know, I've been looking into what I need to do to start some businesses locally on the ground and all of that type of stuff. And most importantly, I've been looking for a new place closer to the city center, because right now I'm about 30-minute drive from city center.
Okay.
And so I've been focusing on that. I really haven't been looking into any tailors or anything like that. But two people I know, two older black men that are like late 40s, early 50s, they actually got their dual citizenship last month. So shout out to them. Black American guys.
Yeah, God started making this
You starting to Borg.
Oh, now am I working?
It sounds like there's electricity in the background. Like your voice is low, and it sounds like electricity surging.
Hang on a second. How about now?
Okay, 100% better now. Well, no. When you talked, it was better, but after that, it started having that electricity sound in the background. Are you an electrician? Are you working right now?
Oh, it's Saturday.
Bro, it sounds like you have a Tesla coil next to you right now.
Check, I think it's my headset.
Okay.
It's just me breathing or something like that.
Yo, come in and come back out.
Charles will let me back in.
Well, ask Charles if he's awoke before you leave. Oh, it's too late.
I'm still woke.
Okay, I thought you ass be asleep by now.
We're having a conversation, so I didn't want to disturb.
Oh, appreciate it. So what's going on, Brother Charles, Officer Charles, Grand Commander? When are you coming to Ghana?
Hopefully soon. Sometime
Okay.
in the winter or summer this year. So I'm trying to do some business. If you know anybody who needs some security and how to get the gun permits for rifles and shotguns and pistols, please let a brother know.
Yeah, man. I mean, I have some connections out here, so when you come out here, I could link you up. I'm connected with some people that's connected with a minister out here that deals with the firearms. So you pretty much got to go through them and to get it set up. Let's just call him the minister of firearms right now. I can't remember the exact title of the minister that handles that, but yeah. So yeah, man, what time it is out there? About 5 a.m. 5:23. Okay. Okay.
Playing my little whatchamacallit. I'm about to end it all.
Man, I see you finally accepted my PlayStation friend request after about 3 years, man. I appreciate it.
Nah, it was confusing because I didn't see the shit like it's a lot easier to see it on this joint now.
Okay. Cause I say I'll be on my PlayStation, but I'm moving to another area with better internet connection because I cannot play an online game where I'm currently at because the internet is off and on. Like it'll work for like 30 minutes and cut off for a couple seconds, and then it'll work for another 30 minutes. So I think it's the area I'm in. Once I get to a better area, I'll be able to get back on that Modern Warfare 2.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm playing now. Even though y'all probably seen the clips of me playing Madden. I got a new one called The Greatest Comeback Ever, so don't feel bad. Watch it. It was beautiful.
Did you upload it yet?
Should be.
I'm gonna check it out. I saw you was uploading gaming clips recently. So I just been playing single player games since my my internet is inconsistent.
She come as a surprise.
I have a backlog of games that I'm trying to get through. So right now I'm playing what is it called? Horizon Dawn.
Forbidden Dawn. Forbidden Dawn.
Wait, is that the name?
Yeah, it's called Horizon Forbidden Dawn.
Okay. So yeah, I'm playing that right now. And, it's a pretty damn good game. Even though the main character is a woman that comes from a matriarchal tribe, the one thing I like about that is, dude, I'm not finished the game. Stop telling me spoilers.
Oh, you didn't finish the game? Okay, my bad.
No, nigga, I just said I'm right now. I'm playing it.
Oh, my bad. Hey, did you listen to this conversation earlier when we were talking about Henry Cavill and shit with the Witcher series?
Well, hold on. Let me just finish my point on this. So
All right.
the main character she comes from a matriarchal tribe. But if you look at all of the tribes in the game, even though I've seen probably about 3 or 4 of the tribes so far. Their tribe is the least developed tribe out of all the tribes. Like the one tribe that's patriarchal, like they actually have a king, and her tribe has like 3 matriarchs that run everything. And the tribe that has a king, them motherfuckers actually have a big ass city with elevators and shit. And her shit is all it's all what's the term I'm looking for?
Primitive?
Yeah, primitive. Yeah. It's all primitive and shit. They're living in huts and all this type of shit. So
shouldn't be surprising.
Because I was about to quit at first. I was going to like, man, I ain't paying this matriarchal shit.
Well, look on the bright side. It could have been worse. I mean, there's some games that are far worse. I mean,
now I have to admit, it's a pretty good game. I mean,
story
graphics,
must be interesting.
storyline, gameplay mechanisms. I could see it being like one of the top 10 or 20 games on PlayStation 4, and probably across definitely top 100 across any platform.
Yeah. Plus, you have the sequel on PS5. It's also available on PS4.
I have the sequel on PS5, but right now what I'm trying to do is before I play the newer game, because I have the new God of War, but I wanted to play the prequels first before I play the sequel. So I just beat God of War last month for PS4, and so after I beat this, then I'll play the new God of War. But the game I'm looking forward to the most is this new Hogwarts game. This shit look like it's going to be off the chain. If you're a Harry Potter fan, to some degree.
Harry Potter. That sounds like a good porn. How's your Potter? Oh, it's Harry. Fuck you, stupid motherfucker. Gotcha.
All right. One of the weirdest things that have happened to me was never get involved with 2 women who are into Harry Potter. Because when I relocated from the old town I used to live in to where I'm at, and I introduced both of them, they hit it off. And I had them in my place, but the thing was, I was just like in a foul mood. I was not feeling all right. I was in my room, just going through emails and whatnot because I need to clear my head. When I come back to the living room, and I had one of those portable DVD players. The one of them had brought like all her DVDs from all the Harry Potter movies she had. This is before the newest one. This is before the last 2 came out. And so I got 2 women just binge watching the first 6 movies in my goddamn living room. And I just couldn't deal with it. But it was what it was. I mean, I got some later that night, but
shit.
Harry Potter's shit for y'all. But
thank you for finally talking, Naaman, because I was able to finish my breakfast. I was like, man, Naaman normally be talking his ass off. Now he won't be quiet. I'm trying to finish my breakfast.
No, you can finish your breakfast. Eat your breakfast. I'm gonna talk some shit. But hey, Charles, let me ask you something. Charles? All right. Of all the Madden games you played, which one would you say was your favorite?
18 or 19.
I can't hear you, Charles. You're kind of distant.
He said 18 or 19.
18 and 19?
because I'm
For me, it was because I did some fucked up shit. I just went and got like 05 and 06 on PS4, on PS2, sorry, recently. And the only reason I got them is because, well, I've got the NFL Street 8 series. And for whatchamacallit, NFL Street Volume 2, no, NFL Street 2, you get like some extra bonuses, unlockables, if you have a save file from Madden 05. And if you ever play, and you can also upload one of your created characters from NFL Street 2 onto Madden 06. Those are good games. Also, those games, and also Madden 12 was the only one I got. That's the only I could relate to for some reason. I don't know. Something about EA, the microtransactions, that really turned me away from all those EA titles. But like you said earlier, EA, fuck the game.
Man, I haven't played Madden in a few years, man.
What's up, guys?
I think
Have you ever played NBA Jam?
Last one I played was 21. Yeah,
right.
of course.
Do you remember NBA Street?
Yes.
Which one was your favorite one? Volume 1, 2, or 3?
Well, I only played like one NBA Street. Like so first of all, when I was a teenager and a kid, I grew up in a working class family. So I had limited options on the amount of games that I could have. And I only had maybe like 1 or 2 sports games whenever I had games. So I would have Madden and 1 NBA game each year. So I had to choose between 2K, Live, Street for basketball. Then I had to choose between Madden.
All right, you're a 90s kid
NCAA.
more than an 80s kid.
Yeah, I was a 90s kid. I grew up in the 90s and 2000s.
So you weren't really on the PS2. You were on PS3 first of all.
No, I'm not there yet. I was on game systems since Super Nintendo.
All right.
But the 2 games that I would say were in my prime gaming years, or the 2 systems rather, would be PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2. So PlayStation 3, the first life cycle of the PlayStation 3, I was in high school. But the second half of PS3, I was out of high school, and I went through this phase of just focusing on making money and not playing as much games for like several years. And then I got back into it recently in 2020 at PS4. So I went like a whole, let's say, 10-year stint or 8-year stint of not really playing games unless I was by a friend or something like that. So yeah,
but
PlayStation 2 was like.
No, go ahead.
PlayStation 2 was like my first, like, really, that was when I became a hardcore gamer, where it's like, okay, we playing hours and hours a day. We trying to make accomplishments. They didn't have achievements and stuff like that or trophy system back then, but you would try to outdo your friends' records and shit like that on certain games and stuff like that.
I remember it was like because I'm a Super Nintendo kid myself, that was like that and Atari were like my first ones, but
okay. Yeah, Super
my
Nintendo
prime
was shit.
Because like oh man, there were some great games in that system, but when I was coming up, we usually borrowed gaming cartridges from one another. So somebody always had a particular game cartridge. if somebody had a particular game, we ask you, when can I borrow it? Oh, okay, but I'm gonna need something from you in exchange. All right, I
You
got
know
you.
what was weird? Like a lot of the kids that I knew, they're so I was just like one of the only kids in my neighborhood from a 2-parent household, or like in my
I could
friend
attest to
group. And
that.
so a lot of the kids that were in my friend group, I would say 9 out of 10 of them, their mothers did not allow them to trade their games.
Oh.
And so, you know, some would try to do it anyway, and they would get in trouble. And what we used to do, the people that could trade, we didn't even really trade permanently. It was like, okay, well, I'll borrow this game from you for 2 weeks, and you can borrow this game from me for 2 weeks. But a
Yeah,
lot
that's
of
how we
those
did
single
it.
mothers, they didn't allow that. Like they would
I
get
don't know about
infuriated.
I worked too hard, child.
One of my friends, my mom. Exactly. Like my mom was pissed off at me borrowing another game from nobody. I was like, damn.
Or if you wanted to borrow a game,
And
the
then you
friend
had
had to come over.
Then you had now I did have a couple friends where I guess they came from well-to-do families, where it's like I had like 2 friends that had every goddamn game on the system. Like they just had one of those binders full of goddamn games.
Oh yeah.
You know, biggest thing is they were they were only child, and they had both of their parents, so they could afford shit. You only got one kid, so they could get everything.
I remember.
Yeah.
I remember this. This is like in the 2000s. This is in Eritrea. There was like a bowling alley we used to go to, and we used to shoot pool there. But at that same place, at one wall, there was a row of TVs with PlayStations first, and then they later brought in PS2s, and you had to pay just to play a certain game, and they would just open those CD binders. Just so you know, and we were like checking all those games out. I remember like one of the first games I got a chance to play on one of those was Wu-Tang Shaolin Style. I don't know what is it about that game, but that just got us really serious into Wu-Tang afterwards. Because we were all Bone Thugs and Harmony fans at the time, but listening to that, playing that shit and other games, and that's when we got serious about into gaming and shit. I remember it was like one of my favorite games
in
was
concert twice.
Oh, which one?
So my new favorite hobby, Wu-Tang. My new favorite hobby is watching Gen Xers fall asleep halfway through the concert.
Oh, that's fucked up.
No, man, it's funny. It's funny, man. You know, they be in their chair, knocked out. You know, we got another hour to go. They be knocked out, man. That should be funny as hell.
Oh, really? You know what's everybody's
they don't
favorite
even be at
pastime?
these concerts.
Man, I remember back in was it like the 80s and the early 90s. If there was a Michael Jackson concert, everybody was looking around, making sure that none of the girls were passed the fuck out. Because, girls would be crying and then blacking out. Even dudes would be blacking out. Yeah. And security had to just carry them out of there.
At the R&B concerts and shit.
Oh. Motherfuckers throwing their drawers and shit.
But I seen that. Only concert I seen that at was at a Michael Jackson concert.
Where chicks were fainting and shit?
Passing out and all that type of stuff.
Yep.
But I've heard about it at other concerts. I've never really seen it.
I mean, you couldn't do that in a Lenny Williams concert because he'd be crying at one of those songs.
Do you play games now, Naaman?
I still do. I mean, of course, I branched off into I've got PS2, 3, and 4. I've never stopped.
So you actually play your PS2 and PS3?
Oh yeah, from time to time.
Well, I understand about I don't understand about the PS2, but I do understand about the PlayStation 3 because PlayStation 3 has games that are not able to translate over. Even they just came up with a emulator for PS3 that can finally play some games, because the biggest reasons I hear is because, you know, they had I think it's a Cell, which is a very unique processor that's hard to replicate.
Emulates and everything, yeah. But I have some original PlayStation games, but I play that on my PS3 because the PS3 can still play PS1 games, but the PS2 you can't play that on later model PS3s because I got like the PlayStation Slim versions of each of them.
Right.
So I still have it too because like.
I think you can play everything. That's what I'm saying. I think you can play just about everything on the PS4 except for PS3 games. So PS1 and PS2 games you can play on the PS4, but not PS3 games.
I'm not sure about PS4 because, you know, most of the games I have on PS4 are digital. So I just got myself a hard drive and just saved it all in there. Only got two games that are physical form.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the digital versions of the PS1 and PS2 games, not the disc.
Oh no. Oh, okay. Yeah, you can do that. Like if you go, because you know the PlayStation 3 store is still available for certain games. But that's if you have the PlayStation 2 Classic. If you're like, but if you're but I'm in the EU, so it doesn't work that way. And me personally, I decided, you know what, I'm just gonna get a PS2 anyway because, you know, you want to go back to old classics sometimes and play those PS2 games.
You know what's funny? We're talking about this. Last night I was watching this guy on YouTube, and he was playing Gran Turismo on all of the systems. So he went from PS1 all the way up to PS5, and he compared it. He even had like the old TVs for the older systems, and you know, he was running through the differences between the system, the systems, processing, and storage, and all that type of stuff. That was interesting video.
Man, I wish Mr. Z was here because that's his wheelhouse, racing games and everything.
Oh, really? I want to.
Yeah, Gran Turismo is his thing. He's a big Gran Turismo head.
Like at some point when I have money, I have more money to blow, I'll probably get like get Gran Turismo and get like like the wheel and the pedals and stuff.
Oh,
maybe
okay,
even
like
get like a
accessories
curved
and shit.
TV or some shit.
Yeah, like one of those ridiculous accessories and shit. The ones they can't steal because they're too big and too bulky. They gotta take it apart just to take it out of the house.
Well, I don't know about that.
Assembling
will
will
be a curved TV. Yeah. So that's like I'll probably make like my own arcade room or some shit one day, and have all that type of stuff in there. Yeah,
that's cool. It's like when you got those. I mean, the good thing about like the PS3 and 4 is like that the internal hard drive, but you can't have external hard drives attached to them. PS2, PS1, you had to always have the memory cards.
Yeah, I actually had the external hard drive for the PS2.
Did you?
Because I was trying to play. Yeah, I used to be a big Final Fantasy fan. At that time, and so you needed the external hard drive to play the open world Final Fantasy.
Fair enough.
And so that's why. But then Hurricane Katrina happened, so I stopped playing games for a couple years. So I stopped playing games my freshman. I stopped playing games my sophomore year, and then I got a PS3 my junior year. And my homie had a 360, and so we would kind of go, because like I don't know about it in Europe, but in the U.S., man, at high school and college, man, you really go hard with these games, bro. Like you really could play games from like 8-10 hours, from like once you get off of work or out of school, you can play from then all the way to like early in the morning. That's called, hardcore gamers,
We used to do that on our PS2s when I was coming up. Because I remember when we had friends over, if we could have friends over, even though most of us were like in our 20s. Because, where I'm from, because, in most traditional societies, you don't leave the home. You don't leave home until you get married and shit.
Right. That's true.
Listen, so bachelor, this whole thing about bachelorhood, like what you're doing right now, living as a bachelor, that's kind of alien to a lot of people. So they get a little suspicious
Oh yeah,
about.
yeah.
I
Yeah, I
remember it was
mean,
like,
people always ask me whenever I go to Africa, like ask me why am I not married yet and stuff like that.
I haven't found the right person.
And then
I
they
mean,
introduce me. Then they try to introduce me to their daughter or their sister.
oh yeah. I mean, I got a friend who's a good friend of mine. He said he'll have no problem with me marrying his sister, and I was like, I don't know about that because he's from West Africa. I'm East African. There's gonna be some cultural problems. I know there's gonna be some misunderstandings.
Right.
I mean,
And I
I've
think
seen
that.
some.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. You go ahead.
You go ahead. You go ahead.
But like I said, it's going to be like, cultural differences and whatnot, because, different histories, different understandings, different views, We're not always going to be vibing. And I know it's going to be an arranged marriage, and I need to know who this person is and what she's about before I decide to, settle with this person. And if I do get married, I know my family going to look at me like, so when are you going to give us a grandchild? That
Wait, you're
question's
not
always
married?
there. No, I'm not.
How old are you?
I'm 40.
Wow, man, you
82.
You going against
September
the culture right now, bruh.
I'm gonna tell you this: a lot of dudes I know because
you grew up in Europe, right?
No, I was born in the Middle East. I lived there till I was 12. Then I moved back I moved back to my native Eritrea when I was 12. So I do have that worldly thing, but I moved to Europe in when I was about 2 years ago. So it's been over a decade since I've been here. I've been here what?
So you actually grew up in traditional, I guess, culture, traditional countries.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up. I mean, even when I was growing up in the Middle East, there was always Eritreans among us, Ethiopians around us. So I always grew up in that setting.
So why haven't you got married yet? Even though you've had access to traditional women for most of your life.
It was just me because of my mindsets and everything, and them mostly because they're traditional. Because I was born on the outside, so I have a different mentality, and it's going to clash with theirs. And I already knew what their mindset was, so I pretty much got red pilled when I was a teenager,
right?
In a sense. But it wasn't nothing malicious. It's just that I just realized, not really vibing with them like that. When I got here, I started vibing with certain people, but it was mostly people of other races and such.
Because I'm like, it's gonna be harder for you to find a wife out there than in your home country.
Yeah.
I would suspect.
Yeah, that's the same thing, but it's just marriage is never really big on me.
A lot of men don't really like this whole thing. You talk about bachelorhood. Bachelorhood is a Western. It's a Western thing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's everyone is incorporated in now as we modernize, I guess. Because even I'll talk to dudes in Ghana, they'd be like, "Oh, well, I don't want to get married to have any kids until I get more money and stuff like that."
Yeah, you gotta if you're gonna.
But I don't believe. I don't think that's necessarily the way to go. I think that.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead. I'm listening. Jesse? I can't hear you, Jay. JV3, where you at, man? I know you're still there. Jesse! You still there? Wait a second. Hold on, folks. I think we're having some technical difficulties. Mm-hmm. Yes? Hey, Charles, you still there?
I'm still here.
Yeah, the battery went out on his phone.
I'm gonna just come back tomorrow, folks, for the Coliseum. Woo! And
all right. We out. Peace.